Section 9 of The Guermantes Way, Côté de Guermantes, by Marcel Proust, translated by Charles Kenneth Scott Moncrief. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Michael O'Kelly. Madame de Villeparisis at home. Saint-Loup had enough sense to perceive that all the pleasures which appealed to vanity he could have found easily and without cost to himself in society on the strength of his historic name and handsome face, and that his connection with Rachel had rather, if anything, tended to ostracize him, led to his being less sought after. No, this self-esteem, which seeks to appear to be receiving gratuitously the outward signs of the affection of her whom one loves, is simply a consequence of love, the need to figure in one's own eyes and in other people's as loved in return by the person whom one loves so well. Rachel rejoined us, leaving the two tarts to get into their compartment, but no less than their sham otter-skins and the self-conscious appearance of their young men, the names Lucien and Germain, kept the new Rachel alive for a moment longer. For a moment, Robert imagined a Place Pigalle existence with unknown associates, sordid love affairs, afternoons spent in simple amusements, excursions or pleasure parties, in that Paris in which the sunny brightness of the streets from the Boulevard de Clichy onwards did not seem the same as the solar radiance in which he himself strolled with his mistress, but must be something different, for love and suffering which is one with love have, like intoxication, the power to alter for us inanimate things. It was almost an unknown Paris, in the heart of Paris itself, that he suspected. His connection appeared to him like the exploration of a strange form of life, for if, when with him, Rachel was somewhat similar to himself, it was nevertheless a part of her real life that she lived with him, indeed the most precious part, in view of his reckless expenditure on her, the part that made her so greatly envied by her friends, and would enable her one day to retire to the country or to establish herself in the leading theatres when she had made her pile. Robert longed to ask her who Lucien and Germain were, what they would have said to her if she had joined them in their compartment, how they would have all spent a day which would perhaps have ended as a supreme diversion after the pleasure of the rink at the Olympia Tavern, if Robert and I had not been there. For a moment, the purlieus of the Olympia, which until then had seemed to him merely deadly dull, aroused curiosity in him and pain, and the sunshine of this spring day, beating upon the Rue Caumartin, where possibly, if she had not known Robert, Rachel might have gone in the course of the evening and have earned a louis, filled him with a vague longing. But what use was it to ply Rachel with questions when he already knew that her answer would be merely silence, or a lie, or something extremely painful for him to hear, which would yet explain nothing? The porters were shutting the doors. We jumped into a first-class carriage. Rachel's magnificent pearls reminded Robert that she was a woman of great price. He caressed her, restored her to her place in his heart, where he would contemplate her, internalized, as he had always done hitherto, save during this brief instant in which he had seen her in the Place Pigalle of an impressionist painter, and the train began to move. It was, by the way, quite true that she was literary. She never stopped talking to me about books, new art, and Tolstoyism, except to rebuke Saint-Loup for drinking so much wine. "Ah, if you could live with me for a year, we'd see a fine change. I should keep you on water, and you'd be ever so much better." "Right you are, let's begin now." "But you know well I have to work all day," for she took her art very seriously. "Besides, what would your people say?" And she began to abuse his family to me in terms which, for that matter, seemed to me highly reasonable, and with which Saint-Loup, while disobeying her orders in the matter of champagne, entirely concurred. I, who was so much afraid of the effect of wine on him, and felt the good influence of his mistress, was quite prepared to advise him to let his family go hang. Tears sprang to the young woman's eyes. I had been rash enough to refer to Dreyfus. "The poor martyr," she almost sobbed. "It will be the death of him in that dreadful place." "Don't upset yourself, Zizette. He will come back. He will be acquitted all right. They will admit they've made a mistake." "But long before then he'll be dead." "Oh, well, at any rate his children will bear a stainless name. But just think of the agony he must be going through. That's what makes my heart bleed. And would you believe that Robert's mother, a pious woman, says that he ought to be left on the Devil's Isle, even if he's innocent? Isn't it appalling?" "Yes, it's absolutely true. She does say that," Robert assured me. "She's my mother. I've no fault to find with her, but it's quite clear she hasn't got a sensitive nature like Zizette." As a matter of fact, these luncheons, which were said to be such a pleasure, always ended in trouble. For as soon as Saint-Loup found himself in a public place with his mistress, he would imagine that she was looking at every other man in the room, and his brow would darken. She would remark his ill humour, which she may have thought it amusing to encourage, or, as was more probable, by a foolish piece of conceit preferred, feeling wounded by his tone, not to appear to be seeking to disarm, and would make a show of being unable to take her eyes off some man or other. Not that this was always a mere pretence. In fact, the gentleman who, in theatre or café, happened to sit next to them, or, to go no farther, the driver of the cab they had engaged, need only to have something attractive about him, no matter what, and Robert, his perception quickened by jealousy, would have noticed it before his mistress. He would see in him immediately one of those foul creatures whom he had denounced to me at Baalbec, who corrupted and dishonoured women for their own amusement, and would beg his mistress to take her eyes off the man, thereby drawing her attention to him. And sometimes she found that Robert had shown such good judgment in his suspicion that after a little she even left off teasing him, in order that he might calm down and consent to go off by himself on some errand, which would give her time to begin conversation with the stranger, often to make an assignation, sometimes even to bring matters quickly to a head. I could see, as soon as we entered the restaurant, that Robert was looking troubled. The fact of the matter was that he had at once remarked what had escaped our notice at Baalbec, namely that, standing among his coarser colleagues, Aimé, with a modest brilliance, emitted, quite unconsciously of course, that air of romance which emanates until a certain period in life from fine hair and a Grecian nose, features thanks to which he was distinguishable among the crowd of waiters. The others, almost all of them well on in years, presented a series of types, extraordinarily ugly and criminal, of hypocritical priests, sanctimonious confessors, more numerously of comic actors of the old school, whose sugarloaf foreheads are scarcely to be seen nowadays outside the collections of portraits that hang in the humbly historic green rooms of little out-of-date theatres, where they are represented in the parts of servants or high priests. Though this restaurant seemed, thanks to a selective method of recruiting, and perhaps to some system of hereditary nomination, to have preserved their solemn type in a sort of college of augurs. As ill luck would have it, Aimé having recognized us, it was he who came to take our order, while the procession of operatic high priests swept past us to other tables. Aimé inquired after my grandmother's health. I asked for news of his wife and children. He gave it with emotion, being a family man. He had an intelligent, vigorous, but respectful air. Robert's mistress began to gaze at him with a strange attentiveness, but Aimé's sunken eyes, in which a slight short-sightedness gave one the impression of veiled depths, showed no sign of consciousness in his still face. In the provincial hotel, in which he had served for many years before coming to Baalbek, this charming sketch, now a trifle discoloured and faded, which was his face, and which, for all those years, like some engraved portrait of Prince Eugene, had been visible always at the same place, at the far end of a dining room that was almost always empty, could not have attracted any very curious gaze. He had thus for long remained, doubtless for want of sympathetic admirers, in ignorance of the artistic value of his face, and but little inclined, for that matter, to draw attention to it, for he was temperamentally cold. At the most, some passing Parisian, stopping for some reason in the town, had raised her eyes to his, had asked him perhaps to bring something to her in her room before she left for the station, and in the pellucid, monotonous, deep void of this existence of a faithful husband and a servant in a country town that had hidden the secret of a caprice without sequel which no one would ever bring to light. And yet Aimée must have been conscious of the insistent emphasis with which the eyes of the young actress were fastened upon him now. Anyhow, it did not escape Robert, beneath whose skin I saw gathering a flush, not vivid like that which burned his cheeks when he felt any sudden emotion, but faint, diffused. "Anything specially interesting about that waiter, Zezette?" he inquired, after sharply dismissing Aimée. "One would think you were studying the part." "There you are, beginning again. I knew it was coming." "Beginning what again, my dear girl? I may have been mistaken. I haven't said anything, I'm sure. But I have at least the right to warn you against that fellow, seeing that I knew him at Baalbek, otherwise I shouldn't give a damn, and a bigger scoundrel doesn't walk the face of the earth." She seemed anxious to pacify Robert, and began to engage me in a literary conversation in which he joined. I found that it did not bore me to talk to her, for she had a thorough knowledge of the books that I most admired, and her opinion of them agreed more or less with my own. But as I had heard Madame de Villeparisis declare that she had no talent, I attached but little importance to this evidence of culture. She discoursed wittily on all manner of topics, and would have been genuinely entertaining had she not affected to an irritating extent the jargon of the sets and studios. She applied this, moreover, to everything under the sun. For instance, having acquired the habit of saying of a picture, if it were impressionist, or an opera, if it were Wagnerian, "Ah, that is good." One day, when a young man had kissed her on the ear, and, touched by her pretence of being thrilled, had affected modesty, she said, "Yes, as a sensation, I call it distinctly good." But what more surprised me was that the expressions peculiar to Robert, which moreover had come to him perhaps from literary men whom she knew, were used by her to him and by him to her, as though they had been a necessary form of speech, and without any conception of the pointlessness of an originality that is universal. In eating, she managed her hands so clumsily that one assumed that she must appear extremely awkward upon the stage. She recovered her dexterity only when making love, with that touching prescience latent in women who love the male body so intensely that they immediately guess what will give most pleasure to that body, which is yet so different from their own. I ceased to take part in the conversation when it turned upon the theatre, for on that topic Rachel was too malicious for my liking. She did, it was true, take up in a tone of commiseration against Saint-Loup, which proved that he was accustomed to hearing Rachel attack her, the defence of Burma, saying, "Oh no, she's a wonderful person, really. Of course the things she does no longer appeal to us. They don't correspond quite to what we're looking for, but one must think of her at the period to which she belongs. We owe her a great deal. She's done good work, you know. And besides, she's such a fine woman. She has such a good heart. Naturally, she doesn't care about the things that interest us, but she has had in her time, with a rather impressive face, a charming quality of mind." Our fingers, by the way, do not play the same accompaniment to all our aesthetic judgments. If it is a picture that is under discussion, to show that it is a fine work with plenty of paint, it's enough to stick out one's thumb. But the charming quality of mind is more exacting. It requires 2 fingers, or rather 2 fingernails, as though one were trying to flick off a particle of dust. But with this single exception, Saint-Loux's mistress referred to the best-known actresses in a tone of ironical superiority, which annoyed me because I believed, quite mistakenly as it happened, that it was she who was inferior to them. She was clearly aware that I must regard her as an indifferent actress, and, on the other hand, have a great regard for those she despised. But she showed no resentment, because there is in all great talent, while it is still, as hers was then, unrecognized, however sure it may be of itself, a vein of humility, and because we make the consideration that we expect from others proportionate not to our latent powers, but to the position to which we have attained. I was, an hour or so later, at the theatre, to see Saint-Loux's mistress show great deference towards those very artists against whom she was now bringing so harsh a judgment to bear. And so, in however little doubt my silence may have left her, she insisted nonetheless on our dining together that evening, assuring me that never had anyone's conversation delighted her so much as mine. If we were not yet in the theatre, to which we were to go after luncheon, we had the sense of being in a green room, hung with portraits of old members of the company. So markedly were the waiters' faces those which, one thought, had perished with a whole generation of obscure actors at the Palais Royal. They had a look also of academicians. Stopping before a side table, one of them was examining a dish of pears with the expression of detached curiosity that Monsieur de Jussieu might have worn. Others, on either side of him, were casting about the room that gaze instinct with curiosity and coldness which members of the Institute, who have arrived early, throw at the public, while they exchange a few murmured words which one fails to catch. They were faces well known to all the regular guests. One of them, however, was being pointed out, a newcomer with distended nostrils and a smug upper lip, who looked like a cleric. He was entering upon his duties there for the first time, and everyone gazed with interest at this newly elected candidate. But presently, perhaps to drive Robert away so that she might be alone with Aimée, Rachel began to make eyes at a young student who was feeding with another man at a neighbouring table. "Zezette, let me beg you not to look at that young man like that," said Saint-Loux, on whose face the hesitating flush of a moment ago had been gathered now into a scarlet tide, which dilated and darkened his swollen features. "If you must make a scene here, I shall simply finish eating by myself, and join you at the theatre afterwards." At this point, a messenger came up to tell Aimée that he was wanted to speak to a gentleman in a carriage outside. Saint-Loux, ever uneasy, and afraid now that it might be some message of an amorous nature that was to be conveyed to his mistress, looked out of the window and saw there, sitting up in his brougham, his hands tightly buttoned in white gloves with black seams, a flower in his buttonhole, Monsieur de Charlus. "There, you see," he said to me in a low voice, "my family hunt me down even here. Will you please? I can't very well do it myself, but you can, as you know the head waiter so well, and he's certain to give us away. Ask him not to go to the carriage. He can always send some other waiter who doesn't know me. I know my uncle. If they tell him I'm not known here, he'll never come inside to look for me. He loathes this sort of place. Really, it's pretty disgusting that an old petticoat chaser like him, who's still at it too, should be perpetually lecturing me and coming to spy on me." Aimée, on receiving my instructions, sent one of his underlings to explain that he was busy and could not come out at the moment, and, should the gentleman ask for the Marquis de Saint-Loup, that they did not know any such person. But Charlus' mistress, who had failed to catch our whispered conversation and thought that it was still about the young man at whom Robert had been finding fault with her for making eyes, broke out in a torrent of rage. "Oh, indeed! So it's the young man over there now, is it? Thank you for telling me. It's a real pleasure to have this sort of thing with one's meals. Don't listen to him, please. He's rather cross today, and you know," she went on, turning to me, "he just says it because he thinks it's smart, that it's the gentlemanly thing to appear jealous always." And she began with feet and fingers to show signs of nervous irritation. "But, Suzette, it is I who find it unpleasant. You are making us all ridiculous before that gentleman, who will begin to imagine you're making overtures to him, and an impossible bounder he looks too." "Oh, no, I think he's charming. For one thing, he's got the most adorable eyes, and a way of looking at women. You can feel he must love them." "You can at least keep quiet until I've left the room, if you've lost your senses," cried Robert. "Waiter, my things." I did not know whether I was expected to follow him. "No, I want to be alone," he told me in the same tone in which he had just been addressing his mistress, as if he were quite furious with me. His anger was like a single musical phrase, to which, in an opera, several lines are sung, which are entirely different from one another, if one studies the words, in meaning and character, but which the music assimilates by a common sentiment. When Robert had gone, his mistress called Aimé and asked him various questions. She then wanted to know what I thought of him. "An amusing expression, hasn't he? Do you know what I should like? It would be to know what he really thinks about things, to have him wait on me often, to take him travelling. But that would be all. If we were expected to love all the people who attract us, life would be pretty ghastly, wouldn't it? It's silly of Robert to get ideas like that. All that sort of thing. It's only just what comes into my head, that's all. Robert has nothing to worry about." She was still gazing at Aimé. "Do look what dark eyes he has. I should love to know what there is behind them." Presently came a message that Robert was waiting for her in a private room to which he had gone to finish his luncheon by another door without having to pass through the restaurant again. I thus found myself alone until I too was summoned by Robert. I found his mistress stretched out on a sofa, laughing under the kisses and caresses that he was showering on her. They were drinking champagne. "Hello, you!" she cried to him, having recently picked up this formula, which seemed to her the last word in playfulness and wit. I had fed badly, I was extremely uncomfortable, and, albeit Legondin's words had had no effect on me, I was sorry to think that I was beginning in a back room of a restaurant, and should be finishing in the wings of a theatre this first afternoon of spring. Looking first at the time to see that she was not making herself late, she offered me a glass of champagne, handed me one of her Turkish cigarettes, and unpinned a rose for me from her bodice. Whereupon I said to myself, I have nothing much to regret after all. These hours spent in this young woman's company are not wasted, since I have had from her charming gifts which could not be bought too dear, a rose, a scented cigarette, and a glass of champagne. I told myself this because I felt that it endowed with an aesthetic character, and thereby justified, saved these hours of boredom. I ought perhaps to have reflected that the very need which I felt of a reason that would console me for my boredom was sufficient to prove that I was experiencing no aesthetic sensation. As for Robert and his mistress, they appeared to have no recollection of the quarrel which had been raging between them a few minutes earlier, or of my having been witness to it. They made no allusion to it, sought no excuse for it, any more than for the contrast with it which their present conduct formed. By dint of drinking champagne with them, I began to feel a little of the intoxication that used to come over me at Rivabelle, though probably not quite the same. Not only every kind of intoxication, from that which the sun or travelling gives us, to that which we get from exhaustion or wine, but every degree of intoxication, and each must have a different figure, like the number of fathoms on a chart, lays bare in us exactly at the depth to which it reaches a different kind of man. The room which Saint Loup had taken was small, but the mirror, which was its sole ornament, was of such a kind that it seemed to reflect 30 others in an endless vista, and the electric bulb placed at the top of the frame must, at night, when the light was on, followed by the procession of 30 flashes similar to its own, give to the drinker, even when alone, the idea that the surrounding space was multiplying itself simultaneously with his sensations, heightened by intoxication, and that, shut up by himself in this little cell, he was reigning, nevertheless, over something far more extensive in its indefinite, luminous curve than a passage in the Jardin de Paris. Being then myself at this moment the said drinker, suddenly, looking for him in the glass, I caught sight of him, hideous, a stranger, who was staring at me. The joy of intoxication was stronger than my disgust. From gaiety or bravado, I smiled at him, and simultaneously he smiled back at me. And I felt myself so much under the ephemeral and potent sway of the minute in which our sensations are so strong, that I am not sure whether my sole regret was not at the thought that this hideous self, of whom I had just caught sight in the glass, was perhaps there for the last time on earth, and that I should never meet the stranger again in the whole course of my life. Robert was annoyed only because I was not being more brilliant before his mistress. "What about that fellow you met this morning, who combines snobbery with astronomy? Tell her about him. I've forgotten the story." And he watched her furtively. "But, my dear boy, there's nothing more than what you said." "What a boy you are! Then tell her about Françoise in the Champs-Élysées. She'll enjoy that." "Oh, do! Bobby's always talking about Françoise." And taking Saint Loup by the chin, she repeated, for want of anything more original, drawing the said chin nearer to the light, "Hello, you!" Since actors had ceased to be, for me, exclusively the depositaries in their diction and playing of an artistic truth, they had begun to interest me in themselves. I amused myself, pretending that what I saw before me were the characters in some old humorous novel, by watching, struck by the fresh face of the young man who had just come into the stalls, the heroine listen distractedly to the declaration of love which the juvenile lead in the piece was addressing to her, while he, through the fiery torrent of his impassioned speech, still kept a burning gaze fixed on an old lady seated in a stage box, whose magnificent pearls had caught his eye. And thus, thanks especially to the information that Saint Loup gave me as to the private lives of the players, I saw another drama, mute but expressive, enacted beneath the words of the spoken drama, which, in itself, although of no merit, interested me also. For I could feel in it that there were budding and opening for an hour in the glare of the footlights, created out of the agglutination on the face of an actor of another face of grease paint and pasteboard, on his own human soul, the words of a part. These ephemeral, vivid personalities, which the characters are in a play that is entertaining also, whom one loves, admires, pities, whom one would like to see again after one has left the theatre, but who by that time are already disintegrated into a comedian who is no longer in the position which he occupied in the play, a text which no longer shows one the comedian's face, a coloured powder which a handkerchief wipes off, who have returned, in short, to the elements that contain nothing of them, since their dissolution, effected so soon after the end of the show, make us, like the dissolution of a dear friend, begin to doubt the reality of our ego, and meditate on the mystery of death. One number in the programme I found extremely trying. A young woman, whom Rachel and some of her friends disliked, was, with a set of old songs, to make a first appearance on which she had based all her hopes for the future of herself and her family. This young woman was blessed with unduly, almost grotesquely prominent hips, and a pretty but too slight voice, weakened still further by her excitement, and in marked contrast to her muscular development. Rachel had posted among the audience a certain number of friends, male and female, whose business it was, by their sarcastic comments, to put the novice, who was known to be timid, out of countenance, to make her lose her head, so that her turn could prove a complete failure, after which the manager would refuse to give her a contract. At the first notes uttered by the wretched woman, several of the male audience, recruited for that purpose, began pointing to her backward profile with jocular comments. Several of the women, also in on the plot, laughed out loud. Each flute-like note from the stage increased the deliberate hilarity, which grew to a public scandal. The unhappy woman, sweating with anguish through her grease paint, tried for a little longer to hold out, then stopped and looked around the audience with an appealing gaze of misery and anger, which succeeded only in increasing the uproar. The instinct to imitate others, the desire to show their own wit and daring, added to the party several pretty actresses who had not been forewarned, but now threw at the others glances charged with malicious connivance, and sat convulsed with laughter, which rang out in such violent peals that at the end of the second song, although there were still 5 more on the programme, the stage manager rang down the curtain. I tried to make myself pay no more heed to the incident than I had paid to my grandmother's sufferings, when my great-aunt, to tease her, used to give my grandfather brandy, the idea of deliberate wickedness being too painful for me to bear. And yet, just as our pity for misfortune is perhaps not very exact, since in our imagination we recreate a whole world of grief, by which the unfortunate who has to struggle against it has no time to think of being moved to self-pity, so wickedness has probably not, in the mind of the wicked man, that pure and voluptuous cruelty which it so pains us to imagine. Hatred inspires him, anger gives him an ardour, an activity in which there is no great joy. He must be a sadist to extract any pleasure from it. Ordinarily, the wicked man supposes himself to be punishing the wickedness of his victim. Rachel imagined certainly that the actress whom she was making suffer was far from being of interest to anyone, and that anyhow, in having her hissed off the stage, she was herself avenging an outrage on good taste and teaching an unworthy comrade a lesson. Nevertheless, I preferred not to speak of this incident, since I had had neither the courage nor the power to prevent it, and it would have been too painful for me, by saying any good of their victim, to approximate to a gratification of the lust for cruelty the sentiments which animated the tormentors who had strangled this career in its infancy. But the opening scene of this afternoon's performance interested me in quite another way. It made me realize, in part, the nature of the illusion of which Saint-Loup was a victim with regard to Rachel, and which had set a gulf between the images that he and I, respectively, had in mind of his actress, when we beheld her that morning among the blossoming pear trees. Rachel was playing a part which involved barely more than her walking on in this little play, but seen thus, she was another woman. She had one of those faces to which distance, and not necessarily that between stalls and stage, the world being in this respect only a larger theatre, gives form and outline, and which, seen close at hand, dissolve back into dust. Standing beside her, one saw only a nebula, a Milky Way of freckles, of tiny spots, nothing more. At a proper distance, all this ceased to be visible, and from cheeks that withdrew, were reabsorbed into her face, rose like a crescent moon a nose so fine so pure that one would have liked to be the object of Rachel's attention, to see her again as often as one chose, to keep her close to one, provided that one had not already seen her differently and at close range. This was not my case, but it had been Saint-Loux's when he first saw her on the stage. Then he had asked himself how he might approach her, how come to know her. There had opened in him a whole fairy realm, that in which she lived, from which emanated an exquisite radiance, but into which he might not penetrate. He had left the theatre, telling himself that it would be madness to write to her, that she would not answer his letter, quite prepared to give his fortune and his name for the creature who was living in him, in a world so vastly superior to those too familiar realities, a world made beautiful by desire and by dreams of happiness, when, at the back of the theatre, a little old building, which had itself the air of being a piece of scenery, from the stage door he saw debouch the gay and daintily hatted band of actresses who had just been playing. Young men who knew them were waiting for them outside. The number of pawns on the human chessboard being less than the number of combinations that they are capable of forming, in a theatre from which are absent all the people we know and might have expected to find, there turns up one whom we never imagined that we would see again, and who appears so opportunely that the coincidence seems to us providential, although no doubt some other coincidence would have occurred in its stead had we not been in that place but in some other, where other desires would have been aroused, and we should have met some other old acquaintance to help us satisfy them. The golden portals of the world of dreams had closed again upon Rachel before Saint-Loux saw her emerge from the theatre, so that the freckles and spots were of little importance. They vexed him, nevertheless, especially as, being no longer alone, he had not now the same opportunity to dream as in the theatre. But she, for all that he could no longer see her, continued to dictate his actions, like those stars which govern us by their attraction even during the hours in which they are not visible to our eyes. And so his desire for the actress with the fine features, which had no place now even in Robert's memory, had the result that, dashing towards the old friend whom chance had brought to the spot, he insisted upon an introduction to the person with no features and with freckles, since she was the same person, telling himself that later on he would take care to find out which of the two this same person really was. She was in a hurry. She did not on this occasion say a single word to Saint-Loux, and it was only some days later that he finally contrived, by inducing her to leave her companions, to escort her home. He loved her already. The need for dreams, the desire to be made happy by her of whom one has dreamed, bring it about that not much time is required before one entrusts all one's chances of happiness to her who a few days since was but a fortuitous apparition, unknown, unmeaning, upon the boards of the theatre. When, the curtain having fallen, we moved onto the stage, alarmed at finding myself there for the first time, I felt the need to begin a spirited conversation with Saint-Loux. In this way, my attitude, as I did not know what one ought to adopt in a setting that was strange to me, would be entirely dominated by our talk, and people would think that I was so absorbed in it, so unobservant of my surroundings, that it was quite natural that I should not show the facial expressions proper to a place in which, to judge by what I appeared to be saying, I was barely conscious of standing, and seizing, to make a beginning, upon the first topic that came to my mind. "You know," I said, "I did come to say goodbye to you the day I left Doncières. I have not had an opportunity to mention it. I waved to you in the street." "Oh, don't speak of it," he replied. "I was so sorry. I passed you just outside the barracks, but I couldn't stop because I was late already. I assure you I felt quite wretched about it." So he had recognized me. I saw again in my mind the wholly impersonal salute which he had given me, raising his hand to his cap, without a glance to indicate that he knew me, without a gesture to show that he was sorry he could not stop. Evidently, this fiction which he had adopted at that moment of not knowing me must have simplified matters for him greatly. But I was amazed to find that he had been able to compose himself to it so swiftly and without any instinctive movement to betray his original impression. I had already observed at Baalbek that, side by side with that childlike sincerity of his face, the skin of which, by its transparence, rendered visible the sudden tide of certain emotions, his body had been admirably trained to perform a certain number of well-bred dissimulations, and that, like a consummate actor, he could, in his regimental and in his social life, play alternately quite different parts. In one of his parts, he loved me tenderly. He acted towards me almost as if he had been my brother. My brother he had been, he was now again. But for a moment that day, he had been another person, who did not know me, and who, holding the reins, his glass screwed to his eye, without a look or a smile, had lifted his disengaged hand to the peak of his cap to give me correctly the military salute. The stage scenery, still in place, among which I was passing, seen thus at close range, and without the advantage of any of those effects of lighting and distance on which the eminent artist whose brush had painted it had calculated, was a depressing sight. And Rachel, when I came near her, was subjected to a no less destructive force. The curves of her charming nose had stood out in perspective between stalls and stage, like the relief of the scenery. It was no longer herself. I recognized her only thanks to her eyes, in which her identity had taken refuge. The form, the radiance of this young star, so brilliant a moment ago, had vanished. On the other hand, as though we came close to the moon and it ceased to present the appearance of a disk of rosy gold, on this face, so smooth a surface until now, I could distinguish only protuberances, discolorations, cavities. Despite the incoherence into which were resolved at close range not only the feminine features, but the painted canvas, I was glad to be there, to wander among the scenery, all that setting which at one time my love of nature had prompted me to dismiss as tedious and artificial, until the description of it by Goethe in Wilhelm Meister had given it a sort of beauty in my eyes. And I had already observed with delight, in the thick of a crowd of journalists or men of fashion, friends of the actresses, who were greeting one another, talking, smoking, as though in a public thoroughfare, a young man in a black velvet cap and hortensia-coloured skirt, his cheeks chalked in red, like a page from a Watteau album, who, with his smiling lips, his eyes raised to the ceiling as he sprang lightly into the air, seemed so entirely of another species than the rational folk in everyday clothes, in the midst of whom he was pursuing, like a madman, the course of his ecstatic dream, so alien to the preoccupations of their life, so anterior to the habits of their civilization, so enfranchised from all the laws of nature, that it was as restful and as fresh a spectacle as watching a butterfly straying along a crowded street, to follow with one's eyes, between the strips of canvas, the natural arabesques traced by his winged, capricious, painted oscillations. But at that moment Saint-Loup conceived the idea that his mistress was paying undue attention to this dancer, who was engaged now in practicing for the last time the figure of fun with which he was going to take the stage, and his face darkened. "You might look the other way," he warned her gloomily. "You know that none of those dancer fellows is worth the rope they can at least fall off and break their necks, and they're the sort of people who go about afterwards boasting that you've taken notice of them. Besides, you know very well You've been told to go to your dressing room and change. You'll be missing your call again." A group of men, journalists, noticing the look of fury on Saint-Loux's face, came nearer, amused, to listen to what we were saying. And as the stage hands had just set up some scenery on our other side, we were forced into close contact with them. "Oh, but I know him. He's a friend of mine," cried Saint-Loux's mistress, her eyes still fixed on the dancer. "Look how well made he is. Do watch those little hands of his, dancing away by themselves, like his whole body." The dancer turned his head towards her, and his human person appeared beneath the sylph that he was endeavouring to be. The clear grey jelly of his eyes trembled and sparkled between eyelids stiff with paint, and a smile extended the corners of his mouth into cheeks plastered with rouge. Then, to amuse the girl, like a singer who hums to oblige us the air of the song in which we have told her that we admired her singing, he began to repeat the movement of his hands, counterfeiting himself with the fineness of a parodist and the good humour of a child. "Oh, that's too lovely, the way he copies himself," she cried, clapping her hands. "I implore you, my dearest girl," Saint-Loux broke in a tone of utter misery, "do not make a scene here. I can't stand it. I swear, if you say another word, I won't go with you to your room. I shall walk straight out. Come, don't be naughty. You oughtn't to stand about in the cigar smoke like that. It'll make you ill," he went on to me, with the solicitude he had shown for me in our Baalbec days. "Oh, what a good thing it would be if you did go." "I warn you, if I do, I shan't come back." "That's more than I should venture to hope." "Listen, you know I promised you the necklace if you behaved nicely to me, but the moment you treat me like this—" "Ah! Well, that doesn't surprise me in the least. You gave me your promise. I ought to have known you'd never keep it. You want the whole world to know you're made of money, but I'm not a money grubber like you. You can keep your blasted necklace. I know someone else who'll give it to me." "No one else can possibly give it to you. I've told Boucheron he's to keep it for me, and I have his promise not to let anyone else have it." "There you are, trying to blackmail me. You've arranged everything, I see. That's what they mean by Marcent, Mater Semita. It smells of the race," retorted Rachel, quoting an etymology which was founded on a wild misinterpretation, for Semita means path and not Semite, but one which the nationalists applied to Saint-Loux on account of the Dreyfusard views for which, so far as that went, he was indebted to the actress. She was less entitled than anyone to apply the word Jew to Madame de Marcent, in whom the ethnologists of society could succeed in finding no trace of Judaism apart from her connection with the Lévy-Mirepoix family. "But this isn't the last of it, I can tell you. An agreement like that isn't binding. You have acted treacherously towards me. Boucheron shall be told of it, and he'll be paid twice as much for his necklace. You'll hear from me before long. Don't you worry." Robert was in the right 100 times over, but circumstances are always so entangled that the man who is in the right 100 times may have been once in the wrong, and I could not help recalling that unpleasant and yet quite innocent expression which he had used at Baalbec, "In that way I can keep a hold over her." "You don't understand what I mean about the necklace. I made no formal promise. Once you start doing everything you possibly can to make me leave you, it's only natural, surely, that I shouldn't give it to you. I fail to understand what treachery you can see in that, or what my ulterior motive is supposed to be. You can't seriously maintain that I brag about my money. I'm always telling you that I'm only a poor devil without a cent to my name. It's foolish of you to take it in that way, my dear. What possible interest can I have in hurting you? You know very well that my one interest in life is yourself." "Oh, yes, yes, please go on," she retorted ironically, with the sweeping gesture of a barber wielding his razor. And turning to watch the dancer, "Isn't he too wonderful with his hands? A woman like me couldn't do the things he's doing now." She went closer to him and, pointing to Robert's furious face, "Look, he's hurt," she murmured, in the momentary elation of a sadic impulse to cruelty, totally out of keeping with her genuine feelings of affection for Saint Loup. "Listen, for the last time, I swear to you it doesn't matter what you do. In a week you'll be giving anything to get me back. I shan't come. It's a clean cut. Do you hear? It's irrevocable. You'll be sorry one day when it's too late." Perhaps he was sincere in saying this, and the torture of leaving his mistress may have seemed to him less cruel than that of remaining with her in certain circumstances. "But, my dear boy," he went on to me, "you oughtn't to stand about here. I tell you it will make you cough." I pointed to the scenery which barred my way. He touched his hat and said to one of the journalists, "Would you mind, sir, throwing away your cigar? The smoke is bad for my friend." His mistress had not waited for him to accompany her. On her way to her dressing room, she turned round and, "Do they do those tricks with women, too, those nice little hands?" she flung to the dancer from the back of the stage, in an artificially melodious tone of girlish innocence. "You look just like one yourself. I'm sure I could have a wonderful time with you and a girl I know." "There's no rule against smoking that I know of. If people aren't well, they've only to stay at home," said the journalist. The dancer smiled mysteriously back at the actress. "Oh, do stop, you'll make me quite mad," she cried to him. "Then there will be trouble." "In any case, sir, you are not very civil," observed Saint Loup to the journalist, still with a courteous suavity, in the deliberate manner of a man judging retrospectively the rights and wrongs of an incident that is already closed. At that moment I saw Saint Loup raise his arm vertically above his head, as if he had been making a signal to someone whom I could not see, or like the conductor of an orchestra, and indeed without any greater transition than when, at a simple wave of the baton, in a symphony or a ballet, violent rhythms succeed a graceful andante. After the courteous words that he had just uttered, he brought down his hand with a resounding smack upon the journalist's cheek. Now that to the measured conversations of the diplomats, to the smiling arts of peace, had succeeded the furious on-thrust of war, since blows lead to blows, I should not have been surprised to see the combatants swimming in one another's blood. But what I could not understand, like people who feel that it is not according to the rules, when a war breaks out between two countries after some question merely of the rectification of a frontier, or when a sick man dies after nothing more serious than a swelling of the liver, was how Saint Loup had contrived to follow up these words, which implied a distinct shade of friendliness, with an action which in no way arose out of them, which they had not, so to speak, announced. That action of an arm raised in defiance not only of the rights of man, but of the law of cause and effect. That action created ex nihilo. Fortunately, the journalist who, staggering back from the violence of the blow, had turned pale and hesitated for a moment, did not retaliate. As for his friends, one of them had promptly turned away his head and was looking fixedly into the wings for someone who evidently was not there. The second pretended that a speck of dust had got into his eye and began rubbing and squeezing his eyelid with every sign of being in pain, while the third had rushed off, exclaiming, "Good heavens, I believe the curtain's going up. We shan't get into our seats." I wanted to speak to Saint Loup, but he was so full of his indignation with the dancer that it adhered exactly to the surface of his eyeballs. Like a subcutaneous structure, it distended his cheeks, with the result that, his internal agitation expressing itself externally in an entire immobility, he had not even the power of relaxation, the play necessary to take in a word from me and to answer it. The journalist's friends, seeing that the incident was at an end, gathered round him again, still trembling. But, ashamed of having deserted him, they were absolutely determined that he should be made to suppose that they had noticed nothing. And so they dilated, one upon the speck of dust in his eye, one upon his false alarm when he had thought that the curtain was going up, the third upon the astonishing resemblance between a man who had just gone by and the speaker's brother. Indeed, they seemed quite to resent their friends not having shared their several emotions. "What, it didn't strike you? You must be going blind." "What I say is that you're a pack of curs," growled the journalist, whom Saint Loup had punished. Forgetting the poses they had adopted, to be consistent with which they ought, but they did not think of it, to have pretended not to understand what he meant, they fell back on certain expressions traditional in the circumstances. "What's all the excitement? Keep your hair on, old chap. Don't take the bit in your teeth." End of section 9. Section 10 of The Guermantes Way, Le Côté de Guermantes, by Marcel Proust, translated by Charles Kenneth Scott Moncrief. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Michael O'Kelly. Madame de Villeparisis at home. I had realized that morning, beneath the pear blossom, how illusory were the grounds upon which Robert's love for Rachel when from the Lord was based. I was bound now to admit how very real were the sufferings to which that love gave rise. Gradually, the feeling that had obsessed him for the last hour, without a break, began to diminish, receded into him. An unoccupied, pliable zone appeared in his eyes. I had stopped for a moment at a corner of the Avenue Gabriel, from which I had often in the past seen Gilberte appear. I tried for a few seconds to recall those distant impressions, and was hurrying at a gymnastic pace to overtake Saint Loup, when I saw that a gentleman, somewhat shabbily attired, appeared to be talking to him confidentially. I concluded that this was a personal friend of Robert, and at the same time they seemed to be drawing even closer to one another. Suddenly, as a meteor flashes through the sky, I saw a number of ovoid bodies assume with a giddy swiftness all the positions necessary for them to form, before Saint Loup's face and body, a flickering constellation. Flung out like stones from a catapult, they seemed to me to be at the very least 7 in number. They were merely, however, Saint Loup's pair of fists, multiplied by the speed with which they were changing their places in this, to all appearance, ideal and decorative arrangement. But this elaborate display was nothing more than a pummeling, which Saint Loup was administering, the true character of which, aggressive rather than aesthetic, was first revealed to me by the aspect of the shabbily dressed gentleman, who appeared to be losing at once his self-possession, his lower jaw, and a quantity of blood. He gave fictitious explanations to the people who came up to question him, turned his head, and, seeing that Saint Loup had made off and was hastening to rejoin me, stood gazing after him with an offended, crushed, but by no means furious expression on his face. Saint Loup, on the other hand, was furious, although he himself had received no blow, and his eyes were still blazing with anger when he reached me. The incident was in no way connected, as I had supposed, with the assault in the theatre. It was an impassioned loiterer who, seeing the fine-looking young soldier that Saint Loup was, had made overtures to him. My friend could not get over the audacity of this clique, who no longer even waited for the shades of night to cover their operations, and spoke of the suggestion that had been made to him with the same indignation as the newspapers use in reporting an armed assault and robbery in broad daylight in the centre of Paris. And yet the recipient of his blow was excusable in one respect, for the trend of the downward slope brings desire so rapidly to the point of enjoyment that beauty by itself appears to imply consent. Now that Saint Loup was beautiful was beyond dispute. Castigation, such as he had just administered, has this value, for men of the type that accosted him, that it makes them think seriously of their conduct, though never for long enough to enable them to amend their ways and thus escape correction at the hands of the law. And so, although Charlus' arm had shot out instinctively, without any preliminary thought, all such punishments, even when they reinforce the law, are powerless to bring about any uniformity in morals. These incidents, particularly the one that was weighing most on his mind, seemed to have prompted in Robert a desire to be left alone for a while. After a moment's silence, he asked me to leave him and to go by myself to call on Madame de Villeparisis. He would join me there, but preferred that we should not enter the room together, so that he might appear to have only just arrived in Paris, instead of having spent half the day already with me. As I had supposed, before making the acquaintance of Madame de Villeparisis at Baalbec, there was a vast difference between the world in which she lived and that of Madame de Guermantes. Madame de Villeparisis was one of those women who, born of a famous house, entering by marriage into another no less famous, do not, for all that, enjoy any great position in the social world, and apart from a few duchesses, who are their nieces or sisters-in-law, perhaps even a crowned head or two, old family friends, see their drawing-rooms filled only by third-rate people, drawn from the middle classes, or from a nobility either provincial or tainted in some way, whose presence there has long since driven away all such smart and snobbish folk as are not obliged to come to the house by ties of blood or the claims of a friendship too old to be ignored. Certainly I had no difficulty after the first few minutes in understanding how Madame de Villeparisis at Baalbec had come to be so well informed, better than ourselves even, as to the smallest details of the tour through Spain which my father was then making with Monsieur de Norpois. Even this, however, did not make it possible to rest content with the theory that the intimacy, of more than 20 years' standing, between Madame de Villeparisis and the ambassador could have been responsible for the lady's loss of caste in a world where the smartest women boasted the attachment of lovers far less respectable than he, not to mention that it was probably years since he had been anything more to the Marquise than just an old friend. Had Madame de Villeparisis then had other adventures in days gone by? Being then of a more passionate temperament than now, in a calm and religious old age, which nevertheless owed some of its mellow colouring to those ardent vanished years, had she somehow failed, in the country neighbourhood where she had lived for so long, to avoid certain scandals unknown to the younger generation, who simply took note of their effect in the unequal and defective composition of a visiting list bound otherwise to have been among the purest of any taint of mediocrity? That sharp tongue, which her nephew ascribed to her, had it in those far-off days made her enemies? Had it driven her into taking advantage of certain successes with men so as to avenge herself upon women? All this was possible, nor could the exquisitely sensitive way in which, giving so delicate a shade not merely to her words, but to her intonation, Madame de Villeparisis spoke of modesty or generosity, to be held to invalidate this supposition. For the people who not only speak with approval of certain virtues, but actually feel their charm and show a marvellous comprehension of them, people in fact who will, when they come to write their memoirs, present a worthy picture of those virtues, are often sprung from, but not actually part of, the silent, simple, artless generation which practised them. That generation is reflected in them, but is not continued. Instead of the character which it possessed, we find a sensibility and intelligence which are not conducive to action. Whether or not there had been in the life of Madame de Villeparisis any of those scandals which, if there had, the lustre of her name would have blotted out, it was this intellect, resembling rather that of a writer of the second order, than a woman of position that was undoubtedly the cause of her social degradation. It is true that they were not especially elevating the qualities such as balance and restraint which Madame de Villeparisis chiefly extolled. But to speak of restraint in a manner that shall be entirely adequate, the word restraint is not enough. We require some of the qualities of authorship which presuppose a quite unrestrained exaltation. I had remarked at Baalbek that the genius of certain great artists was completely unintelligible to Madame de Villeparisis, and that all she could do was to make delicate fun of them and to express her incomprehension in a graceful and witty form. But this wit and grace, at the point to which she carried them, became themselves, on another plane, and even although they were employed to belittle the noblest masterpieces, true artistic qualities. Now the effect of such qualities on any social position is a morbid activity of the kind which doctors call elective, and so disintegrating that the most firmly established pillars of society are hard put to it to hold out for any length of time. What artists call intellect seems pure presumption to the fashionable world, which, unable to place itself at the sole point of view from which they, the artists, look at and judge things, incapable of understanding the particular attraction to which they yield when they choose an expression or start a friendship, feel in their company an exhaustion, an irritation, from which antipathy very shortly springs. And yet in her conversation, and the same may be said of the memoirs which she afterwards published, Madame de Villeparisis showed nothing but a sort of grace that was eminently social. Having passed by great works without mastering, sometimes without even noticing them, she had preserved from the period in which she had lived, and which moreover she described with great aptness and charm, little more than the most frivolous of the gifts that they had had to offer her. But a narrative of this sort, even when it treats exclusively of subjects that are not intellectual, is still a work of the intellect, and to give in a book or in conversation, which is almost the same thing, a deliberate impression of frivolity, a serious touch is required, which a purely frivolous person would be incapable of supplying. In a certain book of reminiscences written by a woman and regarded as a masterpiece, the phrase that people quote as a model of airy grace has always made me suspect that, in order to arrive at such a pitch of lightness, the author must originally have had a rather stodgy education, a boring culture, and that, as a girl, she probably appeared to her friends an insufferable prig. And between certain literary qualities and social failure, the connection is so inevitable that when we open Madame de Villeparisis' memoirs today, on any page, a fitting epithet, a sequence of metaphors, will suffice to enable the reader to reconstruct the deep but icy bow which must have been bestowed on the old marquise on the stairs of the embassies by a snob like Madame Leroy, who perhaps may have left a card on her when she went to call on the Guermantes, but never set foot in her house, for fear of losing caste among all the doctors' or solicitors' wives whom she would find there. A blue-stocking Madame de Villeparisis had probably been, in her earliest youth, and intoxicated with the ferment of her own knowledge, had perhaps failed to realize the importance of not applying to people in society, less intelligent and less educated than herself, those cutting strokes which the injured party never forgets. Moreover, talent is not a separate appendage which one artificially attaches to those qualities which make for social success in order to create from the whole what people in society call a complete woman. It is the living product of a certain moral complexion, from which, as a rule, many moral qualities are lacking, and in which there predominates a sensibility of which other manifestations, such as we do not notice in a book, may make themselves quite distinctly felt in the course of a life. Certain curiosities, for instance, certain whims, the desire to go to this place or that for one's own amusement, and not with a view to the extension, the maintenance, or even the mere exercise of one's social relations. I had seen at Baalbec Madame de Villeparisis hemmed in by a bodyguard of her own servants without even a glance as she passed at the people sitting in the hall of the hotel. But I had had a presentiment that this abstention was not due to indifference, and it seemed that she had not always confined herself to it. She would get a sudden craze to know someone or other because she had seen him and thought him good-looking, or merely because she had been told that he was amusing, or because he had struck her as different from the people she knew, who at that period, when she had not yet begun to appreciate them because she imagined that they would never fail her, belonged, all of them, to the purest cream of the Faubourg Saint-Germain. To the bohemian, the humble middle-class gentleman whom she had marked out with her favour, she was obliged to address invitations, the importance of which he was unable to appreciate, with an insistence which began gradually to depreciate her in the eyes of the snobs, who were in the habit of estimating the smartness of a house by the people whom its mistress excluded, rather than by those whom she entertained. Certainly, if at a given moment in her youth Madame de Villeparisis, surfeited with the satisfaction of belonging to the fine flower of the aristocracy, had found a sort of amusement in scandalizing the people among whom she lived, and in deliberately impairing her own position in society, she had begun to attach its full importance to that position once it was definitely lost. She had wished to show the duchesses that she was better than they, by saying and doing all the things that they dared not say or do, but now that they all, save such as were closely related to her, had ceased to call, she felt herself diminished, and sought once more to reign, but with another sceptre than that of wit. She would have liked to attract to her house all those women whom she had taken such pains to drive away. How many women's lives of which little enough is known, for we all live in different worlds according to our ages, and the discretion of their elders prevents the young from forming any clear idea of the past, and so completing the cycle, have been divided in this way into contrasted periods, the last being entirely devoted to the reconquest of what in the second has been so light-heartedly flung on the wind. Flung on the wind in what way? The young people are all the less capable of imagining it, since they see before them an elderly and respectable Marquise de Villeparisis, and have no idea that the grave diarist of the present day, so dignified beneath her pile of snowy hair, can ever have been a gay midnight reveller, who was perhaps the delight in those days, devoured the fortunes, perhaps, of men now sleeping in their graves. That she should also have set to work with the persevering and natural industry to destroy the position which she owed to her high birth, does not in the least imply that even at that remote period Madame de Villeparisis did not attach great importance to her position. In the same way, the web of isolation, of inactivity, in which a neurasthenic lives, may be woven by him from morning to night, without therefore seeming endurable, and while he is hastening to add another mesh to the net which holds him captive, it is possible that he is dreaming only of dancing, sport, and travel. We are at work every moment upon giving its form to our life, but we do so by copying unintentionally, like the example in the book, the features of the person that we are, and not of him who we should like to be. The disdainful bow of Madame Leroy might to some extent be expressive of the true nature of Madame de Villeparisis. It in no way corresponded to her ambition. No doubt, at the same moment at which Madame Leroy was, to use an expression beloved of Madame Swann, cutting the Marquise. The latter could seek consolation in remembering how Queen Marie-Amélie had once said to her, "You are just like a daughter to me." But such marks of royal friendship, secret and unknown to the world, existed for the Marquise alone, dusty as the diploma of an old conservatoire medalist. The only true social advantages are those that create life, that can disappear without the person who has benefited by them needing to try to keep them or to make them public, because on the same day 100 others will take their place. And for all that she could remember the Queen's using those words to her, she would nevertheless have bartered them gladly for the permanent faculty of being asked everywhere which Madame Leroy possessed, as in a restaurant a great but unknown artist, whose genius is written neither in the lines of his bashful face nor in the antiquated cut of his threadbare coat, would willingly be even the young stock jobber of the lowest grade of society, who is sitting with a couple of actresses at a neighbouring table, to which, in an obsequious and incessant chain, come hurrying manager, head waiter, pages, and even the scullions, who file out of the kitchen to salute him, as in the fairy tales, while the wine-waiter advances, dust-covered like his bottles, limping and dazed, as if on his way up from the cellar he had twisted his foot before emerging into the light of day. It must be remarked, however, that in Madame de Villeparisis' drawing-room the absence of Madame Leroy, if it distressed the lady of the house, passed unperceived by the majority of her guests. They were entirely ignorant of the peculiar position which Madame Leroy occupied, a position known only to the fashionable world, and never doubted that Madame de Villeparisis' receptions were, as the readers of her memoirs today are convinced that they must have been, the most brilliant in Paris. On the occasion of this first call, which, after leaving Saint-Loup, I went to pay on Madame Villeparisis, following the advice given by M. de Norpois to my father, I found her in her drawing-room, hung with yellow silk, against which the sofas and the admirable armchairs upholstered in Beauvais tapestry stood out with the almost purple redness of ripe raspberries. Side by side with the Guermantes and Villeparisis portraits, one saw those, gifts from the sitters themselves, of Queen Marie-Amélie, the Queen of the Belgians, the Prince de Joinville, and the Empress of Austria. Madame de Villeparisis herself, capped with an old-fashioned bonnet of black lace, which she preserved with the same instinctive sense of local or historical colour as a Breton innkeeper who, however Parisian his customers may have become, feels it more in keeping to make his maids dress in coifs and white sleeves, was seated at a little desk on which in front of her, as well as her brushes, her palette, and an unfinished flower piece in watercolours, were arranged in glasses, in saucers, in cups, moss roses, zinnias, maidenhair ferns, which, on account of the sudden influx of callers, she had just left off painting, and which had the effect of being piled on a florist's counter in some 18th century mezzotint. In this drawing-room, which had been slightly heated on purpose because the Marquise had caught cold on the journey from her house in the country, there were already, when I arrived, a librarian with whom Madame de Villeparisis had spent the morning in selecting the autograph letters to herself from various historical personages which were to figure in facsimile as documentary evidence in the memoirs which she was preparing for the press, and a historian, solemn and tongue-tied, who, hearing that she had inherited and still possessed a portrait of the Duchess de Montmorency, had come to ask her permission to reproduce it as a plate in his work on the Fronde. A party strengthened presently by the addition of my old friend Bloch, now a rising dramatist, upon whom she counted to secure the gratuitous services of actors and actresses at her next series of afternoon parties. It was true that the social kaleidoscope was in the act of turning, and that the Dreyfus case was shortly to hurl the Jews down to the lowest rung of the social ladder. But, for one thing, the anti-Dreyfus cyclone might rage as it would, it is not in the first hour of a storm that the waves are highest. In the second place, Madame de Villeparisis, leaving a whole section of her family to fulminate against the Jews, had hitherto kept herself entirely aloof from the case, and never gave it a thought. Lastly, a young man like Bloch, whom no one knew, might pass unperceived, whereas leading Jews, representatives of their party, were already threatened. He had his chin pointed now by a goat beard, wore double glasses and a long frock coat, and carried a glove like a roll of papyrus in his hand. The Romanians, the Egyptians, the Turks may hate the Jews, but in a French drawing room the differences between those people are not so apparent, and an Israelite making his entry as though he were emerging from the heart of the desert, his body crouching like a hyena's, his neck thrust obliquely forward, spreading himself in profound salams, completely satisfies a certain taste for the Oriental. Only it is essential that the Jew should not be actually in society. Otherwise he will readily assume the aspect of a lord, and his manners become so Gallicized that on his face a rebellious nose, growing like a nasturtium in any but the right direction, will make one think rather of Mascarille's nose than of Solomon's. But Bloch, not having been rendered supple by the gymnastics of the Faubourg, nor ennobled by a crossing with England or Spain, remained, for the lover of the exotic, as strange and savoury a spectacle, in spite of his European costume, as one of Descamps' Jews. Marvellous racial power, which from the dawn of time thrusts to the surface, even in modern Paris, on the stage of our theatres, behind the pigeonholes of our public offices, at a funeral, in the street, a solid phalanx, setting their mark upon our modern ways of hairdressing, absorbing, making us forget, disciplining the frock coat which on them remains not at all unlike the garment in which Assyrian scribes are depicted in ceremonial attire on the frieze of a monument at Susa before the gates of the palace of Darius. Later in the afternoon, Bloch might have imagined that it was out of anti-Semitic malice that M. de Charlus inquired whether his first name was Jewish, or whether it was simply from aesthetic interest and love of local colour. But to revert for a moment, when we speak of racial persistence, we do not accurately convey the impression we receive from Jews, Greeks, Persians, all those peoples whom it is better to leave with their differences. We know from classical paintings the faces of the ancient Greeks. We have seen Assyrians on the walls of a palace at Susa, and so we feel, on encountering in a Paris drawing room Orientals belonging to one or another group, that we are in the presence of creatures whom the forces of necromancy must have called to life. We knew hitherto only a superficial image. Behold, it has gained depth, it extends into 3 dimensions, it moves. The young Greek lady, daughter of a rich banker and the latest favourite of society, looks exactly like one of those dancers who, in the chorus of a ballet at once historical and aesthetic, symbolize in flesh and blood the art of Hellas. And yet, in the theatre, the setting makes these images somehow trite. The spectacle, on the other hand, to which the entry into a drawing room of a Turkish lady or a Jewish gentleman admits us, by animating their features, makes them appear stranger still, as if they really were creatures evoked by the effort of a medium. It is the soul, or rather the pygmy thing, to which, up to the present at any rate, the soul is reduced in this sort of materialization. It is the soul of which we have caught glimpses hitherto in museums alone, the soul of the ancient Greeks, of the ancient Hebrews, torn from a life at once insignificant and transcendental, which seems to be enacting before our eyes this disconcerting pantomime. In the young Greek lady who is leaving the room, what we seek in vain to embrace is the figure admired long ago on the side of a vase. I felt that if I had, in the light of Madame de Villeparisis' drawing room, taken photographs of Bloch, they would have furnished of Israel the same image, so disturbing because it does not appear to emanate from humanity, so deceiving because all the same it is so strangely like humanity, which we find in spirit photographs. There is nothing, to speak more generally, not even the insignificance of the remarks made by the people among whom we spend our lives, that does not give us a sense of the supernatural. In our everyday world, where even a man of genius, from whom we expect, gathered as though around a turning table to learn the secret of the infinite, utters only these words, the same that had just issued from the lips of Bloch, "Take care of my top hat." "Oh, ministers, my dear sir," Madame de Villeparisis was saying, addressing herself specially to my friend, and picking up the thread of a conversation which had been broken by my arrival, "nobody ever wanted to see them. I was only a child at the time, but I can remember so well the king begging my grandfather to invite Monsieur Descazes to a rout at which my father was to dance with the Duchess de Berry. 'It will give me pleasure, Florimond,' said the king. My grandfather, who was a little deaf, thought he had said Monsieur de Castries, which seemed a perfectly natural thing to ask. When he understood that it was Monsieur Descazes, he was furious at first, but he gave in, and wrote a note the same evening to Monsieur Descazes, begging him to pay my grandfather the compliment and give him the honour of his presence at the ball which he was giving the following week. For we were polite, sir, in those days, and no hostess would have dreamed of simply sending her card and writing on it tea or dancing or music. But if we understood politeness, we were not incapable of impertinence either. Monsieur Descazes accepted, but the day before the ball it was given out that my grandfather felt indisposed and had cancelled his invitations. He had obeyed the king, but he had not had Monsieur Descazes at his ball. Yes, sir, I remember Monsieur Molé very well. He was a clever man. He showed that in his reception of Monsieur de Vigny at the Academy. But he was very pompous, and I can see him now coming downstairs to dinner in his own house with his tall hat in his hand. Ah, that is typically suggestive of what must have been a pretty perniciously Philistine epoch, for it was no doubt a universal habit to carry one's hat in one's hand in one's own house, observed Bloch, anxious to make the most of so rare an opportunity of learning from an eyewitness details of the aristocratic life of another day, while the librarian, who was a sort of intermittent secretary to the Marquise, gazed at her tenderly, as though he were saying to the rest of us, "There, you see what she's like. She knows everything. She has met everybody. You can ask her anything you like. She's quite amazing." "Oh dear no," replied Madame de Villeparisis, drawing near her to her, as she spoke, the glass containing the maidenhair, which presently she would begin again to paint. "It was a habit Monsieur Molé had, that was all. I never saw my father carry his hat in the house, except, of course, when the king came, because the king, being at home wherever he is, the master of the house is only a visitor then in his own drawing-room." "Aristotle tells us in the second chapter of," ventured Monsieur Pierre, the historian of the Fronde, but so timidly that no one paid any attention. Having been suffering for some weeks from a nervous insomnia which resisted every attempt at treatment, he had given up going to bed and, half dead with exhaustion, went out only whenever his work made it imperative. Incapable of repeating at all often these expeditions which, simple enough for other people, cost him as much effort as if, to make them, he was obliged to come down from the moon, he was surprised to be brought up so frequently against the fact that other people's lives were not organized on a constant and permanent basis so as to furnish the maximum utility to the sudden outbursts of his own. He sometimes found the doors shut of a library which he had reached only after setting himself artificially on his feet and in a frock coat, like some automaton in a story by Mr. Wells. Fortunately, he had found Madame de Villeparisis at home and was going to be shown the portrait. Meanwhile, he was cut short by Bloch. Indeed, the latter remarked, referring to what Madame de Villeparisis had said as to the etiquette for royal visits. Do you know, I never knew that, as though it were strange that he should not have known it always. Talking of that sort of visit, you heard the stupid joke my nephew Bassin played on me yesterday morning? Madame de Villeparisis asked the librarian. He told my people, instead of announcing him, to say that it was the Queen of Sweden who had called to see me. What? He made them tell you just like that? I say, he must have a nerve, exclaimed Bloch with a shout of laughter, while the historian smiled with a stately timidity. I was quite surprised, because I'd only been back from the country a few days. I had specially arranged, just to be left in peace for a little, that no one was to be told I was in Paris, and I asked myself how the Queen of Sweden could have heard so soon, went on Madame de Villeparisis, leaving her guests amazed to find that a visit from the Queen of Sweden was in itself nothing out of the common to their hostess. Earlier in the day, Madame de Villeparisis might have been collaborating with the librarian in arranging the illustrations to her memoirs. Now she was, quite unconsciously, trying their effect on an average public typical of that from which she would eventually have to enlist her readers. Hers might be different in many ways from a really fashionable drawing-room in which she would have been struck by the absence of a number of middle-class ladies to whom Madame de Villeparisis was at home, and would have noticed instead such brilliant leaders of fashion as Madame Leroy had in course of time managed to secure, but this distinction is not perceptible in her memoirs, from which certain unimportant friendships of the author have disappeared because there is never any occasion to refer to them, while the absence of those who did not come to see her leaves no gap because, in the necessarily restricted space at the author's disposal, only a few persons can appear, and if these persons are royal personages, historic personalities, then the utmost impression of distinction which any volume of memoirs can convey to the public is achieved. In the opinion of Madame Leroy, Madame de Villeparisis' parties were third-rate, and Madame de Villeparisis felt the sting of Madame Leroy's opinion, but hardly anyone today remembers who Madame Leroy was. Her opinions have vanished into thin air, and it is the drawing-room of Madame de Villeparisis, frequented as it was by the Queen of Sweden, as it had been by the Duc d'Aumale, the Duc de Broglie, Thiers, Montalembert, Monsieur Duponloup, which will be looked upon as one of the most brilliant of the 19th century by that posterity which has not changed since the days of Homer and Pindar, for which the enviable things are exalted birth, royal or quasi-royal, and the friendship of kings, the leaders of the people, and other eminent men. Now, of all this, Madame de Villeparisis had her share in the people who still came to her house, and in the memories, sometimes slightly touched up, by means of which she extended her social activity into the past. And then there was Monsieur de Norpois, who, while unable to restore his friend to any substantial position in society, did indeed bring to her house such foreign or French statesmen as might have need of his services, and knew that the only effective method of securing them was to pay court to Madame de Villeparisis. Possibly Madame Leroy also knew these European celebrities, but as a well-mannered woman who avoids anything that suggests the blue stocking, she would as little have thought of mentioning the Eastern question to her prime ministers as of discussing the nature of love with her novelists and philosophers. Love, she had once replied to a pushing lady who had asked her, "What are your views on love?" Love, I make it constantly, but I never talk about it. When she had any of these literary or political lines in her house, she contented herself, as did the Duchess de Guermantes, with setting them down to play poker. They often preferred this to the serious conversations on general ideas in which Madame de Villeparisis forced them to engage. But these conversations, ridiculous as in the social sense they may have been, have furnished the memoirs of Madame de Villeparisis with those admirable passages, those dissertations on politics, which read so well in volumes of autobiography, as they do in Corneille's tragedies. Furthermore, the parties of the Villeparisis of this world are alone destined to be handed down to posterity, because the Leroy of this world cannot write, and if they could, would not have the time. And if the literary bent of the Villeparisis is the cause of the Leroy's disdain, the disdain of the Leroy does, in its turn, a singular service to the literary bent of the Villeparisis by affording the bluestockings that leisure which the career of letters requires. God, whose will it is that there should be a few books in the world well written, breathes with that purpose such disdain into the hearts of the Leroy, for he knows that if these should invite the Villeparisis to dinner, the latter would at once rise from their writing tables and order their carriages to be round at 8. Presently there came into the room, with slow and solemn step, an old lady of tall stature, who, beneath the raised brim of her straw hat, revealed a monumental pile of snowy hair in the style of Marie Antoinette. I did not then know that she was one of 3 women who were still to be seen in Parisian society, and who, like Madame de Villeparisis, while all of the noblest birth, had been reduced, for reasons which were now lost in the night of time, and could have been told us only by some old gallant of their period, to entertaining only certain of the dregs of society who were not sought after elsewhere. Each of these ladies had her own Duchess de Guermantes, the brilliant niece who came regularly to pay her respects, but none of them could have succeeded in attracting to her house the Duchess de Guermantes of either of the others. Madame de Villeparisis was on the best of terms with these 3 ladies, but she did not like them. Perhaps the similarity between their social position and her own gave her an impression of them which was not pleasing. Besides, soured bluestockings as they were, seeking by the number and frequency of the drawing-room comedies which they arranged in their houses to give themselves the illusion of a regular salon, there had grown up among them a rivalry which the decay of her fortune in the course of a somewhat tempestuous existence reduced for each of them, when it was a question of securing the kind assistance of a professional actor or actress, into a sort of struggle for life. Furthermore, the lady with the Marie Antoinette hair, whenever she set eyes on Madame de Villeparisis, could not help being reminded of the fact that the Duchess de Guermantes did not come to her Fridays. Her consolation was that at these same Fridays she could always count on having, blood being thicker than water, the Princess de Parme, who was her own personal Guermantes, and who never went near Madame de Villeparisis, albeit Madame de Parme was an intimate friend of the Duchess. Nevertheless, from the mansion on the Quai Malaquais to the drawing-rooms of the Rue de Tournon, the Rue de la Chaise, and the Faubourg Saint-Honoré, a bond as compelling as it was hateful united the 3 fallen goddesses, as to whom I would fain have learnt, by searching in some dictionary of social mythology, through what gallant adventure, what sacrilegious presumption they had incurred their punishment. Their common brilliance of origin, the common decay of their present state, entered largely, no doubt, into the necessity which compelled them, while hating one another, to frequent one another's society. Besides, each of them found in the others a convenient way of being polite to her own guests. How should these fail to suppose that they had scaled the most inaccessible peak of the Faubourg when they were introduced to a lady with a string of titles, whose sister was married to a Duc de Sagon or a Prince de Ligne? especially as there was infinitely more in the newspapers about these sham salons than about the genuine ones. Indeed, these old ladies, men about town, nephews, and Saint Loup was the foremost of them, when asked by a friend to introduce him to people, would answer at once, "I will take you to see my aunt Vie Parisie," or whichever it was. "You meet interesting people there." They knew very well that this would mean less trouble for themselves than trying to get the said friends invited by the smart nieces or sisters-in-law of these ladies. Certain very old men and young women who had heard it from these men told me that if these ladies were no longer received in society, it was because of the extraordinary irregularity of their conduct, which, when I objected that irregular conduct was not necessarily a barrier to social success, was represented to me as having gone far beyond anything that we know today. The misconduct of these solemn dames, who held themselves so erect, assumed on the lips of those who hinted at it something that I was incapable of imagining, proportionate to the magnitude of prehistoric days, to the age of the mammoth. In a word, these three parquets, with their white or blue or red locks, had spun the fatal threads of an incalculable number of gentlemen. I felt that the people of today exaggerated the vices of those fabulous times, like the Greeks who created Icarus, Theseus, Heracles, out of men who had been but little different from those who long afterwards deified them. But one does not tabulate the sum of a person's vices until he has almost ceased to be in a fit state to practice them, when from the magnitude of his social punishment, which is then nearing the completion of its term, and which alone one can estimate, one measures, one imagines, one exaggerates that of the crime that has been committed. In that gallery of symbolical figures which is society, the really light women, the true Messalinas, invariably present the solemn aspect of a lady of at least 70, with an air of lofty distinction, who entertains everyone she can, but not everyone she would like, to whose house women will never consent to go whose own conduct falls any way short of perfection, to whom the Pope regularly sends his golden rose, and who, as often as not, has written, on the early days of Lamartine, an essay that has been crowned by the French Academy. "How do you do, Alex?" Madame de Villeparisis greeted the Marie Antoinette lady, which lady cast a searching glance round the assembly to see whether there was not in this drawing-room any item that might be a valuable addition to her own, in which case she would have to discover it for herself, for Madame de Villeparisis, she was sure, would be spiteful enough to try to keep it from her. Thus Madame de Villeparisis took good care not to introduce Bloch to the old lady, for fear of his being asked to produce the same play that he was arranging for her in the drawing-room of the Quai Malaquais. Besides, it was only tit for tat, for the evening before the old lady had had Madame Ristori, who had recited, and had taken care that Madame de Villeparisis, from whom she had filched the Italian artist, should not hear of this function until it was over. So that she should not read it first in the newspapers and feel annoyed, the old lady had come in person to tell her about it, showing no sense of guilt. Madame de Villeparisis, considering that an introduction of myself was not likely to have the same awkward results as that of Bloch, made me known to the Marie Antoinette of the Quai Malaquais. The latter, who sought, by making the fewest possible movements, to preserve in her old age those lines as of a Kosovo goddess which had years ago charmed the young men of fashion, and which spurious poets still celebrated in rhymed charades, had acquired the habit of a lofty and compensating stiffness common to all those whom a personal degradation obliges to be continually making advances, just perceptibly lowered her head with a frigid majesty, and, turning the other way, took no more notice of me than if I had not existed. By this crafty attitude she seemed to be assuring Madame de Villeparisis, "You see, I'm nowhere near him. Please understand that I'm not interested, in any sense of the word, you old cat, in little boys." But when, 20 minutes later, she left the room, taking advantage of the general conversation, she slipped into my ear an invitation to come to her box the following Friday with another of the three, whose high-sounding name, she had been born a Choiseul, moreover, had a prodigious effect on me. "I understand, sir, that you are thinking of writing something about Madame la Duchess de Montmorency," said Madame de Villeparisis to the historian of the Fronde, in that grudging tone which she allowed, quite unconsciously, to spoil the effect of her great and genuine kindness, a tone due to the shrivelling crossness, the sense of grievance that is a physiological accompaniment of age, as well as to the affectation of imitating the almost rustic speech of the old nobility. "I'm going to let you see her portrait, the original of the copy they have in the Louvre." She rose, laying down her brushes beside the flowers, and the little apron, which then came into sight at her waist, and which she wore so as not to stain her dress with paints, added still further to the impression of an old peasant given by her bonnet and her big spectacles, and offered a sharp contrast to the luxury of her appointments, the butler who had brought in the tea and cakes, the liveried footman for whom she now rang to light up the portrait of the Duchess de Montmorency, abbess of one of the most famous chapters in the east of France. Everyone had risen. "What is rather amusing," said our host, "is that the daughters of the King of France would not have been admitted. They were very close corporations." "Not admit the king's daughters?" cried Bloch in amazement. "Why ever not?" "Why, because the House of France had not enough quartering after that low marriage." Bloch's bewilderment increased. "A low marriage? The House of France? When was that?" "Why, when they married into the Medicis," replied Madame de Villeparisis in the most natural manner. "It's a fine picture, ain't it? And in a perfect state of preservation," she added. "My dear," put in the Marie Antoinette lady, "surely you remember that when I brought Liszt to see you, he said it was this one that was the copy." "I should bow to any opinion of Liszt on music, but not on painting. Besides, he was quite off his head then, and I don't remember his ever saying anything of the sort. But it wasn't you who brought him here. I had met him any number of times at dinner at Princess Sein Wittgenstein's." Alex's shot had missed fire. She stood silent, erect and motionless. Plastered with layers of powder, her face had the appearance of a face of stone, and, as the profile was noble, she seemed, on a triangular and moss-grown pedestal hidden by her cape, the time-worn stucco goddess of a park. "Ah, I see another fine portrait," began the historian. The door opened, and the Duchess de Guermantes entered the room. "Well, how are you?" Madame de Villeparisis greeted her, without moving her head, taking from her apron pocket a hand which she held out to the newcomer, and then ceasing at once to take any notice of her niece, in order to return to the historian. "That is a portrait of the Duchess de la Rochefoucauld." A young servant with a bold manner and a charming face, but so finely chiselled to ensure its perfection that the nose was still a little red and the rest of the skin slightly flushed, as though they were still smarting from the recent and sculptural incision, came in bearing a card on a salver. "It is that gentleman who has been several times to see Madame la Marquise." "Did you tell him I was at home?" "He heard the voices." "Oh, very well, then, show him in. It's the man who was introduced to me," she explained. "He told me he was very anxious to come to the house. I certainly never said he might. But here he's taken the trouble to call 5 times now. It doesn't do to hurt people's feelings. Sir," she went on to me, "and you, sir," to the historian of the Fronde, "let me introduce my niece, the Duchess de Guermantes." The historian made a low bow, as I did also, and since he seemed to suppose that some friendly remark ought to follow this salute, his eyes brightened, and he was preparing to open his mouth when he was once more frozen by the sight of Madame de Guermantes, who had taken advantage of the independence of her torso to throw it forward with an exaggerated politeness and bring it neatly back to a position of rest without letting her face or eyes appear to have noticed that anyone was standing before them. After breathing a gentle sigh, she contented herself with manifesting the nullity of the impression that had been made on her by the sight of the historian and myself, by performing certain movements of her nostrils, with a precision that testified to the absolute inertia of her unoccupied attention. The importunate visitor entered the room, making straight for Madame de Villeparisis with an ingenuous, fervent air. It was Le Grandin. "Thank you so very much for letting me come and see you," he began, laying stress on the word very. "It is a pleasure of a quality altogether rare and subtle that you confer on an old solitary. I assure you that its repercussion—" He stopped short on catching sight of me. "I was just showing this gentleman a fine portrait of the Duchess de la Rochefoucauld, the wife of the author of the Maxims. It's a family picture." Madame de Guermantes, meanwhile, had greeted Alex, with apologies for not having been able, that year as in every previous year, to go and see her. "I hear all about you from Madeleine," she said. "She was at luncheon with me today," said the Marquise of the Quai Malaquais, with the satisfying reflection that Madame de Villeparisis could never say that. Meanwhile, I had been talking to Bloch, and fearing, from what I had been told of his father's change of attitude towards him, that he might be envying my life, I said to him that his must be the happier of the two. My remark was prompted solely by my desire to be friendly, but such friendliness readily convinces those who cherish a high opinion of themselves of their own good fortune, or gives them a desire to convince other people. "Yes, I do lead a delightful existence," Bloch assured me with a beatified smile. "I have 3 great friends. I do not wish for one more. An adorable mistress. I am infinitely happy. Rare is the mortal to whom father's youth accords so much felicity." I fancy that he was anxious principally to extol himself and to make me envious. Perhaps, too, there was some desire to show originality in his optimism. It was evident that he did not wish to reply in the commonplace phraseology that everybody uses, "Oh, it was nothing really," and so forth, when, to my question, "Was it a good show?" put with regard to an afternoon dance at his house to which I had been prevented from going, he replied in a level, careless tone, as if the dance had been given by someone else, "Why, yes, it was quite a good show. Couldn't have been better. It was really charming." "What you have just told us interests me enormously," said Le Grandin to Madame de Villeparisis, "for I was saying to myself only the other day that you showed a marked likeness to him in the clear-cut turn of your speech, in a quality which I will venture to describe by 2 contradictory terms, monumental rapidity and immortal instantaneousness. I should have liked this afternoon to take down all the things you say, but I shall remember them. They are, in a phrase which comes, I think, from Joubert, friends of the memory. You've never read Joubert? Oh, he would have admired you so. I will take the liberty this evening of sending you a set of him. It is a privilege to make you a present of his mind. He had not your strength, but he had a great deal of charm all the same." I would have gone up to Le Grandin at once and spoken to him, but he kept as far away from me as he could, no doubt in the hope that I might not overhear the stream of flattery which, with a remarkable felicity of expression, he kept pouring out, whatever the topic, to Madame de Villeparisis. She shrugged her shoulders, smiling, as though he had been trying to make fun of her, and turned to the historian. "And this is the famous Marie de Rohan, Duchess de Chevreuse, who was married first of all to Monsieur de Luynes. My dear, speaking of Madame de Luynes reminds me of Yolande. She came to me yesterday evening, and if I had known that you weren't engaged, I'd have sent round to ask you to come. Madame Ristori turned up quite by chance and recited some poems by Queen Carmen Sylva in the author's presence. It was too beautiful. What treachery, thought Madame de Villeparisis. Of course, that was what she was whispering about the other day to Madame de Boulincourt and Madame de Chaponnet. I had no engagement, she replied, but I should not have come. I heard Ristori in her great days. She's a mere wreck now. Besides, I detest Carmen Sylva's poetry. Ristori came here once, the Duchess of Aosta brought her, to recite a canto of the Inferno by Dante. In that sort of thing she's incomparable. Alex bore the blow without flinching. She remained marble. Her gaze was piercing and blank, her nose proudly arched. But the surface of one cheek was scaling. A faint, strange vegetation, green and pink, was invading her chin. Perhaps another winter would level her with the dust. End of section 10. Section 11 of The Guermantes Way, Le Côté de Guermantes, by Marcel Proust, translated by Charles Kenneth Scott Moncrief. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Michael O'Kelly. Madame de Villeparisis at home. Now, sir, if you are fond of painting, look at the portrait of Madame de Montmorency, Madame de Villeparisis said to Legrandin, to stop the flow of compliments which was beginning again. Seizing her opportunity, while his back was turned, Madame de Guermantes pointed to him with an ironical, questioning look at her aunt. "It's Monsieur Legrandin," murmured Madame de Villeparisis. "He has a sister called Madame de Cambremer. Not that that conveys any more to you than it does to me." "What? Oh, but I know her quite well," exclaimed Madame de Guermantes, and put her hand over her lips. "That is to say, I don't know her, but for some reason or other Bassin, who meets the husband heaven knows where, took it into his head to tell the wretched woman she might call on me, and she did. I can't tell you what it was like. She informed me that she had been to London and gave me a complete catalogue of all the things in the British Museum. And this very day, the moment I leave your house, I'm going, just as you see me now, to drop a card on the monster. And don't for a moment suppose that it's an easy thing to do. On the pretence that she's dying of some disease, she's always at home. It doesn't matter whether you arrive at 7 at night or at 9 in the morning. She's ready for you with a dish of strawberry tarts." "No, but seriously, you know, she is a monstrosity," Madame de Guermantes replied to a questioning glance from her aunt. "She's an impossible person. She talks about plumatives and things like that." "What does a plumative mean?" asked Madame de Villeparisis. "I haven't the slightest idea," cried the Duchess in mock indignation. "I don't want to know. I don't speak that sort of language." And seeing that her aunt really did not know what a plumative was, to give herself the satisfaction of showing that she was a scholar as well as a purist, and to make fun of her aunt now, after making fun of Madame de Cambremer, "Why, of course," she said with a half-laugh, which the last traces of her pretended ill-humour kept in check, "everybody knows what it means. A plumative is a writer, a person who holds a pen. But it's a dreadful word. It's enough to make your wisdom teeth drop out. Nothing will ever make me use words like that. And so that's the brother, is it? I hadn't realized that yet. But after all, it's not inconceivable. She has the same doormat docility and the same mass of information like a circulating library. She's just as much of a flatterer as he is, and just as boring. Yes, I'm beginning to see the family likeness now quite plainly." "Sit down. We were just going to take a dish of tea," said Madame de Villeparisis to her niece. "Help yourself. You don't want to look at the pictures of your great-grandmothers. You know them as well as I do." Presently, Madame de Villeparisis sat down again at her desk and went on with her painting. The rest of the party gathered round her, and I took the opportunity to go up to Legrandin and seeing no harm myself in his presence in Madame de Villeparisis' drawing-room, and never dreaming how much my words would at once hurt him, and make him believe that I had deliberately intended to hurt him, say, "Well, sir, I'm almost excused for coming to a tea-party when I find you here too." Monsieur Legrandin concluded from this speech, at least this was the opinion which he expressed of me a few days later, that I was a thoroughly spiteful little wretch, who delighted only in doing mischief. "You might at least have the civility to begin by saying how do you do to me," he replied, without offering me his hand, and in a coarse and angry voice, which I had never suspected him of possessing, a voice which, bearing no traceable relation to what he ordinarily said, did bear another more immediate and striking relation to something that he was feeling at the moment. What happens is that, since we are determined always to keep our feelings to ourselves, we have never given any thought to the manner in which we should express them. And suddenly there is within us a strange and obscene animal, making its voice heard, the tones of which may inspire as much terror in the listener who receives the involuntary, elliptical, irresistible communication of our defect or vice, as would the sudden avowal indirectly and uncouthly proffered by a criminal who can no longer refrain from confessing a murder of which one had never imagined him to be guilty. I knew, of course, that idealism, even subjective idealism, did not prevent great philosophers from still having hearty appetites, or from presenting themselves with untiring perseverance for election to the Academy. But really, Legrandin had no occasion to remind people so often that he belonged to another planet, when all his convulsive movements of anger or affability were governed by the desire to occupy a good position on this. "Naturally, when people pester me 20 times on end to go anywhere," he went on in lower tones, "although I am perfectly free to do what I choose, still I can't behave like an absolute boor." Madame de Guermantes had sat down. Her name, accompanied as it was by her title, added to her corporeal dimensions the duchy which projected itself round about her and brought the shadowy, sun-splashed coolness of the woods of Guermantes into this drawing-room, to surround the tuffet on which she was sitting. I felt surprised only that the likeness of those woods was not more discernible on the face of the Duchess, about which there was nothing suggestive of vegetation, and at the most the ruddy discoloration of her cheeks, which ought rather surely to have been emblazoned with the name Guermantes, was the effect, but did not furnish a picture of, long gallops in the open air. Later on, when she had ceased to interest me, I came to know many of the Duchess's peculiarities. Notably, to speak for the moment only of that one of which I already at this time felt the charm, though without yet being able to discover what it was, her eyes, in which was held captive, as in a picture, the blue sky of an afternoon in France, broadly expansive, bathed in light even when no sun shone, and a voice which one would have thought, from its first hoarse sounds, to be almost plebeian, through which there trailed, as over the steps of the church at Combray, or the pastry cooks in the square, the rich and lazy gold of a country sun. But on this first day I discerned nothing. The warmth of my attention volatilized at once the little that I might otherwise have been able to extract from her, in which I should have found some indication of the name of Guermantes. In any case, I told myself that it was indeed she who was designated for all the world by the title of Duchess de Guermantes. The inconceivable life which that name signified, this body did indeed contain. It had just introduced that life into a crowd of different creatures in this room, which enclosed it on every side, and on which it produced so violent a reaction that I thought I could see, where the extent of that mysterious life ceased, a fringe of effervescence outline its frontiers. Round the circumference of the circle traced on the carpet by the balloon of her blue Pekin skirt, and in the bright eyes of the Duchess, at the point of intersection of the preoccupations, the memories, the incomprehensible, scornful, amused and curious thoughts which filled them from within, and the outside images that were reflected on their surface. Perhaps I should have been not quite so deeply stirred had I met her at Madame de Villeparisis' at an evening party, instead of seeing her thus on one of the Marquise's days, at one of those tea parties which are for women no more than a brief halt in the course of their afternoon's outing, when, keeping on the hats in which they have been driving through the streets, they waft into the close atmosphere of a drawing-room the quality of the fresh air outside, and give one a better view of Paris in the late afternoon than do the tall open windows through which one can hear the bowling wheels of their victorias. Madame de Guermantes wore a boating hat trimmed with cornflowers, and what they recalled to me was not among the tilled fields round Cambrai, where I had so often gathered those flowers on the slope adjoining the Tonsonville hedge, the sons of bygone years. It was the scent and dust of twilight as they had been an hour ago, when Madame de Guermantes drove through them in the Rue de la Paix. With a smiling, disdainful, vague air, and a grimace on her pursed lips, with the point of her sunshade as with the extreme tip of an antenna of her mysterious life, she was tracing circles on the carpet. Then, with that indifferent attention which begins by eliminating every point of contact with what one is actually studying, her gaze fastened upon each of us in turn, then inspected the sofas and armchairs, but softened this time by that human sympathy which is aroused by the presence, however insignificant, of a thing one knows, a thing that is almost a person. These pieces of furniture were not like us. They belonged vaguely to her world. They were bound up with the life of her aunt. Then, from the Beauvais furniture, her gaze was carried back to the person sitting on it, and resumed then the same air of perspicacity and that same disapproval which the respect that Madame de Guermantes felt for her aunt would have prevented her from expressing in words, but which she would obviously have felt had she discovered on the chairs, instead of our presence, that of a spot of grease or a layer of dust. That admirable writer G entered the room. He had come to pay a call on Madame de Villeparisis, which he regarded as a tiresome duty. The Duchess, though delighted to see him again, gave him no sign of welcome, but instinctively he made straight for her. The charm that she possessed, her tact, her simplicity, making him look upon her as a woman of exceptional intelligence. He was bound, moreover, in common politeness, to go and talk to her, for, since he was a pleasant and a distinguished man, Madame de Guermantes frequently invited him to luncheon, even when there were only her husband and herself besides, or in the autumn to Guermantes, making use of this intimacy to have him to dinner occasionally with royalties who were curious to meet him. For the Duchess liked to entertain certain eminent men, on condition always that they were bachelors, a condition which, even when married, they invariably fulfilled for her, for, as their wives, who are bound to be more or less common, would have been a blot on a drawing-room in which there were never any but the most fashionable beauties in Paris, it was always without them that their husbands were invited, and the Duke, to avoid hurting any possible susceptibility, used to explain to these involuntary widowers that the Duchess never had women in the house, could not endure feminine society, almost as though this had been under doctor's orders, and as he might have said that she could not stay in a room in which there were smells, or eat salt food, or travel with her back to the engine, or wear stays. It was true that these eminent men used to see at the Guermantes the Princess de Parme, the Princess de Sagon, whom Françoise, hearing her constantly mentioned, had taken to calling, in the belief that this feminine ending was required by the laws of accidents, the Sagante, and plenty more, but their presence was accounted for by the explanation that they were relatives, or such very old friends that it was impossible to exclude them. Whether or not they were convinced by the explanations which the Duc de Guermantes had given of the singular malady that made it impossible for the Duchess to associate with other women, the great men duly transmitted them to their wives. Some of these thought that this malady was only an excuse to cloak her jealousy, because the Duchess wished to reign alone over a court of worshippers. Others, more simple still, thought that perhaps the Duchess had some peculiar habit, a scandalous past it might be, that women did not care to go to her house, and that she gave the name of a whim to what was a stern necessity. The better among them, hearing their husbands expatiate on the Duchess's marvellous brain, assumed that she must be so far superior to the rest of womankind that she found their society boring, since they could not talk intelligently about anything. And it was true that the Duchess was bored by other women, if their princely rank did not render them specially interesting. But the excluded wives were mistaken when they imagined that she chose to entertain men alone in order to be free to discuss with them literature, science, and philosophy, for she never referred to these, at least with the great intellectuals. If, by virtue of a family tradition such as makes the daughters of great soldiers preserve, in the midst of their most frivolous distractions, a respect for military matters, she, the granddaughter of women who had been on terms of friendship with Thiers, Mérimée, and Augier, felt that a place must always be kept in her drawing-room for men of intellect. She had, on the other hand, derived from the manner, at once condescending and intimate, in which those famous men had been received at Guermantes, the foible of looking on men of talent as family friends, whose talent does not dazzle one, to whom one does not speak of their work, and who would not be at all interested if one did. Moreover, the type of mind illustrated by Mérimée and Maillac and Halévy, which was hers also, led her, by reaction from the verbal sentimentality of an earlier generation, to a style in conversation that rejects everything to do with fine language and the expression of lofty thoughts, so that she made it a sort of element of good breeding, when she was with a poet or a musician, to talk only of the food that they were eating, or the game of cards to which they would afterwards sit down. This abstention had, on a third person not conversant with her ways, a disturbing effect, which amounted to mystification. Madame de Guermantes, having asked him whether it would amuse him to come to luncheon to meet this or that famous poet, devoured by curiosity, he would arrive at the appointed hour. The Duchess was talking to the poet about the weather. They sat down to luncheon. "Do you like this way of doing eggs?" she asked the poet. On hearing his approval, which she shared, for everything in her own house appeared to her exquisite, including a horrible cider which she imported from Guermantes. "Give monsieur some more eggs," she would tell the butler, while the anxious fellow guest sat waiting for what must surely have been the object of the party, since they had arranged to meet, in spite of every sort of difficulty, before the Duchess, the poet, and he himself left Paris. But the meal went on. One after another the courses were cleared away, not without having first provided Madame de Guermantes with opportunities for clever witticisms or apt stories. Meanwhile the poet went on eating, and neither Duke nor Duchess showed any sign of remembering that he was a poet. And presently the luncheon came to an end, and the party broke up, without a word having been said about the poetry which, for all that, everyone admired, but to which, by a reserve analogous to that of which Swann had given me a foretaste, no one might refer. This reserve was simply a matter of good form, but for the fellow guest, if he thought at all about the matter, there was something strangely melancholy about it all, and these meals in the Guermantes household made him think of the hours which timid lovers often spend together in talking trivialities until it is time to part without, whether from shyness, from audacity, or from awkwardness, the great secret which they would have been happier had they confessed, ever succeeding in passing from their hearts to their lips. It must, however, be added that this silence, with regard to the serious matters which one was always waiting in vain to see approached, if it might pass as characteristic of the Duchess, was by no means constant with her. Madame de Guermantes had spent her childhood in a society somewhat different, equally aristocratic, but less brilliant, and above all less futile than that in which she now lived, and one of great culture. It had left beneath her present frivolity a sort of bedrock of greater solidity, invisibly nutritious, to which, indeed, the Duchess would repair in search, very rarely though, for she detested pedantry, of some quotation from Victor Hugo or Lamartine, which, extremely appropriate, uttered with a look of true feeling from her fine eyes, never failed to surprise and charm her audience. Sometimes even, without any pretence of authority, pertinently and quite simply, she would give some dramatist and academician a piece of sage advice, which would make him modify a situation or alter an ending. If in the drawing-room of Madame de Villeparisis, just as in the church at Cambrai on the day of Mademoiselle Perspier's wedding, I had difficulty in discovering, in the handsome, too human face of Madame de Guermantes, the unknown element of her name, I at least thought that, when she spoke, her conversation, profound, mysterious, would have a strangeness as of a medieval tapestry or a Gothic window. But in order that I should not be disappointed by the words which I should hear uttered by a person who called herself Madame de Guermantes, even if I had not been in love with her, it would not have sufficed that those words were fine, beautiful, and profound. They would have had to reflect that amaranthine colour of the closing syllable of her name, that colour which I had, on my first sight of her, been disappointed not to find in her person, and had driven to take refuge in her mind. Of course, I had already heard Madame de Villeparisis, Saint-Loup, people whose intelligence was in no way extraordinary, pronounce without any precaution this name Guermantes, simply as that of a person who was coming to see them, or with whom they had promised to dine, without seeming to feel that there were latent in her name the glow of yellowing woods in autumn, and a whole mysterious tract of country. But this must have been an affectation on their part, as when the classic poets give us no warning of the profound purpose which they had, all the same, in writing, an affectation which I myself also strove to imitate, saying in the most natural tone, the Duchess de Guermantes, as though it were a name that was just like other names. And then everybody assured me that she was a highly intelligent woman, a clever talker, that she was one of a little group of most interesting people, words which became accomplices of my dream. For when they spoke of an intelligent group, of clever talk, it was not at all the sort of intelligence that I knew, that I imagined. Not even that of the greatest minds. It was not at all with men like Bergotte that I peopled this group. No, by intelligence I understood an ineffable faculty, gilded by the sun, impregnated with a sylvan coolness. Indeed, had she made the most intelligent remarks, in the sense in which I understood the word when it was used of a philosopher or a critic, Madame de Guermantes would perhaps have disappointed even more keenly my expectation of so special a faculty than if, in the course of a trivial conversation, she had confined herself to discussing kitchen recipes or the furnishing of a country house, to mentioning the names of neighbours and relatives of her own, which would have given me a picture of her life. "I thought I should find Bastien here. He was meaning to come and see you today," said Madame de Guermantes to her aunt. "I haven't set eyes on your husband for some days," replied Madame de Villeparisis, in a somewhat nettled tone. In fact, I haven't seen him, well, I've seen him once perhaps, since that charming joke he played on me of making my servants announce him as the Queen of Sweden. Madame de Guermantes formed a smile by contracting the corners of her mouth as though she were biting her veil. We met her at dinner last night at Blanche-Leroy's. You wouldn't know her now. She's positively enormous. I'm sure she must have something the matter with her. I was just telling these gentlemen that you said she looked like a frog. Madame de Guermantes uttered a sort of raucous laugh, intended to signify that she acknowledged the compliment. I don't remember making such a charming comparison, but if she was one before, now she's the frog that has succeeded in swelling to the size of an ox. Or rather, it isn't quite that, because all her swelling is concentrated in front of her waist. She's more like a frog in an interesting condition. Ah, that is quite clever, said Madame de Villeparisis, secretly proud that her guests should be witnessing this display of her niece's wit. It is purely arbitrary, though, answered Madame de Guermantes, ironically detaching this selected epithet, as Swann would have done, for I admit I never saw a frog in the family way. Anyhow, the frog in question, who, by the way, is not asking for a king, for I never saw her so skittish as she's been since her husband died, is coming to dine with us one day next week. I promised I'd let you know in good time. Madame de Villeparisis gave vent to a confused growl from which emerged, I know she was dining with the Mecklenburgs the night before last. Annibal de Bréauté was there. He came and told me about it, and it was quite amusing, I must say. There was a man there who's a great deal wittier than Babal, said Madame de Guermantes, who, in view of her close friendship with Monsieur de Bréauté-Consalvi, felt that she must advertise their intimacy by the use of this abbreviation. I mean Monsieur Bergotte. I had never imagined that Bergotte could be regarded as witty. In fact, I thought of him always as mingling with the intellectual section of humanity, that is to say, infinitely remote from that mysterious realm of which I had caught a glimpse through the purple hangings of a theatre box, behind which, making the Duchess smile, Monsieur de Bréauté was holding with her, in the language of the gods, that unimaginable thing, a conversation between people of the Faubourg Saint-Germain. I was stupefied to see the balance upset, and Bergotte rise above Monsieur de Bréauté. But above all, I was dismayed to think that I had avoided Bergotte on the evening of Phèdre, that I had not gone up and spoken to him, when I heard Madame de Guermantes say to Madame de Villeparisis, He is the only person I have any wish to know, went on the Duchess, in whom one could always, as at the turn of a mental tide, see the flow of curiosity with regard to well-known intellectuals sweep over the ebb of her aristocratic snobbishness. It would be such a pleasure. The presence of Bergotte by my side, which it would have been so easy for me to secure, but which I had thought liable to give Madame de Guermantes a bad impression of myself, would, no doubt, on the contrary, have had the result that she would have signalled to me to join her in the box, and would have invited me to bring the eminent writer one day to luncheon. I gather that he didn't behave very well. He was presented to Monsieur de Cobourg and never uttered a word to him, said Madame de Guermantes, dwelling on this odd characteristic, as she might have recounted that a Chinaman had blown his nose on a sheet of paper. He never once said Monseigneur to him, she added, with an air of amusement at this detail, as important to her mind as the refusal of a Protestant during an audience with the Pope to go on his knees before His Holiness. Interested in these idiosyncrasies of Bergotte, she did not, however, appear to consider them reprehensible, and seemed rather to find a certain merit in them, though she would have been put to it to say of what sort. Despite this unusual mode of appreciating Bergotte's originality, it was a fact which I was later on not to regard as wholly negligible, that Madame de Guermantes, greatly to the surprise of many of her friends, did consider Bergotte more witty than Monsieur de Bréauté. Thus it is that such judgments, subversive, isolated, and yet after all, just, are delivered in the world of fashion by those rare minds that are superior to the rest. And they sketch then the first rough outlines of the hierarchy of values as the next generation will establish it, instead of abiding eternally by the old standards. The Comte d'Argencourt, chargé d'affaires at the Belgian legation and a remote connection of Madame de Villeparisis, came limping in, followed presently by two young men, the Baron de Guermantes and His Highness the Duc de Châtellerault, whom Madame de Guermantes greeted with, "How do you do, young Châtellerault?" in a careless tone, and without moving from her tuffet, for she was a great friend of the young Duke's mother, which had given him a deep and lifelong respect for her. Tall, slender, with golden hair and sunny complexions, thoroughly of the Guermantes type, these two young men looked like a condensation of the light of the spring evening which was flooding the spacious room. Following a custom which was the fashion at that time, they laid their silk hats on the floor by their feet. The historian of the Fronde thought that they were embarrassed, like a peasant coming into the mayor's office and not knowing what to do with his hat, feeling that he ought in charity to come to the rescue of the awkwardness and timidity which he ascribed to them. "No, no," he said, "don't leave them on the floor, they'll be trodden on." A glance from the Baron de Guermantes, tilting the plane of his pupils, shot suddenly from them a wave of pure and piercing azure which froze the well-meaning historian. "What is that person's name?" I was asked by the Baron, who had just been introduced to me by Madame de Villeparisis. "Monsieur Pierre," I whispered. "Pierre what?" "Pierre, it's his name. He's a historian, a most distinguished man." "Really, you don't say so." "No, it's a new fashion with these young men to put their hats on the floor," Madame de Villeparisis explained. "I'm like you, I can never get used to it. Still, it's better than my nephew Robert, who always leaves his in the hall. I tell him when I see him come in that he looks just like a clockmaker. I ask him if he's come to wind the clocks." "You were speaking just now, Madame la Marquise, of Monsieur Molet's hat. We shall soon be able, like Aristotle, to compile a chapter on hats," said the historian of the Fronde, somewhat reassured by Madame de Villeparisis' intervention, but in so faint a voice that no one but myself overheard him. "She really is astonishing, the little Duchess," said Monsieur d'Argencourt, pointing to Madame de Guermantes, who was talking to G. "Whenever there's a famous man in the room, you're sure to find him sitting with her. Evidently that must be the lion of the party over there. It can't always be Monsieur de Borelli, of course, or Monsieur Schlumberger, or Monsieur d'Avenel, but then it's bound to be Monsieur Pierre Loti, or Monsieur Edmond Rostand. Yesterday afternoon at the Doudeauville's, where, by the way, she was looking splendid in her emerald tiara and a pink dress with a long train, she had Monsieur Deschanel on one side and the German ambassador on the other. She was holding forth to them about China. The general public, at a respectful distance where they couldn't hear what was being said, were wondering whether there wasn't going to be a war. Really, you'd have said she was a queen holding her circle." Everyone gathered around Madame de Villeparisis to watch her painting. "Those flowers are a truly celestial pink," said Legrandin. "I should say sky pink, for there is such a thing as sky pink, just as there is sky blue. But," he lowered his voice, in the hope that he would not be heard by anyone but the Marquise, "I think I shall still give my vote to the silky, living flesh tint of your rendering of them. You leave Pisanello and Van Huysen a long way behind with their laborious, dead herbals." An artist, however modest, is always willing to hear himself preferred to his rivals, and tries only to see that justice is done them. "What makes you think that is that they painted the flowers of their period, which we don't have now, but they did it with great skill." "Ah, the flowers of their period. That is a most ingenious theory," exclaimed Legrandin. "I see you're painting some fine cherry blossoms, or are they mayflowers?" began the historian of the Fronde, not without hesitation as to the flower, but with a note of confidence in his voice, for he was beginning to forget the incidents of the hats. "No, they're apple blossom," said the Duchess de Guermantes, addressing her aunt. "Ah, I see you're a good countrywoman like me. You can tell one flower from another." "Why, yes, so they are, but I thought the season for apple blossom was over now," said the historian, seeking wildly to cover his mistake. "Oh dear no, far from it. It's not out yet. The trees won't be in blossom for another fortnight, not for 3 weeks perhaps," said the librarian who, since he helped with the management of Madame de Villeparisis' estates, was better informed upon country matters. "At least 3 weeks," put in the Duchess, "even round Paris, where they're very far forward. Down in Normandy, don't you know, at his father's place," she went on, pointing to the young Duc de Châtellerault, "where they have some splendid apple trees close to the seashore, like a Japanese screen. They're never really pink until after the 20th of May. "I never see them," said the young Duke, "because they give me hay fever. Such a bore." "Hay fever? I never heard of that before," said the historian. "It's the fashionable complaint just now," the librarian informed him. "That all depends. You won't get it at all, probably, if it's a good year for apples." "You know Le Normand's saying, 'When is a good year for apples?'" put in Monsieur d'Argencourt, who, not being really French, was always trying to give himself a Parisian air. "You're quite right," Madame de Villeparisis told her niece. "These are from the south. It was a florist who sent them round, and asked me to accept them as a present. You're surprised, I dare say, Monsieur Valmer," she turned to the librarian, "that a florist should make me a present of apple blossom? Well, I may be an old woman, but I'm not quite on the shelf yet. I still have a few friends," she went on with a smile that might have been taken as a sign of her simple nature, but meant rather, I could not help feeling, that she thought it effective to pride herself on the friendship of a mere florist when she moved in such distinguished circles. Bloch rose and went over to look at the flowers which Madame de Villeparisis was painting. "Never mind, Marquise," said the historian, sitting down again. "Even though we should have another of those revolutions which have stained so many pages of our history with blood, and upon my soul, in these days one can never tell," he added, with a circular and circumspect glance, as though to make sure that there was no disaffected person in the room, though he had not the least suspicion that there actually was. "With a talent like yours, and your 5 languages, you would be certain to get on all right." The historian of the Fronde was feeling quite refreshed, for he had forgotten his insomnia, but suddenly he remembered that he had not slept for the last 6 nights, whereupon a crushing weariness, born of his mind, paralyzed his limbs, made him bow his shoulders, and his melancholy face began to droop like an old man's. Bloch tried to express his admiration in an appropriate gesture, but only succeeded in knocking over with his elbow the glass containing the spray of apple blossom, and all the water was spilled on the carpet. "Really, you do have the fingers of a fairy," went on to the Marquise, the historian, who, having his back turned to me at that moment, had not noticed Bloch's clumsiness. But Bloch took this for a sneer at himself, and, to cover his shame in insolence, retorted, "It's not of the slightest importance. I'm not wet." Madame de Villeparisis rang the bell, and a footman came to wipe the carpet and pick up the fragments of glass. She invited the 2 young men to her theatricals, and also Madame de Guermantes, with the injunction, "Remember to tell Giselle and Berthe, the Duchess d'Aubergent and de Portefin, to be here a little before 2 to help me," as she might have told the hired waiters to come early to arrange the tables. She treated her princely relatives as she treated Monsieur de Norpois, without any of the little courtesies which she showed to the historian, Cottard, Bloch, and myself, and they seemed to have no interest for her beyond the possibility of serving them up as food for our social curiosity. This was because she knew that she need not put herself out to entertain people for whom she was not a more or less brilliant woman, but the touchy old sister, who needed and received tactful handling of their father or uncle. There would have been no object in her trying to shine before them. She could never have deceived them as to the strength and weakness of her position, for they knew, none so well, her whole history, and respected the illustrious race from which she sprang. But above all, they had ceased to be anything more for her than a dead stock which would not bear fruit again. They would not let her know their new friends or share their pleasures. She could obtain from them only their occasional presence, or the possibility of speaking of them at her 5 o'clock tea parties, as later on in her memoirs, of which these parties were only a sort of rehearsal, a preliminary reading aloud of the manuscript before a selected audience. And the society which all these noble kinsmen and kinswomen served to interest, to dazzle, to enthrall, the society of the coterie, of the block, of the dramatists who were in the public eye at the moment, of the historians of the Fronde and such matters, it was in this society that there existed for Madame de Villeparisis, failing that section of the fashionable world which did not call upon her, the movement, the novelty, all the entertainment of life. It was from people like these that she was able to derive social benefits, which made it well worth her while to let them meet now and then, though without ever coming to know her, the Duchess de Guermantes, dinners with remarkable men whose work had interested her, a light opera or a pantomime staged complete by its author in her drawing-room, boxes for interesting shows. Bloch had got up to go. He'd said aloud that the incident of the broken flower glass was of no importance, but what he said to himself was different, more different still what he thought. If these people can't train their servants to put flowers where they won't be knocked over and wet their guests and probably cut their hands, it's as much better not to go in for such luxuries, he muttered angrily. He was one of those susceptible, highly strung persons who cannot bear to think of themselves as having made a blunder, which, though they do not admit even to themselves that they have made it, is enough to spoil their whole day. In a black rage, he was just making up his mind never to go into society again. He had reached the point at which some distraction was imperative. Fortunately, in another minute, Madame de Villeparisis was to press him to stay, either because she was aware of the general feeling among her friends and had noticed the tide of anti-Semitism that was beginning to rise, or simply from carelessness. She had not introduced him to any of the people in the room. He, however, being little used to society, felt bound, before leaving the room, to take leave of them all, to show his manners, but without any friendliness. He lowered his head several times, buried his bearded chin in his collar, scrutinized each of the party in turn through his glasses with a cold, dissatisfied glare. But Madame de Villeparisis stopped him. She had still to discuss with him the little play which was to be performed in her house, and also she did not wish him to leave before he had had the pleasure of meeting Monsieur de Norpois, whose failure to appear puzzled her. Although, as an inducement to Bloch, this introduction was quite superfluous, he having already decided to persuade the two actresses, whose names he had mentioned to her, to come and sing for nothing at the Marquise's drawing-room, to enhance their own reputations at one of those parties which all that was best and noblest in Europe thronged. He had even offered her, in addition, a tragic actress with pure eyes as fair as Hera, who would recite lyrical prose with a sense of plastic beauty. But on hearing this lady's name, Madame de Villeparisis had declined, for it was that of Saint-Loux's mistress. "I have better news," she murmured in my ear. "I really believe he's quite cooled off now, and that before very long they'll be parted, in spite of an officer who has played an abominable part in the whole business," she added. For Robert's family were beginning to look with a deadly hatred on Monsieur de Borodino, who had given him leave, at the hairdresser's instance, to go to Bruges, and accused him of giving countenance to an infamous intrigue. "It's really too bad of him," said Madame de Villeparisis, with that virtuous accent common to all the Guermantes, even the most depraved. Too bad, she repeated, giving the word a trio of T's. One felt that she had no doubt of the princes being present at all their orgies. But, as kindness of heart was the old lady's dominant quality, her expression of frowning severity towards the horrible captain, whose name she articulated with an ironical emphasis, the Prince de Borodino, speaking as a woman for whom the empire simply did not count, melted into a gentle smile at myself, with a mechanical twitch of the eyelid indicating a vague understanding between us. "I have a great admiration for de Saint-Loup-en-Bray," said Bloch, "dirty dog as he is, because he's so extremely well bred. I have a great admiration, not for him, but for well-bred people. They're so rare," he began. He went on, without thinking, since he was himself so extremely ill-bred, what offence his words were giving. "I will give you an example which I consider most striking of his perfect breeding. I met him once with a young gentleman just as he was about to spring into his wheeled chariot, after he himself had buckled their splendid harness on a pair of steeds whose mangers were heaped with oats and barley, who had no need of a flashing whip to urge them on. He introduced us, but I did not catch the gentleman's name. One never does catch people's names when one is introduced to them, he explained with a laugh, this being one of his father's witticisms. De Saint-Loup-en-Bray was perfectly calm, made no fuss about the young gentleman, seemed absolutely at his ease. Well, I found out by pure chance, a day or two later, that the young gentleman was the son of Sir Rufus Israels. The end of this story sounded less shocking than its preface, for it remained quite incomprehensible to everyone in the room. The fact was that Sir Rufus Israels, who seemed to Bloch and his father an almost royal personage before whom Saint-Loup ought to tremble, was, in the eyes of the Guermantes world, a foreign upstart, tolerated in society, on whose friendship nobody would ever have dreamed of priding himself, far from it. "I learned this," Bloch informed us, "from the person who holds Sir Rufus's power of attorney. He's a friend of my father, and quite an extraordinary man. Oh, an absolutely wonderful individual," he assured us, with that affirmative energy, that note of enthusiasm which one puts only into those convictions that did not originate with oneself. "Tell me," Bloch went on, lowering his voice to myself, "how much do you suppose Saint-Loup has? Not that it matters to me in the least, you quite understand, don't you? I'm interested from the Balzacian point of view. You don't happen to know what it's in, French stocks, foreign stocks, or land, or what?" I could give him no information whatsoever. Suddenly raising his voice, Bloch asked if he might open the windows, and without waiting for an answer, went across the room to do so. Madame de Villeparisis protested that he must not, that she had a cold. "Oh, of course it's bad for you." Bloch was downcast. "But you can't say it's not hot in here." And breaking into a laugh, he put into the gaze with which he swept the room an appeal for support against Madame de Villeparisis. He received none from these well-bred people. His blazing eyes, having failed to seduce any of the guests from their allegiance, faded with resignation to their normal gravity of expression. He acknowledged his defeat with, "What's the temperature? 72, at least, I should say. I'm not surprised. I'm simply dripping. And I have not, like the sage Antenor, son of the river Alpheus, the power to plunge myself in the paternal wave to stanch my sweat before laying my body in a bath of polished marble and anointing my limbs with fragrant oils." And with that need which people feel to outline for the use of others medical theories the application of which would be beneficial to their own health, "Well, if you believe it's good for you. I must say, I think you're quite wrong. It's exactly what gives you your cold." Bloch was overjoyed at the idea of meeting Monsieur de Norpois. He would like, he told us, to get him to talk about the Dreyfus case. "There's a mentality at work there which I don't altogether understand. It would be quite sensational to get an interview out of this eminent diplomat," he said in a tone of sarcasm, so as not to appear to be rating himself below the ambassador. Madame de Villeparisis was sorry that he had said this so loud, but minded less when she saw that the librarian, whose strong nationalist views kept her, so to speak, on the leash, was too far off to have overheard. She was more shocked to hear Bloch, led on by that demon of ill-breeding which made him permanently blind to the consequences of what he said, inquiring with a laugh at the paternal pleasantry, "Haven't I read a learned treatise by him, in which he sets forth a string of irrefutable arguments to prove that the Japanese war was bound to end in a Russian victory and a Japanese defeat? He's fairly paralytic now, isn't he? I'm sure he's the old boy I've seen taking aim at his chair before sliding across the room to it, as if he was on wheels." "Oh dear, no, not in the least like that. Just wait a minute," the Marquise went on. "I don't know what he can be doing." She rang the bell, and when the servant had appeared, as she made no secret, and indeed liked to advertise the fact that her old friend spent the greater part of his time in her house, "Go and tell Monsieur de Norpois to come in," she ordered him. "He is sorting some papers in my library. He said it would be 20 minutes, and I've been waiting now for an hour and 3/4. He will tell you about the Dreyfus case. Anything you want to know," she said gruffly to Bloch. "He doesn't approve much of the way things are going." For Monsieur de Norpois was not on good terms with the government of the day, and Madame de Villeparisis, although he had never taken the liberty of bringing any actual ministers to her house, she still preserved all the unapproachable dignity of a great lady, and remained outside and above the political relations which he was obliged to cultivate, was kept well informed by him of everything that went on. Then, too, the politicians of the day would never have dared to ask Monsieur de Norpois to introduce them to Madame de Villeparisis, but several of them had gone down to see him at her house in the country when they needed his advice or help at critical conjunctures. One knew the address, one went to the house, one did not see its mistress. But at dinner that evening she would say, "I hear they've been down here bothering you. I trust things are going better." "You're not in a hurry?" she now asked Bloch. "No, not at all. I wanted to go down because I'm not very well. In fact, there is some talk of my taking a cure at Vichy for my biliary ducts," he explained, articulating the last words with a fiendish irony. "Why, that's where my nephew Châtellerault's got to go. You must fix it up together. Is he still in the room? He's a nice boy, you know," said Madame de Villeparisis, and may quite well have meant what she said, feeling that two people whom she knew had no reason not to be friends with each other. "Oh, I dare say he wouldn't care about that. I don't really know him. At least, I barely know him. He's sitting over there," stammered Bloch in ecstasy of confusion. The butler could not have delivered his mistress's message properly, for Monsieur de Norpois, to make believe that he had just come in from the street and had not yet seen his hostess, had picked up the first hat that he found in the hall and came forward to kiss Madame de Villeparisis' hand with great ceremony, asking after her health with all the interest that people show after a long separation. He was not aware that the Marquise had already destroyed any semblance of reality in this charade, which she cut short by taking Monsieur de Norpois and Bloch into an adjoining room. Bloch, who had observed all the courtesy that was being shown to a person whom he had not yet discovered to be Monsieur de Norpois, had said to me, trying to seem at his ease, "Who is that old idiot?" Perhaps, too, all this bowing and scraping by Monsieur de Norpois had really shocked the better element in Bloch's nature, the freer and more straightforward manners of a younger generation, and he was partly sincere in condemning it as absurd. However that might be, it ceased to appear absurd, and indeed delighted him the moment it was himself, Bloch, to whom the salutations were addressed. "Monsieur l'Ambassadeur," said Madame de Villeparisis, "I should like you to know this gentleman. Monsieur Bloch, Monsieur le Marquis de Norpois." She made a point, despite her casual usage of Monsieur de Norpois, of addressing him always as Monsieur l'Ambassadeur, as a social convention, as well as from an exaggerated respect for his ambassadorial rank, a respect which the Marquis had inculcated in her, and also with an instinctive application to him of the special manner, less familiar and more ceremonious, in relation to one particular man, which, in the house of a distinguished woman, in contrast to the liberties she takes with her other guests, marks that man out instantly as her lover. End of section 11. Section 12 of The Guermantes Way, Le Côté de Guermantes, by Marcel Proust, translated by Charles Kenneth Scott Moncrief. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Michael O'Kelly. Madame de Villeparisis at home. Monsieur de Norpois drowned his azure gaze in his white beard, bent his tall body deep down, as though he were bowing before all the famous and, to him, imposing connotations of the name Bloch, and murmured, "I am delighted." Whereat his young listener, moved, but feeling that the illustrious diplomat was going too far, hastened to correct him, saying, "Not at all. On the contrary, it is I who am delighted." But this ceremony, which Monsieur de Norpois, in his friendship for Madame de Villeparisis, repeated for the benefit of every fresh person that his old friend introduced to him, did not seem to her adequate to the deserts of Bloch, to whom she said, "Just ask him anything you want to know. Take him into the other room if it's more convenient. He'll be delighted to talk to you. I think you wished to speak to him about the Dreyfus case," she went on, no more considering whether this would suit Monsieur de Norpois than she would have thought of asking leave of the Duchess de Montmorency's portrait before having it lighted up for the historian, or of the tea before pouring it into a cup. "You must speak loud," she warned Bloch. "He's a little deaf, but he will tell you anything you want to know. He knew Bismarck very well, and Cavour. That is so, isn't it?" She raised her voice. "You knew Bismarck well?" "Have you got anything on the stocks?" Monsieur de Norpois asked me with a knowing air, as she shook my hand warmly. I took the opportunity to relieve him politely of the hat which he had felt obliged to bring ceremonially into the room, for I saw that it was my own which he had inadvertently taken. "You showed me a somewhat laboured little thing in which you went in for a good deal of hair-splitting. I gave you my opinion quite frankly. What you had written was literally not worth the trouble of putting it on paper. Are you thinking of letting us have anything else? You are greatly smitten with Bergotte, if I remember rightly." "You're not to say anything against Bergotte," put in the Duchess. "I don't dispute his talent as a painter. No one would, Duchess. He understands all about etching, if not brushwork on a large scale, like Monsieur Charbouillier. But it seems to me that in these days we have a tendency to confuse the arts and forget that the novelist's business is rather to weave a plot and edify his readers than to fiddle away at producing a frontispiece or a tailpiece in dry point. I shall be seeing your father on Sunday at our good friend A.J.'s, he went on, turning again to myself. I had hoped for a moment, when I saw him talking to Madame de Guermantes, that he would perhaps afford me, for getting myself asked to her house, the help he had refused me for getting to Madame Swann's. Another of my great favourites, I told him, is Elster. It seems that the Duchess de Guermantes has some wonderful examples of his work, particularly that admirable bunch of radishes, which I remember at the exhibition, and should so much like to see again. What a masterpiece that is! And indeed, if I had been a prominent person, and had been asked to state what picture I liked best, I should have named this bunch of radishes. "A masterpiece?" cried Monsieur de Norpois, with a surprised and reproachful air. "It makes no pretence of being even a picture. It's merely a sketch." He was right. If you label a clever little thing of that sort masterpiece, what have you got to say about Hébert's Virgin or Daniel Bouveret? I heard you refusing to let him bring Robert's woman, said Madame de Guermantes to her aunt, after Bloch had taken the ambassador aside. I don't think you'll miss much. She's a perfect horror, as you know, without a vestige of talent, and besides she's grotesquely ugly. Do you mean to say you know her, Duchess? Asked Monsieur d'Argencourt. Yes, didn't you know that she performed in my house before the whole of Paris? Not that that's anything for me to be proud of, explained Madame de Guermantes with a laugh, glad, nevertheless, since the actress was under discussion, to let it be known that she herself had had the first fruits of her foolishness. Hello, I suppose I ought to be going now, she added without moving. She had just seen her husband enter the room, and these words were an allusion to the absurdity of their appearing to be paying a call together like a newly married couple, rather than to the often strained relations that existed between her and the enormous fellow she had married, who, despite his increasing years, still led the life of a gay bachelor. Ranging over the considerable party that was gathered around the tea-table, the genial, cynical gaze, dazzled a little by the brightness of the setting sun, of the little round pupils lodged in the exact centre of his eyes, like the bulls which the excellent marksman that he was could always hit with such perfect aim and precision, the Duke came forward with a bewildered, cautious slowness, as though, alarmed by so brilliant a gathering, he was afraid of treading on ladies' skirts and interrupting conversations. A permanent smile, suggesting a good King of Yvetot, slightly pompous, a half-open hand floating like a shark's fin by his side, which he allowed to be vaguely clasped by his old friends and by the strangers who were introduced to him, enabled him, without his having to make a single movement or to interrupt his genial, lazy, royal progress, to reward the assiduity of them all by simply murmuring, "How do, my boy?" and, on coming to myself, who was the most highly favoured, when he had been told my name, "How do, my young neighbour? How's your father? What a splendid fellow he is!" He made no great demonstration, except to Madame de Villeparisis, who gave him good day with a nod of her head, drawing one hand from a pocket of her little apron. Being formidably rich in a world where everyone was steadily growing poorer, and having secured the permanent attachment to his person of the idea of this enormous fortune, he displayed all the vanity of the great nobleman, reinforced by that of the man of means, the refinement and breeding of the former just managing to control the latter's self-sufficiency. One could understand, moreover, that his success with women, which made his wife so unhappy, was not due merely to his name and fortune, for he was still extremely good-looking, and his profile retained the purity, the firmness of outline of a Greek god's. "Do you mean to tell me she performed in your house?" Monsieur d'Argencourt asked the Duchess. "Well, don't you see, she came to recite with a bunch of lilies in her hand, and more lilies on her dress." Madame de Guermantes shared her aunt's affectation of pronouncing certain words in an exceedingly rustic fashion, but never rolled her R's, like Madame de Villeparisis. Before Monsieur de Norpois, under constraint from his hostess, had taken Bloch into the little recess where they could talk more freely, I went up to the old diplomat for a moment and put in a word about my father's academic chair. He tried, first of all, to postpone the conversation to another day. I pointed out that I was going to Baalbec. "What? Going again to Baalbec? Why, you're a regular globe-trotter." He listened to what I had to say. At the name of Le Roi Beaulieu, he looked at me suspiciously. I conjectured that he had perhaps said something disparaging to Monsieur le Roi Beaulieu about my father, and was afraid of the economists having repeated it to him. All at once he seemed animated by a positive affection for my father, and after one of those opening hesitations, out of which suddenly a word explodes, as though in spite of the speaker, whose irresistible conviction prevails over his half-hearted efforts at silence. "No, no," he said to me with emotion, "your father must not stand. In his own interest he must not. It is not fair to himself. He owes a certain respect to his own really great merits, which would be compromised by such an adventure. He is too big a man for that. If he should be elected, he will have everything to lose and nothing to gain. He is not an orator, thank heaven, and that is the one thing that counts with my dear colleagues, even if you only talk platitudes. But your father has an important goal in life. He should march straight ahead towards it, and not allow himself to turn aside to beat bushes, even the bushes, more thorny for that matter than flowery, of the grove of Academe. Besides, he would not get many votes. The Academy likes to keep a postulant waiting for some time before taking him to its bosom. For the present, there's nothing to be done. Later on, I don't say, but he must wait until the society itself comes in quest of him. It makes a practice, not a very fortunate practice, a fetish rather, of the fara d'assez of our friends across the Alps. Le Roi Beaulieu spoke to me about all this in a way I did not at all like. I pointed out to him, a little sharply perhaps, that a man accustomed as he is to dealing with colonial imports and metals should not be expected to understand the part played by the imponderables, as Bismarck used to say. But whatever happens, your father must on no account put himself forward as a candidate. Principis obsta. His friends would find themselves placed in a delicate position if he suddenly called upon them for their votes. Indeed, he broke forth with an air of candour, fixing his blue eyes on my face, I'm going to say a thing that you will be surprised to hear coming from me, who am so fond of your father. Well, simply because I'm fond of him. We are known as the Inseparables, Arcades ambo, simply because I know the immense service that he can still render to his country, the reefs from which he can steer her if he remains at the helm, out of affection, out of high regard for him, out of patriotism, I should not vote for him. I fancy, moreover, that I have given him to understand that I should not. I seemed to discern in his eyes the stern Assyrian profile of Le Roi Beaulieu, so that to give him my vote now would be a sort of recantation on my part. M. de Norpois repeatedly dismissed his brother academicians as old fossils. Other reasons apart, every member of a club or academy likes to ascribe to his fellow members the type of character that is the direct converse of his own, less for the advantage of being able to say, "Ah, if it only rested with me," than for the satisfaction of making the election which he himself has managed to secure seem more difficult, a greater distinction. I may tell you, he concluded, that in the best interests of you all, I should prefer to see your father triumphantly elected in 10 or 15 years' time. Words which I assumed to have been dictated, if not by jealousy, at any rate by an utter lack of any willingness to oblige, and which later on I was to recall when the course of events had given them a different meaning. You haven't thought of giving the Institute an address on the price of bread during the Fronde, I suppose? The historian of that movement timidly inquired of M. de Norpois. You could make a considerable success of a subject like that, which was to say, you would give me a colossal advertisement, he added, smiling at the ambassador pusillanimously, but with a warmth of feeling which made him raise his eyelids and expose a double horizon of eye. I seemed to have seen this look before, and yet I had met the historian for the first time this afternoon. Suddenly I remembered having seen the same expression in the eyes of a Brazilian doctor who claimed to be able to cure choking fits of the kind from which I suffered by some absurd inhalation of the essential oils of plants. When, in the hope that he would pay more attention to my case, I had told him that I knew Professor Cottard, he had replied, as though speaking in Cottard's interest, "Now this treatment of mine, if you were to tell him about it, would give him the material for a most sensational paper for the Academy of Medicine." He had not ventured to press the matter, but had stood gazing at me with the same air of interrogation, timid, anxious, appealing, which it had just puzzled me to see on the face of the historian of the Fronde. Obviously, the two men were not acquainted, and had little or nothing in common, but psychological, like physical laws, have a more or less general application, and the requisite conditions are the same. An identical expression lights the eyes of different human animals, as a single sunrise lights different places a long way apart which have no connection with one another. I did not hear the ambassador's reply, for the whole party, with a good deal of noise, had again gathered around Madame de Villeparisis to watch her at work. "You know who we're talking about, Bazin?" the Duchess asked her husband. "I can make a pretty good guess," said the Duke. "Ah, as an actress she's not, I'm afraid, in what one would call the great tradition." "You can't imagine," went on Madame de Guermantes to Monsieur d'Argencourt, "anything more ridiculous." "In fact, it was drolatic," put in Monsieur de Guermantes, whose odd vocabulary enabled people in society to declare that he was no fool, and literary people at the same time to regard him as a complete imbecile. "What I fail to understand," resumed the Duchess, "is how in the world Robert ever came to fall in love with her. Oh, of course, I know one mustn't discuss that sort of thing," she added, with the charming pout of a philosopher and sentimentalist whose last illusion had long been shattered. "I know that anybody may fall in love with anybody else, and," she went on, for though she might still laugh at modern literature, it, either by its dissemination through the popular press, or else in the course of conversation, had begun to percolate into her mind, "that is the really nice thing about love, because it's what makes it so mysterious." "Mysterious! Oh, I must confess, cousin, that's a bit beyond me," said the Comte d'Argencourt. "Oh dear, yes, it's a very mysterious thing, love," declared the Duchess, with the sweet smile of a good-natured woman of the world, but also with the rooted conviction with which a Wagnerian assures a bored gentleman from the club that there is something more than just noise in the Walküre. "After all, one never does know what makes one person fall in love with another. It may not be at all what we think," she added with a smile, repudiating at once by this interpretation the idea she had just suggested. "After all, one never knows anything, does one?" she concluded with an air of weary scepticism. "Besides, one understands, doesn't one? One simply can't explain other people's choices in love." But having laid down this principle, she proceeded at once to abandon it, and to criticize Saint-Loux's choice. "All the same, don't you know, it is amazing to me that a man can find any attraction in a person who's simply silly." Bloch, hearing Saint-Loux's name mentioned and gathering that he was in Paris, promptly made a remark about him so outrageous that everybody was shocked. He was beginning to nourish hatreds, and one felt that he would stop at nothing to gratify them. Once he had established the principle that he himself was of great moral worth, and that the sort of people who frequented La Boulie, an athletic club which he supposed to be highly fashionable, deserved penal servitude. Every blow he could get against them seemed to him praiseworthy. He went so far once as to speak of a lawsuit which he was anxious to bring against one of his Labouli friends. In the course of the trial he proposed to give certain evidence which would be entirely untrue, though the defendant would be unable to impugn his veracity. In this way Bloch, who incidentally never put his plan into action, counted on baffling and infuriating his antagonist. What harm could there be in that, since he whom he sought to injure was a man who thought only of doing the right thing, a Labouli man, and against people like that any weapon was justified, especially in the hands of a saint such as Bloch himself. "I say, though, what about Swann?" objected M. d'Argencourt, who, having at last succeeded in understanding the point of his cousin's speech, was impressed by her accuracy of observation, and was racking his brains for instances of men who had fallen in love with women in whom he himself had seen no attraction. "Oh, but Swann's case was quite different," the Duchess protested. "It was a great surprise, I admit, because she's such a well-meaning idiot, but she was never silly, and she was at one time good-looking." Oh, muttered Madame de Villeparisis. "You never thought so? Surely she had some charming points. Very fine eyes, good hair. She used to dress, and does still dress, wonderfully. Nowadays I quite agree she's horrible, but she has been a lovely woman in her time. Not that that made me any less sorry when Charles married her, because it was so unnecessary." The Duchess had not intended to say anything out of the common, but as M. d'Argencourt began to laugh, she repeated these last words, either because she thought them amusing or because she thought it nice of him to laugh, and looked up at him with a coaxing smile to add the enchantment of her femininity to that of her wit. She went on, "Yes, really, it wasn't worth the trouble, was it? Still, after all, she did have some charm, and I can quite understand anybody's falling in love with her. But if you saw Robert's girl, I assure you, you'd simply die of laughter. Oh, I know somebody's going to quote Augier at me. What matters the bottle so long as one gets drunk? Well, Robert may have got drunk all right, but he certainly hasn't shown much taste in his choice of a bottle. First of all, would you believe that she actually expected me to fit up a staircase right in the middle of my drawing-room? Oh, a mere nothing, what? And she announced that she was going to lie flat on her stomach on the steps. And then, if you'd heard the things she recited, I only remember one scene, but I'm sure nobody could imagine anything like it. It was called the 7 Princesses. 7 Princesses? Dear, dear, what a snob she must be, cried M. d'Argencourt. But wait a minute. Why, I know the whole play. The author sent a copy to the king, who couldn't understand a word of it, and called on me to explain it to him. It isn't by any chance from the Tsar Peladon? Asked the historian of the Fronde, meaning to make a subtle and topical allusion, but in so low a tone that his question passed unnoticed. So, you know the 7 Princesses, do you? Replied the Duchess. I congratulate you. I only know one, and she's quite enough. I have no wish to make the acquaintance of the other 6, but if they're all like the one I've seen... What a goose, I thought to myself. Irritated by the coldness of her greeting, I found a sort of bitter satisfaction in this proof of her complete inability to understand Maeterlinck. To think that that's the woman I walk miles every morning to see. Really, I'm too kind. Well, it's my turn now not to want to see her. Thus I reasoned with myself, but my words ran counter to my thoughts. They were purely conversational words, such as we say to ourselves at those moments when, too much excited to remain quietly alone, we feel the need, for want of another listener, to talk to ourselves, without meaning what we say, as we talk to a stranger. I can't tell you what it was like, the Duchess went on. You simply couldn't stop laughing. Not that anyone tried. Rather the other way, I'm sorry to say, for the young person was not at all pleased, and Robert has never really forgiven me. Though I can't say I'm sorry, actually, because if it had been a success, the lady would perhaps have come again, and I don't quite see Marie Hénard approving of that. This was the name given in the family to Robert's mother, Madame de Marsantes, the widow of Hénard de Saint-Loup, to distinguish her from her cousin, the Princess de Guermantes, also a Marie, to whose Christian name her nephews and cousins and brothers-in-law added, to avoid confusion, either that of her husband or another of her own, making her Marie Gilbert or Marie Hedwige. To begin with, there was a sort of rehearsal the night before, which was a wonderful affair, went on Madame de Guermantes, in ironical pursuit of her theme. Just imagine, she uttered a sentence, no, not so much, not a quarter of a sentence, and then she stopped. She didn't open her mouth, I'm not exaggerating, for a good 5 minutes. "Oh, I say," cried Monsieur d'Argencourt. With the utmost politeness, I took the liberty of hinting to her that this might seem a little unusual, and she said, I give you her actual words, "One ought always to repeat a thing as though one were just composing it oneself." When you think of it, that really is monumental. "But I understand she wasn't at all bad at reciting poetry," said one of the two young men. "She hasn't the ghost of a notion what poetry is," replied Madame de Guermantes. However, I didn't need to listen to her to tell that. It was quite enough to see her come in with her lilies. I knew at once that she couldn't have any talent when I saw those lilies. Everybody laughed. "I hope, dear aunt, you aren't angry with me over my little joke the other day about the Queen of Sweden. I have come to ask your forgiveness." "Oh, no, I'm not at all angry. I even give you leave to eat at my table, if you're hungry. Come along, Monsieur Valmeur. You're the daughter of the house," Madame de Villeparisis went on to the librarian, repeating a time-honoured pleasantry. Monsieur de Guermantes sat upright in the armchair in which he had come to anchor his hat on the carpet by his side, and examined with a satisfied smile the plate of little cakes that was being held out to him. "This gentleman makes you an admirable daughter," commented Monsieur d'Argencourt, whom the spirit of imitation prompted to keep Madame de Villeparisis' little joke in circulation. The librarian handed the plate of cakes to the historian of the Fronde. "You perform your functions admirably," said the latter, startled into speech, and hoping also to win the sympathy of the crowd. At the same time, he cast a covert glance of connivance at those who had anticipated him. "Tell me, my dear aunt," Monsieur de Guermantes inquired of Madame de Villeparisis, "who was that rather good-looking man who was going out just now as I came in? I must know him, because he gave me a sweeping bow. I couldn't place him at all. You know, I never can remember names. It's such a nuisance," he added, in a tone of satisfaction. "Monsieur le Grandin." "Oh, but Oriane has a cousin whose mother, if I'm not mistaken, was a Grandin." "Yes, I remember quite well. She was a Grandin de l'Éprevier." "No," replied Madame de Villeparisis, "no relation at all. These are plain Grandins. Grandins of nothing at all. But they'd be only too glad to be Grandins of anything you chose to name. This one has a sister called Madame de Cambremer." "Why, Bassin, you know quite well who my aunt means," cried the Duchess indignantly. "He's the brother of that great graminivorous creature you had the weird idea of sending to call on me the other day. She stayed a solid hour. I thought I should go mad. But I began by thinking it was she who was mad when I saw a person I didn't know come browsing into the room, looking exactly like a cow. Listen, Oriane, she asked me what afternoon you were at home. I couldn't very well be rude to her, and besides, you do exaggerate so. She's not in the least like a cow," he added in a plaintive tone, though not without a quick smiling glance at the audience. He knew that his wife's lively wit needed the stimulus of contradiction, the contradiction of common sense, which protests that one cannot, for instance, mistake a woman seriously for a cow. By this process, Madame de Guermantes, enlarging upon her original idea, had been inspired to produce many of her most brilliant sayings. And the Duke, in his innocent fashion, helped her, without seeming to do so, to bring off her effects, like, in a railway carriage, the unacknowledged partner of the three-card player. "I admit she doesn't look like a cow. She looks more like a dozen," exclaimed Madame de Guermantes. "I assure you I didn't know what to do when I saw a herd of cattle come marching into my drawing-room in a hat, and heard them asking me how I was. I'd half a mind to say, 'Please, herd of cattle, you must be making a mistake. You can't possibly know me, because you're a herd of cattle.' But after racking my brains over her, I came to the conclusion that your Cambrai woman must be the Infanta Dorothea, who had said she was coming to see me one day, and is rather bovine also, so that I was just on the point of saying, 'Your Royal Highness,' and using the third person to a herd of cattle. The cut of her dewlap reminded me rather, too, of the Queen of Sweden, but this massed attack had been prepared for by long-range artillery fire, according to all the rules of war. For I don't know how long before I was bombarded with her cards. I used to find them lying about all over the house, on all the tables and chairs, like prospectuses. I couldn't think what they were supposed to be advertising. You saw nothing in the house but Marquis et Marquise de Cambrai, with some address or other which I've forgotten. You may be quite sure nothing will ever take me there." "But it's a great distinction to look like a queen," said the historian of the Fronde. "Gad, sir, kings and queens in these days don't amount to much," said Monsieur de Guermantes, partly because he liked to be thought broad-minded and modern, and also so as not to seem to attach any importance to his own royal friendships, which he valued highly. Bloch and Monsieur de Norpois had returned from the other room and came towards us. "Well, sir," asked Madame de Villeparisis, "have you been talking to him about the Dreyfus case?" Monsieur de Norpois raised his eyes to the ceiling, but with a smile, as though calling on heaven to witness the monstrosity of the caprices to which his Dulcinea compelled him to submit. Nevertheless, he spoke to Bloch with great affability of the terrible, perhaps fatal period through which France was passing. As this presumably meant that Monsieur de Norpois, to whom Bloch had confessed his belief in the innocence of Dreyfus, was an ardent anti-Dreyfusard, the ambassador's geniality, his air of tacit admission that his listener was in the right, of never doubting that they were both of the same opinion, of being prepared to join forces with him to overthrow the government, flattered Bloch's vanity and aroused his curiosity. What were the important points which Monsieur de Norpois never specified, but on which he seemed implicitly to affirm that he was in agreement with Bloch? What opinion, then, did he hold of the case that could bring them together? Bloch was all the more astonished at the mysterious unanimity which seemed to exist between him and Monsieur de Norpois, in that it was not confined to politics, Madame de Villeparisis having spoken at some length to Monsieur de Norpois of Bloch's literary work. "You are not of your age," the former ambassador told him, "and I congratulate you upon that. You are not of this age in which disinterested work no longer exists, in which writers offer the public nothing but obscenities or ineptitudes. Efforts such as yours ought to be encouraged, and would be if we had a government." Bloch was flattered by this picture of himself, swimming alone amid a universal shipwreck. But here again he would have been glad of details, would have liked to know what were the ineptitudes to which Monsieur de Norpois referred. Bloch had the feeling that he was working along the same lines as plenty of others. He had never supposed himself to be so exceptional. He returned to the Dreyfus case, but did not succeed in elucidating Monsieur de Norpois' own views. He tried to induce him to speak of the officers whose names were appearing constantly in the newspapers at that time. They aroused more curiosity than the politicians who were involved also, because they were not, like the politicians, well known already, but, wearing a special garb, emerging from the obscurity of a different kind of life and a religiously guarded silence, simply stood up and spoke and disappeared again, like Lohengrin landing from a skiff drawn by a swan. Bloch had been able, thanks to a nationalist lawyer of his acquaintance, to secure admission to several hearings of the Zola trial. He would arrive there in the morning and stay until the court rose, with a packet of sandwiches and a flask of coffee, as though for the final examination for a degree, and this change of routine, stimulating a nervous excitement which the coffee and the emotional interest of the trial worked up to a climax, he would come out so enamored of everything that had happened in court that, in the evening, as he sat at home, he would long to immerse himself again in that beautiful dream, and would hurry out to a restaurant frequented by both parties, in search of friends with whom he would go over interminably the whole of the day's proceedings, and make up, by a supper ordered in an imperious tone which gave him the illusion of power, for the hunger and exhaustion of a day begun so early and unbroken by any interval for luncheon. The human mind, hovering perpetually between the two planes of experience and imagination, seeks to fathom the ideal life of the people it knows, and to know the people whose life it has had to imagine. To Bloch's questions, M. de Norpois replied, "There are 2 officers involved in the case now being tried, of whom I remember hearing some time ago from a man in whose judgment I felt great confidence, and who praised them both highly. I mean M. de Miribel. They are Lieutenant Colonel Henry and Lieutenant Colonel Picard." "But," exclaimed Bloch, "the divine Athena, daughter of Zeus, has put in the mind of one the opposite of what is in the mind of the other, and they are fighting against one another like 2 lions. Colonel Picard has a splendid position in the army, but his Moira has led him to the side that was not rightly his. The sword of the nationalists will carve his tender flesh, and he will be cast out as food for the beasts of prey and the birds that wax fat upon the bodies of men." M. de Norpois made no reply. "What are those 2 palavering about over there?" M. de Guermantes asked Madame de Villeparisis, indicating M. de Norpois and Bloch. "The Dreyfus case." "The devil they are. By the way, do you know who's a red-hot supporter of Dreyfus?" "I'll give you 1,000 guesses." "My nephew Robert. I can tell you that at the Jockey, when they heard of his goings-on, there was a fine gathering of the clans, a regular hue and cry. And as he's coming up for election next week—" "Of course," broke in the Duchess, "if they're all like Gilbert, who keeps on saying that all the Jews ought to be sent back to Jerusalem." "Indeed, then the Prince de Guermantes is quite of my way of thinking," put in M. d'Argencourt. The Duke made a show of his wife, but did not love her. Extremely self-centred, he hated to be interrupted. Besides, he was in the habit at home of treating her brutally. Convulsed with the 2-fold rage of a bad husband when his wife speaks to him, and a good talker when he is not listened to, he stopped short and transfixed the Duchess with a glare which made everyone feel uncomfortable. "What makes you think we want to hear about Gilbert and Jerusalem? It's nothing to do with that. But," he went on in a gentler tone, "you will agree that if one of our family were to be pilled at the Jockey, especially Robert, whose father was a chairman for 10 years, it would be a pretty serious matter. What can you expect, my dear? It's got 'em on the raw, those fellows. They're all over it. I don't blame them either. Personally, you know I have no racial prejudice. All that sort of thing seems to me out of date. And I do claim to move with the times. But damn it all, when one goes by the name of Marquis de Saint-Loup, one isn't a Dreyfusard. What more can I say?" Monsieur de Guermantes uttered the words, "when one goes by the name of Marquis de Saint-Loup," with some emphasis. He knew very well that it was a far greater thing to go by that of Duc de Guermantes, but if his self-esteem had a tendency to exaggerate, if anything, the superiority of the title Duc de Guermantes over all others, it was perhaps not so much the rules of good taste as the laws of imagination that urged him thus to attenuate it. Each of us sees in the brightest colours what he sees at a distance, what he sees in other people. For the general laws which govern perspective in imagination apply just as much to dukes as to ordinary mortals, and not only the laws of imagination, but those of speech. Now, either of two laws of speech may apply here, one being that which makes us express ourselves like others of our mental category and not of our caste. Under this law, M. de Guermantes might be, in his choice of expressions, even when he wished to talk about the nobility, indebted to the humblest little tradesman, who would have said, "when one goes by the name of Duc de Guermantes," whereas an educated man, a Swann, a Legrandin, would not have said it. A duke may write novels worthy of a grocer, even about life in high society, titles and pedigrees being of no help to him there, and the epithet aristocratic be earned by the writings of a plebeian. Who had been, in this instance, the inferior from whom M. de Guermantes had picked up "when one goes by the name," he had probably not the least idea. But another law of speech is that, from time to time, as there appear and then vanish diseases of which nothing more is ever heard, there come into being, no one knows how, spontaneously perhaps, or by an accident like that which introduced into France a certain weed from America, the seeds of which, caught in the wool of a travelling rug, fell on a railway embankment, forms a speech which one hears in the same decade on the lips of people who have not in any way combined together to use them. So, just as in a certain year I heard Bloch say, referring to himself, that the most charming people, the most brilliant, the best known, the most exclusive, had discovered that there was only one man in Paris whom they felt to be intelligent, pleasant, whom they could not do without, namely Bloch, and heard the same phrase used by countless other young men who did not know him, and varied it only by substituting their own names for his. So I was often to hear this, "when one goes by the name." What can one expect with the influence he's come under? It's easy to understand. "Still, it is rather comic," suggested the Duchess, "when you think of his mother's attitude. How she bores us to tears with her Patrie Française, morning, noon and night." "Yes, but there's not only his mother to be thought of. You can't humbug us like that. There's a damsel too, a fly-by-night of the worst type, and she has far more influence over him than his mother, and she happens to be a compatriot of Master Dreyfus. She has passed on her state of mind to Robert." "You may not have heard, Duke, that there is a new word to describe that sort of mind," said the librarian, who was secretary to the anti-revisionist committee. "They say mentality. It means exactly the same thing, but it has this advantage, that nobody knows what you're talking about. It's the very latest expression just now, the last word, as people say." Meanwhile, having heard Bloch's name, he was watching him question M. de Norpois with misgivings which aroused others as strong, though of a different order, in the Marquise. Trembling before the librarian, and always acting the anti-Dreyfusard in his presence, she dreaded what he would say were he to find out that she had asked to her house a Jew more or less affiliated to the syndicate. "Indeed," said the Duke, "mentality, as you say. I must make a note of that. I shall use it some day." This was no figure of speech, the Duke having a little pocket-book filled with such references, which he used to consult before dinner parties. "I like mentality. There are a lot of new words like that, which people suddenly start using, but they never last. I read somewhere the other day that some writer was talentuous. You may perhaps know what it means, I don't. And since then I've never come across the word again. But mentality is more widely used than talentuous. The historian of the Fronde made his way into the conversation. I am on a committee at the Ministry of Education at which I've heard it used several times, as well as at my club, the Vols, and indeed at dinner at Monsieur Émile Olivier's. I, who have not the honour to belong to the Ministry of Education, replied the Duke, with a feigned humility, but with a vanity so intense that his lips could not refrain from curving in a smile, nor his eyes from casting round his audience a glance sparkling with joy, the ironical scorn in which made the poor historian blush. I, who have not the honour to belong to the Ministry of Education, he repeated, relishing the sound of his words, nor to the Volnay Club. My only clubs are the Union and the Jockey. You aren't in the Jockey, I think, sir, he asked the historian, who, blushing a still deeper red, scenting an insult, and failing to understand it, began to tremble in every limb. I, who am not even invited to dine with Monsieur Émile Olivier, I must confess that I had never heard mentality. I'm sure you're in the same boat, Agincourt. You know, he went on, why they can't produce the proofs of Dreyfus's guilt? Apparently it's because the War Minister's wife was his mistress. That's what people are saying. Ah, I thought it was the Prime Minister's wife, said Monsieur d'Agincourt. I think you're all equally tiresome about this wretched case, said the Duchess de Guermantes, who, in the social sphere, was always anxious to show that she did not allow herself to be led by anyone. It can't make any difference to me, so far as the Jews are concerned, for the simple reason that I don't know any of them, and I intend to remain in that state of blissful ignorance. But on the other hand, I do think it perfectly intolerable that just because they're supposed to hold sound views and don't deal with Jewish tradesmen or have "Down with the Jews" printed on their sunshades, we should have a swarm of Durands and Dubois and so forth, women we should never have known but for this business, forced down our throats by Marie Hénard or Victornienne. I went to see Marie Hénard a couple of days ago. It used to be so nice there. Nowadays one finds all the people one has spent one's life trying to avoid on the pretext that they're against Dreyfus, and others of whom you have no idea who they can be. No, it was the War Minister's wife, at least that's the bedside rumour, went on the Duke, who liked to flavour his conversation with certain expressions which he imagined to be of the old school. Personally, of course, as everyone knows, I take just the opposite view to my cousin Gilbert. I'm not feudal like him. I would go about with a Negro, if he was a friend of mine, and I shouldn't care two straws what anybody thought. Still, after all, you will agree with me that when one goes by the name of Saint-Loup, one doesn't amuse oneself by running clean against the rails of public opinion, which has more sense than Voltaire or even my nephew. Nor does one go in for what I might be allowed to call these acrobatics of conscience a week before one comes up for a club. It is a bit stiff, really. No, it's probably that little wench of his that has put him on his high horse. I expect she told him that he would be classed among the intellectuals. The intellectuals are the very cream of those gentry. It's given rise, by the way, to a rather amusing pun, though a very naughty one. And the Duke murmured, lowering his voice, for his wife's and Monsieur d'Agincourt's benefit, Mater Semita, which had already made its way into the Jockey Club, for, of all the flying seeds in the world, that to which are attached the most solid wings, enabling it to be disseminated at the greatest distance from its parent branch, is still a joke. We might ask this gentleman, who has a erudite air, to explain it to us, he went on, indicating the historian. But it is better not to repeat it. especially as there's not a vestige of truth in the suggestion. I'm not so ambitious as my cousin Mirepoix, who claims that she can trace the descent of her family before Christ to the tribe of Levi, and I will undertake to prove that there has never been a drop of Jewish blood in our family. Still, there is no good in shutting our eyes to the fact. You may be sure that my dear nephew's highly original views are liable to make a considerable stir at Landernau, especially as Fezensac is ill just now, and Duras will be running the election. You know how he likes to make nuisances, concluded the Duke, who had never succeeded in learning the exact meaning of certain phrases, and supposed making nuisances to mean making difficulties. Bloch tried to pin M. de Norpois down on Colonel Picard. There can be no two opinions, replied M. de Norpois. His evidence had to be taken. I'm well aware that, by maintaining this attitude, I have drawn screams of protest from more than one of my colleagues, but to my mind the government were bound to let the colonel speak. One can't dance lightly out of a blind alley like that, or, if one does, there's always the risk of falling into a ditch. As for the officer himself, his statement gave one, at the first hearing, a most excellent impression. When one saw him, looking so well in that smart chasseur uniform, come into court and relate, in a perfectly simple and frank tone, what he had seen and what he had deduced, and say, "On my honour as a soldier," here M. de Norpois' voice shook with a faint patriotic throb, "such is my conviction," it's impossible to deny that the impression he made was profound. There, he's a Dreyfusard. There's not the least doubt of it, thought Bloch. But where he entirely forfeited all the sympathy that he had managed to attract was when he was confronted with the registrar, Gribelin. When one heard that old public servant, a man who had only one answer to make, here M. de Norpois began to accentuate his words with the energy of his sincere convictions, when one listened to him, when one saw him look his superior officer in the face, not afraid to hold his head up to him, and say to him, in a tone that admitted of no response, "Colonel, sir, you know very well that I have never told a lie. You know that at this moment, as always, I am speaking the truth." The wind changed. Monsieur Picard might move heaven and earth at the subsequent hearings. He made a complete fiasco. No, evidently he's an anti-Dreyfusard. It's quite obvious, said Bloch to himself. But if he considers Picard a traitor and a liar, how can he take his revelations seriously and quote them as if he found them charming and believed them to be sincere? And if, on the other hand, he sees in him an honest man easing his conscience, how can he suppose him to have been lying when he was confronted with Gribelin? In any case, if this man Dreyfus is innocent, the Duchess broke in, he hasn't done much to prove it. What idiotic raving letters he writes from that island. I don't know whether Monsieur Esterhazy is any better, but he does show some skill in his choice of words, a different tone altogether. That can't be very pleasant for the supporters of Monsieur Dreyfus. What a pity for them that there's no way of exchanging innocence. Everybody laughed. You heard what Oriane said? The Duc de Guermantes inquired eagerly of Madame de Villeparisis. Yes, I think it most amusing. This was not enough for the Duke. Well, I don't know. I can't say that I thought it amusing. Or rather, it doesn't make the slightest difference to me whether a thing is amusing or not. I don't care about wit. Monsieur d'Argencourt protested. It's probably because I've been a member of Parliament, where I've listened to brilliant speeches that meant absolutely nothing. I learned there to value, more than anything, logic. That's probably why they didn't elect me again. Amusing things leave me cold. Bassin, don't play the heavy father like that, my child. You know quite well that no one admires wit more than you do. Please, let me finish. It is just because I am unmoved by a certain type of humour that I am often struck by my wife's wit, for you will find it based, as a rule, upon sound observation. She reasons like a man. She states her case like a writer. Possibly the explanation of Monsieur de Norpois speaking in this way to Bloch, as though they had been in agreement, may have lain in the fact that he himself was so keen an anti-Dreyfusard that, finding the government not anti-Dreyfusard enough, he was its enemy just as much as the Dreyfusard. Perhaps because the object to which he devoted himself in politics was something more profound, situated on another plane, from which Dreyfusism appeared as an unimportant modality which did not deserve the attention of a patriot interested in large questions of foreign policy. Perhaps rather because the maxims of his political wisdom, being applicable only to questions of form, of procedure, of expediency, they were as powerless to solve questions of fact as in philosophy pure logic is powerless to tackle the problems of existence. Or else because that very wisdom made him see danger in handling such subjects, and so, in his caution, he preferred to speak only of minor incidents. But where Bloch made a mistake was in thinking that Monsieur de Norpois, even had he been less cautious by nature, and of a less exclusively formal cast of mind, could, supposing he would, have told him the truth as to the part played by Henri, Picard, or du Paty de Clam, or as to any of the different aspects of the case. The truth, indeed, as to all these matters, Bloch could not doubt that Monsieur de Norpois knew. How could he fail to know it, seeing that he was a friend of all the ministers? Naturally, Bloch thought that the truth in politics could be approximately reconstructed by the most luminous minds, but he imagined, like the man in the street, that it resided permanently beyond the reach of argument and in a material form in the secret files of the President of the Republic and the Prime Minister, who imparted it to their cabinet. Now, even when a political truth does take the form of written documents, it is seldom that these have any more value than a radiographic plate on which the layman imagines that the patient's disease is inscribed in so many words, when, as a matter of fact, the plate furnishes simply one piece of material for study, to be combined with a number of others, which the doctor's reasoning powers will take into consideration as a whole, and upon them found his diagnosis. So, too, the truth in politics, when one goes to well-informed men and imagines that one is about to grasp it, eludes one. Indeed, later on, to confine ourselves to the Dreyfus case, when so startling an event occurred as Henri's confession, followed by his suicide, this fact was at once interpreted in opposite ways by the Dreyfusard ministers and by Cavaignac and Cougnet, who had themselves made the discovery of the forgery and conducted the examination. Still more so among the Dreyfusard ministers themselves, men of the same shade of Dreyfusism, judging not only from the same documents, but in the same spirit. The part played by Henri was explained in two entirely different ways. One set seeing in him an accomplice of Esterhazy, the other assigning that part to du Paty de Clam, thus rallying in support of a theory of their opponent Cougnet, and complete opposition to their supporter Reinach. All that Bloch could elicit from M. de Norpois was that if it were true that the Chief of Staff, M. de Boisdeffre, had had a secret communication sent to M. Rochefort, it was evident that a singularly regrettable irregularity had occurred. You may be quite sure that the War Minister must, in petto at any rate, be consigning his Chief of Staff to the infernal powers. An official disclaimer would not have been, to my mind, a work of supererogation, but the War Minister expresses himself very bluntly on the matter inter pocula. There are certain subjects, moreover, about which it is highly imprudent to create an agitation over which one cannot retain control afterwards." "But those documents were obviously forged," put in Bloch. M. de Norpois made no reply to this, but announced that he did not approve of the manifestations that were being made by Prince Henri d'Orléans. "Besides, they can only ruffle the calm of the Praetorium, and encourage agitations which, looked at from either point of view, would be deplorable. Certainly, we must put a stop to the anti-militarist conspiracy, but we cannot possibly tolerate either a brawl encouraged by those elements on the right who, instead of serving the patriotic ideal themselves, are hoping to make it serve them. Heaven be praised, France is not a South American republic, and the need has not yet been felt here for a military pronunciamento." Bloch could not get him to speak on the question of Dreyfus's guilt, nor would he utter any forecast as to the judgment in the civil trial then proceeding. On the other hand, M. de Norpois seemed only too ready to indicate the consequences of this judgment. "If it is a conviction," he said, "it will probably be quashed, for it is seldom that, in a case where there has been such a number of witnesses, there is not some flaw in the procedure which counsel can raise on appeal. To return to Prince Henri's outburst, I greatly doubt whether it has met with his father's approval." End of section 12. Section 13 of The Guermantes Way, Le Côté de Guermantes, by Marcel Proust, translated by Charles Kenneth Scott Moncrief. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Michael O'Kelly. Madame de Villeparisis at home. "You think Chartres is for Dreyfus?" asked the Duchess with a smile, her eyes rounded, her cheeks bright, her nose buried in her plate, her whole manner deliciously scandalized. "Not at all. I meant only that there runs through the whole family on that side a political sense which we have seen in the admirable Princess Clémentine carried to its highest power, and which her son, Prince Ferdinand, has kept as a priceless inheritance. You would never have found the Prince of Bulgaria clasping Major Esterhazy to his bosom." "He would have preferred a private soldier," murmured Madame de Guermantes, who often met the Bulgarian monarch at dinner at the Prince de Joinville's, and had said to him once, when he asked if she was not envious, "Yes, sir, of your bracelets." "You aren't going to Madame de Sagon's ball this evening?" M. de Norpois asked Madame de Villeparisis, to cut short his conversation with Bloch. My friend had not failed to interest the ambassador, who told us afterwards, not without a quaint simplicity, thinking no doubt of the traces that survived in Bloch's speech of the neo-Homeric manner, which he had on the whole outgrown. "He's rather amusing, with that way of speaking, a trifle old-fashioned, a trifle solemn. You expect him to come out with the learned sisters, like Lamartine or Jean-Baptiste Rousseau. It has become quite uncommon in the youth of the present day, as it was indeed in the generation before them. We ourselves were inclined to be romantic." But however exceptional his companion may have seemed to him, M. de Norpois decided that the conversation had lasted long enough. "No, sir, I don't go to balls any more," she replied with a charming, grandmotherly smile. "You're going, all of you, I suppose? You're the right age for that sort of thing," she added, embracing in a comprehensive glance M. de Châtellerault, his friend, and Bloch. "Still, I was asked," she went on, pretending, just for fun, to be flattered by the distinction. "In fact, they came specially to ask me." They being the Princess de Sagon. "I haven't had a card," said Bloch, thinking that Madame de Villeparisis would at once offer to procure him one, and that Madame Sagon would be glad to see at her ball the friend of a woman whom she had called in person to invite. The Marquise made no reply, and Bloch did not press the point, for he had another, more serious matter to discuss with her, and with that in view, had already asked her whether he might call again in a couple of days. Having heard the two young men say that they had both just resigned from the Rue Royale Club, which was letting in every Tom, Dick, and Harry, he wished to ask Madame de Villeparisis to arrange for his election there. "Aren't they rather bad form, rather stuck-up snobs, those Sagons?" he inquired in a tone of sarcasm. "Not at all. They're the best we can do for you in that line," Monsieur d'Argencourt, who adopted all the catchwords of Parisian society, assured him. "Then," said Bloch, still half in irony, "I suppose it's one of the solemnities, one of the great social fixtures of the season." Madame de Villeparisis turned merrily to Madame de Guermantes. "Tell us, is it a great social solemnity, Madame de Sagon's ball?" "It's no good asking me," answered the Duchess. "I've never yet succeeded in finding out what a social solemnity is. Besides, society isn't my strong point." "Indeed, I thought it was just the other way," said Bloch, who supposed Madame de Guermantes to be speaking seriously. He continued, to the desperation of Monsieur de Norpois, to ply him with questions about the Dreyfus case. The ambassador declared that, looking at it from outside, he got the impression from du Paty de Clam of a somewhat cloudy brain, which had perhaps not been very happily chosen to conduct that delicate operation which required so much coolness and discernment, a judicial inquiry. "I know that the Socialist Party are crying aloud for his head on a charger, as well as for the immediate release of the prisoner from the Devil's Isle. But I think we are not yet reduced to the necessity of passing the Claudine forks of Messrs. Géraud, Richard and Company. So far, the whole case has been an utter mystery. I don't say that on one side, just as much as on the other, there has not been some pretty dirty work to be hushed up. That certain of your clients' more or less disinterested protectors may have had the best intentions, I will not attempt to deny, but you know that heaven is paved with such things," he added, with a look of great subtlety. "It is essential that the government should give the impression that they are not in the hands of the factions of the left, and that they are not going to surrender themselves, bound hand and foot, at the hand of some Praetorian Guard or other, which, believe me, is not the same thing as the army. It stands to reason that, should any fresh evidence come to light, a new trial should be ordered. And what follows from that? Obviously, that to demand a new trial is to force an open door. When the day comes, the government will speak with no uncertain voice, or will let fall into abeyance what is their essential prerogative. Cock and bull stories will no longer be enough. We must appoint judges to try Dreyfus. And that will be an easy matter, because, although we have acquired the habit in our sweet France, where we love to belittle ourselves, of thinking or letting it be thought that, in order to hear the words truth and justice, it is necessary to cross the Channel, which is very often only a roundabout way of reaching the Spree, there are judges to be found outside Berlin. But once the machinery of government has been set in motion, will you have ears for the voice of authority? When it bids you perform your duty as a citizen, will you have ears for its voice? Will you take your stand in the ranks of law and order? When its patriotic appeal sounds, will you have the wisdom not to turn a deaf ear, but to answer, 'Present'?" Monsieur de Norpois put these questions to Bloch with a vehemence which, while it alarmed my friend, flattered him also. For the ambassador spoke to him with the air of one addressing a whole party, questioned him as though he had been in the confidence of that party, and might be held responsible for the decisions which it would adopt. "Should you fail to disarm," Monsieur de Norpois went on, without waiting for Bloch's collective answer, "should you, before even the ink had dried on the decree ordering the fresh trial of the case, obeying it matters not what insidious word of command, fail, I say, to disarm, and band yourselves rather in a sterile opposition, which seems to some minds the ultima ratio of policy, Should you retire to your tents and burn your boats, you would be doing so to your own damnation. Are you prisoners of those who foment disorder? Have you given them pledges?" Bloch was in doubt how to answer. Monsieur de Norpois gave him no time. "If the negative be true, as I should like to think, and if you have a little of what seems to me to be lamentably lacking in certain of your leaders and your friends, namely political sense, then on the day when the criminal court assembles, if you do not allow yourselves to be dragooned by the fishers in troubled waters, you will have won your battle. I do not guarantee that the whole of the General Staff is going to get away unscathed, but it will be so much to the good if some of them at least can save their faces without setting the heather on fire. It stands to reason, moreover, that it is with the government that it rests to pronounce judgment, and to close the list, already too long, of unpunished crimes, not certainly at the bidding of socialist agitators, nor yet of any obscure military mouthpiece," he added, looking Bloch boldly in the face, perhaps with the instinct that leads all conservatives to establish support for themselves in the enemy's camp. "Government action is not to be dictated by the highest bidder, from wherever the bid may come. The government are not, thank heaven, under the order of Colonel Drion, nor at the other end of the scale under Monsieur Clemenceau's. We must curb the professional agitators and prevent them from raising their heads again. France, the vast majority here in France, desires only to be allowed to work in orderly conditions. As to that, there can be no question whatever. But we must not be afraid to enlighten public opinion, and if a few sheep, of the kind our friend Rabelais knew so well, should dash headlong into the water, it would be as well to point out to them that the water in question was troubled, and that it had been troubled deliberately by an agency not within our borders, in order to conceal the dangers lurking in its depths. And the government ought not to give the impression that they are emerging from their passivity in self-defence when they exercise the right which is essentially their own. I mean that of setting the wheels of justice in motion. The government will accept all your suggestions. If it is proved that there has been a judicial error, they can be sure of an overwhelming majority which would give them room to act with freedom." "You, sir," said Bloch, turning to Monsieur d'Argencourt, to whom he had been made known with the rest of the party on that gentleman's arrival, "you are a Dreyfusar, of course. They all are abroad." "It is a question that concerns only the French themselves, don't you think?" replied Monsieur d'Argencourt, with that peculiar form of insolence which consists in ascribing to the other person an opinion which one must, obviously, know that he does not hold, since he has just expressed one directly the opposite. Bloch coloured. Monsieur d'Argencourt smiled, looking round the room, and if this smile, so long as it was directed at the rest of the company, was charged with malice at Bloch's expense, it became tempered with cordiality when finally it came to rest on the face of my friend, so as to deprive him of any excuse for annoyance at the words which he had just uttered, though these words remained just as cruel. Madame de Guermantes murmured something to Monsieur d'Argencourt which I did not hear, but which must have referred to Bloch's religion, for there flitted at that moment over the face of the Duchess that expression to which one's fear of being noticed by the person of whom one is speaking gives a certain hesitancy and unreality, while there is blended with it the inquisitive, malicious amusement inspired in one by a group of human beings to which one feels oneself to be fundamentally alien. To retrieve himself, Bloch turned to the Duc de Châtellerault. "You, sir, as a Frenchman, you must be aware that people abroad are all Dreyfusards, although everyone pretends that in France we never know what's going on abroad. Anyhow, I know I can talk freely to you. Saint-Loup told me so." But the young Duke, who felt that everyone was turning against Bloch, and was a coward, as people often are in society, employing a mordant and precious form of wit, which he seemed, by a sort of collateral atavism, to have inherited from Monsieur de Charlus, replied, "You must not ask me, sir, to discuss the Dreyfus case with you. It is a subject which, on principle, I never mention, except to Japhetics." Everyone smiled, except Bloch. Not that he was not himself in the habit of making scathing references to his Jewish origin, to that side of his ancestry which came from somewhere near Sinai, but instead of one of these epigrams, doubtless because he had not one ready, the operation of the internal machine brought to Bloch's lips something quite different, and we caught only, "But how on earth did you know? Who told you?" as though he had been the son of a convict. Whereas, given his name, which had not exactly a Christian sound, and his face, his surprise argued a certain simplicity of mind. What Monsieur de Norpois had said not having completely satisfied him, he went up to the librarian and asked him whether Madame de Villeparisis did not sometimes have in her house Monsieur du Paty de Clam or Monsieur Joseph Reinach. The librarian made no reply. He was a nationalist, and never ceased preaching to the Marquise that the social revolution might break out at any moment, and that she ought to show more caution in the choice of her friends. He asked himself whether Bloch might not be a secret emissary of the syndicate, come to collect information, and went off at once to repeat to Madame de Villeparisis the questions that Bloch had put to him. She decided that, at the best, he was ill-bred, and might be in a position to compromise Monsieur de Norpois. Also, she wished to give satisfaction to the librarian, the only person of whom she went in fear, by whom she was being indoctrinated, though without any marked success. Every morning he read her Monsieur Judet's article in the Petit Journal. She decided, therefore, to make it plain to Bloch that he need not come to the house again, and had no difficulty in finding, among her social repertory, the scene by which a great lady shows anyone her door, a scene which does not in any way involve the raised finger and blazing eyes that people imagine. As Bloch came up to her to say goodbye, buried in her deep armchair, she seemed only half awakened from a vague somnolence. Her sunken eyes gleamed with only the feeble, though charming, light of a pair of pearls. Bloch's farewell, barely penciling on the Marquise's face a languid smile, drew from her not a word, nor did she offer him her hand. This scene left Bloch in utter bewilderment, but as he was surrounded by a circle of spectators, he felt that it could not be prolonged without disadvantage to himself, and, to force the Marquise, the hand which she had made no effort to take, he himself thrust out at her. Madame de Villeparisis was startled, but doubtless, while still bent upon giving an immediate satisfaction to the librarian and the anti-Dreyfusard clan, she wished at the same time to provide for the future, and so contented herself with letting her eyelids droop over her closing eyes. "I believe she's asleep," said Bloch to the librarian, who, feeling that he had the support of the Marquise, assumed an indignant air. "Goodbye, madam," shouted Bloch. The old lady made the slight movement with her lips of a dying woman who wants to open her mouth, but whose eye can no longer recognize people. Then she turned, overflowing with a restored vitality, to Monsieur d'Argencourt, while Bloch left the room, convinced that she must be soft in the head. Full of curiosity, and anxious to have more light thrown upon so strange an incident, he came to see her again a few days later. She received him in the most friendly fashion, because she was a good-natured woman, because the librarian was not there, because she had in mind the little play which Bloch was going to produce for her, and finally because she had acted once and for all the little scene of the indignant lady that she had wished to act, a scene that had been universally admired and discussed the same evening in various drawing-rooms, but in a version which had already ceased to bear any resemblance to the truth. You were speaking just now of the 7 princesses, Duchess. You know, not that it is anything to be proud of, that the author of that, what shall I call it, that production, is a compatriot of mine, said Monsieur d'Argencourt, with a fine scorn, blended with satisfaction at knowing more than anyone else in the room about the author of a work which had been under discussion. Yes, he's Belgian by nationality, he went on. Indeed. No, we don't accuse you of any responsibility for the 7 princesses. Fortunately for yourself and your compatriots, you are not like the author of that absurdity. I know several charming Belgians, yourself, your king, who is inclined to be shy, but full of wit, my Ligne cousins, and heaps of others, but you, I am thankful to say, do not speak the same language as the author of the 7 princesses. Besides, if you want to know, it's not worth talking about, because really there's absolutely nothing in it. You know the sort of people who are always trying to seem obscure, and even plan to make themselves ridiculous, to conceal the fact that they have not an idea in their heads. If there was anything behind it at all, I may tell you that I am not in the least afraid of a little daring, she added in a serious tone, provided that there is some idea in it. I don't know if you've seen Borelli's piece. Some people seem to have been shocked by it, but I must say, even if they stone me through the streets for saying it, she went on, without stopping to think that she ran no very great risk of such a punishment, I found it extremely interesting. But the 7 princesses, it's all very well one of them having a fondness for my nephew. I cannot carry family feeling quite. The Duchess broke off abruptly, for a lady came in, who was the Comtesse de Marsantes, Robert's mother. Madame de Marsantes was regarded in the Faubourg Saint-Germain as a superior being, of a goodness, a resignation that were positively angelic. So I had been told, and had no particular reason to feel surprised, not knowing at the same time that she was the sister of the Duc de Guermantes. Later, I have always been taken aback whenever I have learned that such women, melancholy, pure, victimized, venerated like the ideal forms of saints in church windows, had flowered from the same genealogical stem as brothers brutal, debauched, and vile. Brothers and sisters, when they are closely alike in features, as were the Duc de Guermantes and Madame de Marsantes, ought, I felt, to have a single intellect in common, the same heart, as a person would have who might vary between good and evil moods, but in whom one could not, for all that, expect to find a vast breadth of outlook if he had a narrow mind, or a sublime abnegation if his heart was hard. Madame de Marsantes attended Brunetière's lectures. She fascinated the Faubourg Saint-Germain, and by her saintly life edified it as well. But the morphological link of handsome nose and piercing gaze led one, nevertheless, to classify Madame de Marsantes in the same intellectual and moral family as her brother the Duke. I could not believe that the mere fact of her being a woman, and perhaps those of her having had an unhappy life and won everyone's sympathy, could make a person be so different from the rest of her family, as in the old romances where all the virtues and graces are combined in the sister of wild and lawless brothers. It seemed to me that nature, less unconventional than the old poets, must make use almost exclusively of the elements common to the family, and I was unable to credit her with enough power of invention to construct, out of materials analogous to those that composed a fool and a clod, a lofty mind without the least strain of clownishness, a saint unsoiled by any brutality. Madame de Marsantes was wearing a gown of white surah embroidered with large palms, on which stood out flowers of a different material, these being black. This was because 3 weeks earlier she had lost her cousin, Monsieur de Montmorency, a bereavement which did not prevent her from paying calls or even from going to small dinners, but always in mourning. She was a great lady. Atavism had filled her with the frivolity of generations of life at court, with all the superficial, rigorous duties that implies. Madame de Marsan had not had the strength of character to regret for any length of time the death of her father and mother, but she would not, for anything in the world, have appeared in colours in the month following that of a cousin. She was more than pleasant to me, both because I was Robert's friend, and because I did not move in the same world as he. This pleasantness was accompanied by a pretence of shyness, by that sort of intermittent withdrawal of the voice, the eyes, the mind, which a woman draws back to her like a skirt that has been indiscreetly spread, so as not to take up too much room, to remain stiff and erect, even in her suppleness, as a good upbringing teaches. A good upbringing which must not, however, be taken too literally, many of these ladies passing very swiftly into a complete dissolution of morals, without ever losing the almost childlike correctness of their manners. Madame de Marsan was a trifle irritating in conversation, since whenever she had occasion to speak of a plebeian, as for instance Bergotte or Elster, she would say, isolating the word, giving it its full value, intoning it on 2 different notes with a modulation peculiar to the Guermantes, "I have had the honour, the great honour." She felt she was playing an important part, and showing that she could take in the names of distinguished men as she would have welcomed the men themselves at her home in the country, had they happened to be in the neighbourhood. On the other hand, as her family connection was numerous, as she was devoted to all her relatives, as, slow in speech and fond of explaining things at length, she was always trying to make clear the exact degree of kinship, she found herself, without any desire to create an effect, and without really caring to talk about anyone except touching peasants and sublime gamekeepers, referring incessantly to all the mediatized houses in Europe, a failing which people less brilliantly connected than herself could not forgive, and, if they were at all intellectual, derided as a sign of stupidity. In the country, Madame de Marsan was adored for the good that she did, but principally because the purity of a strain of blood into which for many generations there had flowed only what was greatest in the history of France had taken from her manner everything that the lower orders called manners, and had given her a perfect simplicity. She never shrank from kissing a poor woman who was in trouble, and would tell her to come to the castle for a cartload of wood. She was, people said, the perfect Christian. She was determined to find an immensely rich wife for Robert. Being a great lady means playing the great lady, that is to say, to a certain extent, playing at simplicity. It is a pastime which costs an extremely high price, all the more because simplicity charms people only on condition that they know that you are not bound to live simply, that is to say, that you are very rich. Someone said to me afterwards, when I had told him of my meeting her, "You saw, of course, that she must have been lovely as a young woman." But true beauty is so individual, so novel always, that one does not recognize it as beauty. I said to myself this afternoon only that she had a tiny nose, very blue eyes, a long neck, and a sad expression. "Listen," said Madame de Villeparisis to the Duchess de Guermantes, "I'm expecting a woman at any moment whom you don't wish to know. I thought I'd better warn you, to avoid any unpleasantness. But you needn't be afraid. I shall never have her here again, only I was obliged to let her come today. It's Swan's wife." Madame Swan seeing the dimensions that the Dreyfus case had begun to assume, and fearing that her husband's racial origin might be used against herself, had besought him never again to allude to the prisoner's innocence. When he was not present, she went farther, and used to profess the most ardent nationalism, in doing which she was only following the example of Madame Verdurin, in whom a middle-class anti-Semitism, latent hitherto, had awakened and grown to a positive fury. Madame Swann had won by this attitude the privilege of membership in several of the women's leagues that were beginning to be formed in an anti-Semitic society, and had succeeded in making friends with various members of the aristocracy. It may seem strange that, so far from following their example, the Duchess de Guermantes, so close a friend of Swann, had, on the contrary, always resisted his desire, which he had not concealed from her, to introduce her to his wife. But we shall see in due course that this arose from the peculiar nature of the Duchess, who held that she was not bound to do things, and laid down with despotic force what had been decided by her social free will, which was extremely arbitrary. "Thank you for telling me," said the Duchess. "It would indeed be most unpleasant, but as I know her by sight, I shall be able to get away in time." "I assure you, Oriane, she is really quite nice, an excellent woman," said Madame de Marsantes. "I have no doubt she is, but I feel no need to assure myself of it." "Have you been invited to Lady Israel's?" Madame de Villeparisis asked the Duchess, to change the conversation. "Why, thank you, I don't know the woman," replied Madame de Guermantes. "You must ask Marie Hénard. She knows her. I never could make out why." "I did indeed know her at one time," said Madame de Marsantes. "I confess my faults. But I have decided not to know her any more. It seems she's one of the very worst of them, and makes no attempt to conceal it. Besides, we have all been too trusting, too hospitable. I shall never go near anyone of that race again. While we had old friends, country cousins, people of our own flesh and blood, on whom we shut our doors, we threw them open to Jews, and now we see what thanks we get from them. But I've no right to speak. I have an adorable son, and like a young fool, he says and does all the maddest things you can imagine," she went on, having caught some allusion by M. d'Argencourt to Robert. "But talking of Robert, haven't you seen him?" she asked Madame de Villeparisis. "Being Saturday, I thought he'd be coming to Paris on leave, and in that case he would be sure to pay you a visit." As a matter of fact, Madame de Marsantes thought that her son would not obtain leave that week, but knowing that, even if he did, he would never dream of coming to see Madame de Villeparisis, she hoped, by making herself appear to have expected to find him in the room, to procure his forgiveness from her susceptible aunt for all the visits that he had failed to pay her. "Robert here? But I've never had a single word from him. I don't think I've seen him since Baalbec." "He is so busy, he's so much to do," pleaded Madame de Marsantes. A faint smile made Madame de Guermantes' eyelashes quiver as she studied the circle which, with the point of her sunshade, she was tracing on the carpet. Whenever the Duke had been too openly unfaithful to his wife, Madame de Marsantes had always taken up the cudgels against her own brother on her sister-in-law's behalf. The latter had a grateful and bitter memory of this protection, and was not herself seriously shocked by Robert's pranks. At this point the door opened again, and Robert himself entered the room. "Well, talk of the saint," said Madame de Guermantes. Madame de Marsantes, who had her back to the door, had not seen her son come in. When she did catch sight of him, her motherly bosom was convulsed with joy, as by the beating of a wing. Her body half rose from her seat, her face quivered, and she fastened on Robert eyes big with astonishment. "What, you've come? How delightful! What a surprise!" "Ah, talk of the saint, I see. cried the Belgian diplomat, with a shout of laughter. Delicious, ain't it? Came tartly from the Duchess, who hated puns, and had ventured on this one only with the pretence of making fun of herself. Good afternoon, Robert, she said. I believe he's forgotten his aunt. They talked for a moment, probably about myself, for as Saint-Loup was leaving her to join his mother, Madame de Guermantes turned to me. Good afternoon, how are you? Was her greeting. She allowed to rain on me the light of her azure gaze, hesitated for a moment, unfolded and stretched towards me the stem of her arm, leaned forward her body, which sprang rapidly backwards like a bush that has been pulled down to the ground and, on being released, returns to its natural position. Thus she acted under the fire of Saint-Loup's eyes, which kept her under observation and were making frantic efforts to obtain some further concession still from his aunt. Fearing that our conversation might fail altogether, he joined in, to stimulate it, and answered for me, He's not very well just now. He gets rather tired. I think he would be a great deal better, by the way, if he saw you more often, for I can't help telling you that he admires you immensely. Oh, but that is very nice of him, said Madame de Guermantes, in a deliberately casual tone, as if I had brought her her cloak. I'm most flattered. Look, I must go and talk to my mother for a minute. Take my chair, said Saint-Loup, thus forcing me to sit down next to his aunt. We were both silent. I see you sometimes in the morning, she said, as though she were telling me something that I did not know, and I, for my part, had never seen her. It's so good for one, a walk. Oriane, began Madame de Marsantes in a low tone, you said you were going on to Madame de Saint-Ferréol's. Would you be so very kind as to tell her not to expect me to dinner? I shall stay at home now that I've got Robert. And one other thing, but I hardly like to ask you, if you would leave word as you pass to tell them to send out at once for a box of the cigars that Robert likes. Corona, they're called. I've none in the house. Robert came up to us. He had caught only the name of Madame de Saint-Ferréol. Who in the world is Madame de Saint-Ferréol? He inquired, in a surprised but decisive tone, for he affected a studied ignorance of everything to do with society. But, my dear boy, you know quite well, said his mother. She's Vermondoise's sister. It was she gave you that nice billiard table you liked so much. What? She's a Vermondoise sister? I had no idea of that. Really, my family are amazing, he went on, turning so as to include me in the conversation, and adopting unconsciously Bloch's intonation just as he borrowed his ideas. They know the most unheard-of people called Saint-Ferréol, emphasizing the final consonant of each word. And names like that. They go to balls, they drive in Victorias, they lead a fabulous existence. It's prodigious. Madame de Guermantes made in her throat a slight, short, sharp sound, as of an involuntary laugh which one chokes back, meaning thereby to show that she paid just as much tribute as the laws of kinship imposed on her to her nephew's wit. A servant came in to say that the Prince von Pfaffenheim-Munsterberg-Weinigen had sent word to Monsieur de Norpois that he was waiting. "Bring him in, sir," said Madame de Villeparisis to the old ambassador, who started in quest of the German minister. "Stop, sir. Do you think I ought to show him the miniature of the Empress Charlotte?" "Well, I'm sure he'd be delighted," said the ambassador, in a tone of conviction, and as though he were envying the fortunate minister the favour that was in store for him. "Oh, I know he's very sound," said Madame de Marsantes, "and that is so rare among foreigners, but I've found out all about him. He is anti-Semitism personified." The prince's name, preserved in the boldness with which its opening syllables were, to borrow an expression from music, attacked, and in the stammering repetition that scanned them, the impulse, the mannered simplicity, the heavy delicacies of the Teutonic race, projected like green boughs over the heim of dark blue enamel, which glowed with the misting light of a Rhenish window behind the pale and finely wrought gildings of the German 18th century. This name included, among the several names of which it was composed, that of a little German watering place, to which as a child I had gone with my grandmother, at the foot of a mountain honoured by the feet of Goethe, from the vineyards of which we used to drink at the Kurhof their illustrious vintages with elaborate and sonorous names like the epithets which Homer applies to his heroes. And so, scarcely had I heard the prince's name spoken, than, before I had recalled the watering place, the name itself seemed to shrink, to grow rich with humanity, to find large enough a little place in my memory to which it clung, familiar, earth to earth, picturesque, savoury, light, with something about it too that was authorized, prescribed. And then Monsieur de Guermantes, in explaining who the prince was, quoted a number of his titles, and I recognized the name of a village threaded by the river, on which, every evening, my cure finished for the day, I used to go in a boat amid the mosquitoes, and that of a forest so far away that the doctor would not allow me to make the excursion to it. And indeed, it was comprehensible that the suzerainty of the Lord extended to the surrounding places, and associated afresh in the enumeration of his titles the names which one could read close together upon a map. Thus, beneath the visor of the Prince of the Holy Roman Empire and Knight of Franconia, it was the face of a dear and smiling land, on which had often lingered for me the light of the 6 o'clock sun that I saw, at any rate before the Prince, Rhinegraf, and Elector Palatine had entered the room. For I speedily learned that the revenues which he drew from the forest and river, peopled with gnomes and undines, and from the enchanted mountain on which rose the ancient Burg that cherished the memories of Luther and Louis the Germanic, he employed in keeping 5 Charron motor cars, a house in Paris, and one in London, a box on Mondays at the Opera, and another for the Tuesdays at the Français. He did not seem to me, nor did he seem to regard himself, as different from other men of similar fortune and age who had a less poetic origin. He had their culture, their ideals. He was proud of his rank, but purely on account of the advantages it conferred on him, and had now only one ambition in life, to be elected a corresponding member of the Academy of Moral and Political Sciences, which was the reason of his coming to see Madame de Villeparisis. If he, whose wife was a leader of the most exclusive set in Berlin, had begged to be introduced to the Marquise, it was not the result of any desire on his part for her acquaintance. Devoured for years past by this ambition to be elected to the Institute, he had, unfortunately, never been in a position to reckon above 5 the number of academicians who seemed prepared to vote for him. He knew that Monsieur de Norpois could by himself dispose of at least 10 others, a number which he was capable, by skilful negotiations, of increasing still further. And so the prince, who had known him in Russia when they were both there as ambassadors, had gone to see him, and had done everything in his power to win him over. But in vain might he multiply his friendly overtures, procure for the Marquis Russian decorations, quote him in articles on foreign politics. He had had before him an ingrate, a man in whose eyes all these attentions appeared to count for nothing, who had not advanced the prospects of his candidature 1 inch, had not even promised him his own vote. No doubt Monsieur de Norpois received him with extreme politeness, indeed begged that he would not put himself out and take the trouble to come so far out of his way, went himself to the prince's residence, and when the Teutonic knight had launched his "I should like immensely to be your colleague," replied, in a tone of deep emotion, "Ah, I should be most happy." And, no doubt, a simpleton, a Dr. Cottard, would have said to himself, "Well, here he is in my house. It was he who insisted on coming, because he regards me as a more important person than himself. He tells me he would be happy to see me in the academy. Words do have some meaning after all, damn it. Probably, if he doesn't offer to vote for me, it's because it hasn't occurred to him. He lays so much stress on my great influence. Presumably, he imagines that larks drop into my mouth ready roasted, that I have all the support I want, and that is why he doesn't offer me his. But I have only got to get him with his back to the wall, and just to say to him quietly, 'Very well, vote for me, will you?' And he will be obliged to do it." But Prince von Pfaffenheim was no simpleton. He was what Dr. Cottard would have called a fine diplomat, and he knew that Monsieur de Norpois was no less fine a one than himself, nor a man who would have failed to realize without needing to be told that he could confer a favour on a candidate by voting for him. The prince, in his embassies and as a foreign minister, had conducted on his country's behalf, instead of, as in the present instance, his own, many of those conversations in which one knows beforehand just how far one is prepared to go, and at what point one will decline to commit oneself. He was not unaware that in this diplomatic language, to talk meant to offer, and it was for this reason that he had arranged for Monsieur de Norpois to receive the Cordon of St. Andrew. But if he had had to report to his government the conversation which he had subsequently had with Monsieur de Norpois, he would have stated in his dispatch, "I realized that I had gone the wrong way to work." For as soon as he returned to the subject of the Institute, Monsieur de Norpois had repeated, "I should like nothing better. Nothing could be better for my colleagues. They ought, I consider, to feel genuinely honoured that you should have thought of them. It is a really interesting candidature, a little outside our ordinary course. As you know, the Academy is very conventional. It takes fright at everything which has at all a novel sound. Personally, I deplore this. How often have I had occasion to say as much to my colleagues? I cannot be sure, God forgive me, that I did not even once let the word hidebound escape me," he added, in an undertone, with a scandalized smile, almost aside, as in a scene on the stage, casting at the prince a rapid, sidelong glance from his blue eyes, like a veteran actor studying the effect on his audience. "You understand, Prince, that I should not care to allow a personality so eminent as yourself to embark on a venture which was hopeless from the start. So long as my colleagues' ideas linger so far behind the times, I consider that the wiser course will be to abstain. But you may rest assured that if I were ever to discern a mind that was a little more modern, a little more alive, showing itself in that college, which is tending to become a mausoleum, if I could reckon upon any possible chance of your success, I should be the first to inform you of it." The cordon was a mistake, thought the prince. The negotiations have not advanced in the least. That is not what he wanted. I have not laid my hand on the right key. This was a kind of reasoning of which Monsieur de Norpois, formed in the same school as the prince, would also have been capable. One may mock at the pedantic silliness with which diplomats of the Norpois type go into ecstasies over some piece of official wording which is, for all practical purposes, meaningless. But their childishness has this compensation. Diplomats know that, in the loaded scales which assure that European or other equilibrium which we call peace, good feeling, sounding speeches, earnest entreaties weigh very little, and that the heavy weight, the true determinant, consists in something else, in the possibility which the adversary does, if he is strong enough, or does not, enjoy of satisfying in exchange for what one oneself wants, a desire. With this order of truths, which an entirely disinterested person, such as my grandmother, for instance, would not have understood, M. de Norpois and Prince von Pfaffenheim had frequently had to deal. Chargé d'affaires in countries with which we had been within an ace of going to war, M. de Norpois, in his anxiety as to the turn which events were about to take, knew very well that it was not by the word peace, nor by the word war, that it would be revealed to him, but by some other, apparently commonplace word, a word of terror or blessing, which the diplomat, by the aid of his cipher, would immediately read, and to which, to safeguard the honour of France, he would respond in another word, quite as commonplace, but one beneath which the minister of the enemy nation would at once see written war. Moreover, in accordance with a time-honoured custom, analogous to that which gave to the first meeting between two young people promised to one another in marriage the form of a chance encounter at a performance in the Théâtre du Gymnase, the dialogue in the course of which destiny was to dictate the word war or the word peace was held, as a rule, not in the ministerial sanctum, but on a bench in a Kurgarten, where the minister and M. de Norpois went independently to a thermal spring to drink at its source their little tumblers of some curative water. By a sort of tacit convention, they met at the hour appointed for their cure, began by taking together a short stroll which, beneath its innocent appearance, each of the speakers knew to be as tragic as an order for mobilization. And so, in a private matter like this nomination for election to the Institute, the Prince had employed the same system of induction which had served him in his public career, the same method of reading between superimposed symbols. And certainly it would be wrong to pretend that my grandmother and the few who resembled her would have been alone in their failure to understand this kind of calculation. For one thing, the average human being, practicing a profession the lines of which would have been laid down for him from the start, comes near, by his want of intuition, to the ignorance which my grandmother owed to her lofty disinterestedness. Often one has to come down to kept persons, male or female, before one finds the hidden spring of actions or words, apparently of the most innocent nature, in self-interest, in the bare necessity to keep alive. What man does not know that when a woman whom he is going to pay says to him, "Don't let's talk about money," the speech must be regarded as what is called in music a silent beat, and that if, later on, she declares, "You are far too much trouble, you are always keeping things from me, I've done with you," he must interpret this as, "Someone else has been offering me more." And yet this is only the language of a lady of easy virtue, not so far removed from the ladies in society. The Apache furnishes more striking examples, but M. de Norpois and the German prince, if Apache and their ways were unknown to them, had been accustomed to living on the same plane as nations, which are also, despite their greatness, creatures of selfishness and cunning, kept in order only by force, by consideration of their material interests, which may drive them to murder, a murder that is often symbolic also, since its mere hesitation or refusal to fight may spell for a nation the word perish. But inasmuch as all this is not set forth in yellow or otherwise coloured books, the people as a whole are naturally pacific. Should they be warlike, it is instinctively, from hatred, from a sense of injury, not for the reasons which have made up the minds of their ruler on the advice of his Norpois. The following winter the prince was seriously ill. He recovered, but his heart was permanently affected. "The devil," he said to himself. "I can't afford to lose any time over the Institute. If I wait too long, I may be dead before they elect me. That really would be unpleasant." He composed, on the foreign politics of the last 20 years, an essay for the Revue des Deux Mondes, in which he referred more than once, and in the most flattering terms, to M. de Norpois. The French diplomat called upon him to thank him. He added that he did not know how to express his gratitude. The prince said to himself, like a man who has been trying to fit various keys into a stubborn lock, "Still not the right one," and feeling somewhat out of breath as he showed M. de Norpois the door, thought, "Damn it, these fellows will see me in my grave before letting me in. We must hurry up." That evening he met M. de Norpois again at the opera. "My dear ambassador," he began to him, "you told me today that you did not know what you could do to prove your gratitude. That was a great exaggeration, for you owe me none, but I'm going to be so indelicate as to take you at your word." M. de Norpois had no less high an esteem for the prince's tact than the prince had for his. He understood at once that it was not a request that the Prince von Pfaffenheim was about to present to him, but an offer, and with a radiant affability he made ready to hear it. "Well, now, you will think me highly indiscreet. There are two people to whom I am greatly attached, in quite different ways, as you will understand in a moment. Two people, both of whom have recently settled in Paris, where they intend to remain for the future. My wife and the Grand Duchess John. They are thinking of having a few dinners, chiefly in honour of the King and Queen of England, and what they would have liked more than anything in the world would have been to be able to offer their guests the company of a person for whom, without knowing her, they both of them feel a great admiration. I confess that I did not know how I was going to gratify their wish when I learned just now, by the most extraordinary accident, that you are a friend of this person. I know that she lives a most retired life, and sees only a very few people. Happy few, as Stendhal would say. But if you were to give me your backing, with the generosity that you have always shown me, I'm sure she would allow you to present me to her, and to convey to her the wishes of both the Grand Duchess and the Princess. Perhaps she would consent to dine with us when the Queen of England comes, and then, one never knows, if we don't bore her too much, to spend the Easter holidays with us at Beaulieu at the Grand Duchess John's. The person I allude to is called the Marquise de Villeparisis. I confess that the hope of becoming one of the frequenters of such a school of wit would console me, would make me contemplate without regret the abandoning of my attempt at the Institute. For in her house, too, I understand, there is a regular flow of intellect and brilliant talk. With an inexpressible sense of pleasure, the prince felt that the lock no longer resisted, that at last the key was turning. End of section 13. Section 14 of the Guermantes Way, Le Côté de Guermantes, by Marcel Proust. Translated by Charles Kenneth Scott Moncrief. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Michael O'Kelly. Madame de Villeparisis at home. "Such an alternative is wholly unnecessary, my dear Prince," replied M. de Norpois. "Nothing is more in harmony with the Institute than the house you speak of, which is a regular hotbed of academicians. I shall convey your request to Madame la Marquise de Villeparisis. She will undoubtedly be flattered. As for her dining with you, She goes out very little, and that will perhaps be more difficult to arrange, but I shall present you to her, and you can plead your cause in person. You must on no account give up the academy. Tomorrow fortnight, as it happens, I shall be having luncheon before going on with him to an important meeting at Le Roi Beaulieu's, without whom nobody can be elected. I had already allowed myself in conversation with him to let fall your name, with which, naturally, he was perfectly familiar. He raised certain objections, but it so happens that he requires the support of my group at the next election, and I fully intend to return to the charge. I shall tell him quite openly of the wholly cordial ties that unite us. I shall not conceal from him that, if you were to stand, I should ask all my friends to vote for you." Here the prince breathed a deep sigh of relief. "And he knows that I have friends. I consider that if I were to succeed in obtaining his assistance, your chances would become very strong. Come that evening at 6 to Madame de Villeparisis'. I will introduce you to her, and I can give you an account then of my conversation with him." Thus it was that Prince von Pfaffenheim had been led to call upon Madame de Villeparisis. My profound disillusionment occurred when he spoke. It had never struck me that, if an epoch in history has features both particular and general which are stronger than those of a nationality, so that in a biographical dictionary with illustrations which go so far as to include an authentic portrait of Minerva, Leibniz, with his wig and ruff, differs little from Marivaux or Samuel Bernard. A nationality has particular features stronger than those of a caste. In the present instance, these were rendered before me not by a discourse in which I had expected, before I saw him, to hear the rustling of the elves and the dance of the kobolds, but by a transposition which certified no less plainly that poetic origin, the fact that, as he bowed, short, red, corpulent, over the hand of Madame de Villeparisis, the Rhinegraf said to her, "How do you too, Madame la Marquise?" in the accent of an Alsatian porter. "Won't you let me give you a cup of tea or a little of this cake? It is so good," Madame de Guermantes asked me, anxious to have shown herself as friendly as possible. "I do the honours in this house just as if it were mine," she explained, in an ironical tone which gave a slightly guttural sound to her voice, as though she were trying to stifle a hoarse laugh. "Sir," said Madame de Villeparisis to Monsieur de Norpois, "you won't forget that you have something to say to the prince about the academy?" Madame de Guermantes lowered her eyes and gave a semicircular turn to her wrist to look at the time. "Gracious! I must fly at once if I'm to get to Madame de Saint-Ferréol's, and I'm dining with Madame Leroy." She rose without bidding me good-bye. She had just caught sight of Madame Swann, who appeared considerably embarrassed at finding me in the room. She remembered, doubtless, that she had been the first to assure me that she was convinced of Dreyfus's innocence. "I don't want my mother to introduce me to Madame Swann," Saint-Loup said to me. "She's an ex-whore. Her husband's a Jew, and she comes here to pose as a nationalist. Hello, here's Uncle Palamède." The arrival of Madame Swann had a special interest for me, due to an incident which had occurred a few days earlier, and which I am obliged to record on account of the consequences which it was to have at a much later date, as the reader will learn in due course. Well, a few days before this visit to Madame de Villeparisis, I had myself received a visitor whom I little expected, namely Charles Morel, the son, though I had never heard of his existence, of my great-uncle's old servant. This great-uncle, he in whose house I had met the lady in pink, had died the year before. His servant had more than once expressed his intention of coming to see me. I had no idea of the object of his visit, but should have been glad to see him, for I had learned from Françoise that he had a genuine veneration for my uncle's memory, and made a pilgrimage regularly to the cemetery in which he was buried. But being obliged, for reasons of health, to retire to his home in the country, where he expected to remain for some time, he delegated the duty to his son. I was surprised to see come into my room a handsome young fellow of 18, dressed with expensive rather than good taste, but looking all the same like anything in the world except the son of a gentleman's servant. He made a point, moreover, at the start of our conversation, of severing all connection with the domestic class from which he sprang, by informing me with a smile of satisfaction that he had won the first prize at the Conservatoire. The object of his visit to me was as follows. His father, when going through the effects of my Uncle Adolf, had set aside some which he felt could not very well be sent to my parents, but were at the same time of a nature likely to interest a young man of my age. These were the photographs of the famous actresses, the notorious courtesans whom my uncle had known, the last fading pictures of that gay life of a man about town, which he divided by a watertight compartment from his family life. While young Morel was showing them to me, I noticed that he addressed me as though he were speaking to an equal. He derived from saying "you" to me as often and "sir" as seldom as possible the pleasure natural in one whose father had never ventured, when addressing my parents, upon anything but the third person. Almost all these photographs bore an inscription such as "To my best friend." One actress, less grateful and more circumspect than the rest, had written "To the best of friends," which enabled her, so I was assured, to say afterwards that my uncle was in no sense and had never been her best friend, but was merely the friend who had done the most little services for her, the friend she made use of, a good, kind man, in other words, an old fool. In vain might young Morel seek to divest himself of his lowly origin. One felt that the shade of my Uncle Adolf, venerable and gigantic in the eyes of the old servant, had never ceased to hover, almost a holy vision, over the childhood and boyhood of the son. While I was turning over the photographs, Charles Morel examined my room, and as he was looking for some place in which I might keep them, "How is it," he asked me, in a tone in which the reproach had no need to find expression, so implicit was it in the words themselves, "that I don't see a single photograph of your uncle in your room?" I felt the blood rise to my cheeks and stammered, "Why, I don't believe I have such a thing." "What? You haven't one photograph of your Uncle Adolf, who is so devoted to you?" "I will send you one of my governors. He has quantities of them, and I hope you will set it up in the place of honour above that chest of drawers which came to you from your uncle." It is true that, as I had not even a photograph of my father or mother in my room, there was nothing so very shocking in there not being one of my Uncle Adolf. But it was easy enough to see that for old Morel, who had trained his son in the same way of thinking, my uncle was the important person in the family, my parents only reflecting a diminished light from his. I was in higher favour because my uncle used constantly to say that I was going to turn out a sort of Racine or Vaulabelle, and Morel regarded me almost as an adopted son, as a child by election of my uncle. I soon discovered that this young man was extremely pushing. Thus, at this first meeting, he asked me, being something of a composer as well, and capable of setting short poems to music, whether I knew any poet who had a good position in society. I mentioned one. He did not know the work of this poet, and had never heard his name, of which he made a note. Well, I found out that shortly afterwards he wrote to the poet, telling him that, a fanatical admirer of his work, he, Morel, had composed a musical setting for one of his sonnets, and would be grateful if the author would arrange for its performance at the Comtesse so-and-so's. This was going a little too fast, and exposing his hand. The poet taking offence, made no reply. For the rest, Charles Morel seemed to have, besides his ambition, a strong leaning towards more concrete realities. He had noticed, as he came through the courtyard, Jupin's niece at work upon a waistcoat, and although he explained to me only that he happened to want a fancy waistcoat at that very moment, I felt that the girl had made a vivid impression on him. He had no hesitation about asking me to come downstairs and introduce him to her. "But not as a connection of your family, you follow me. I rely on your discretion not to drag in my father. Say just a distinguished artist of your acquaintance. You know how important it is to make a good impression on tradespeople." Albeit he had suggested to me that, not knowing him well enough to call him, as he realized, dear friend, I might address him before the girl in some such terms as, not dear master, of course, although, well, if you like, dear distinguished artist. Once in the shop, I avoided qualifying him, as Saint-Simon would have expressed it, and contented myself with reiterating his you. He picked out from several patterns of velvet one of the brightest red imaginable, and so loud that for all his bad taste he was never able to wear the waistcoat when it was made. The girl settled down to work again with her 2 apprentices, but it struck me that the impression had been mutual, and that Charles Morel, whom she regarded as one of her own station, only smarter and richer, had proved singularly attractive to her. As I had been greatly surprised to find among the photographs which his father had sent me one of the portrait of Miss Sacripant, otherwise Odette, by Elstier, I said to Charles Morel as I went with him to the outer gate, "I don't suppose you can tell me, but did my uncle know this lady well? I don't see at what stage in his life I can fit her in exactly, and it interests me because of Monsieur Swann. Why, if I wasn't forgetting to tell you that my father asked me specially to draw your attention to that lady's picture. As a matter of fact, she was lunching with your uncle the last time you ever saw him. My father was in 2 minds whether to let you in. It seems that you made a great impression on the wench, and she hoped to see more of you. But just at that time there was some trouble in the family, by what my father tells me, and you never set eyes on your uncle again." He broke off with a smile of farewell across the courtyard at Jupin's niece. She was watching him and admiring, no doubt, his thin face and regular features, his fair hair and sparkling eyes. I, as I gave him my hand, was thinking of Madame Swann, and saying to myself with amazement, so far apart, so different were they in my memory, that I should have henceforth to identify her with the lady in pink. Monsieur de Charlus was not long in taking his place by the side of Madame Swann. At every social gathering at which he appeared, and, contemptuous towards the men courted by the women, promptly attached himself to the smartest of the latter, whose garments he seemed almost to put on as an ornament to his own. The Baron's frock-coat or swallow-tails made one think of a portrait by some great painter of a man dressed in black, but having by his side, thrown over a chair, the brilliantly coloured cloak which he is about to wear at some costume ball. This partnership, generally with some royal lady, secured for Monsieur de Charlus various privileges which he liked to enjoy. For instance, one result of it was that his hostesses at theatricals or concerts allowed the Baron alone to have a front seat in a row of ladies, while the rest of the men were crowded together at the back of the room. And then besides, completely absorbed, it seemed, in repeating at the top of his voice amusing stories to the enraptured lady, Monsieur de Charlus was dispensed from the necessity of going to shake hands with any of the others, was set free, in other words, from all social duties. Behind the scented barrier in which the beauty of his choice enclosed him, he was isolated amid a crowded drawing room, as in a crowded theatre or concert hall behind the rampart of a box. And when anyone came up to greet him through, so to speak, the beauty of his companion, it was permissible for him to reply quite curtly and without interrupting his business of conversation with a lady. Certainly, Madame Swann was scarcely of the rank of the people with whom he liked thus to flaunt himself, but he professed admiration for her, friendship for Swann. He knew that she would be flattered by his attentions, and was himself flattered at being compromised by the prettiest woman in the room. Madame de Villeparisis, meanwhile, was not too well pleased to receive a visit from M. de Charlus. He, while admitting serious defects in his aunt's character, was genuinely fond of her. But every now and then, carried away by anger, by an imaginary grievance, he would sit down and write to her without making any attempt to resist his impulse, letters full of the most violent abuse, in which he made the most of trifling incidents, which until then he seemed never even to have noticed. Among other examples, I may instance the following, which my stay at Balbec brought to my knowledge. Madame de Villeparisis, fearing that she had not brought enough money with her to Balbec to enable her to prolong her holiday there, and not caring, since she was of a thrifty disposition and shrank from unnecessary expenditure, to have money sent to her from Paris, had borrowed 3,000 francs from M. de Charlus. A month later, annoyed for some trivial reason with his aunt, he asked her to repay him this sum by telegraph. He received 2,990 odd francs. Meeting his aunt a few days later in Paris, in the course of a friendly conversation, he drew her attention with the utmost politeness to the mistake that her banker had made when sending the money. "But there was no mistake," replied Madame de Villeparisis. "The money order cost 6 francs 75. "Oh, of course, if it was intentional, it's all right," said M. de Charlus. "I mentioned it only in case you didn't know, because in that case, if the bank had done the same thing with anyone who didn't know you as well as I do, it might have led to unpleasantness." No, there was no mistake." "After all, you were quite right," M. de Charlus concluded easily, stooping to kiss his aunt's hand. In fact, he bore no resentment, and was only amused at this little instance of her thrift. But some time afterwards, imagining that, in a family matter, his aunt had been trying to get the better of him, he had worked up a regular conspiracy against him, as she took shelter, foolishly enough, behind the lawyers with whom he suspected her of having plotted to undo him. He had written her a letter boiling over with insolence and rage. "I shall not be satisfied with having my revenge," he added as a postscript. "I shall take care to make you a laughing-stock. Tomorrow I shall tell everyone the story of the money order and the 6 francs 75 you kept back from me out of the 3,000 I lent you. I shall disgrace you publicly." Instead of so doing, he had gone to his aunt the next day to beg her pardon, having already regretted a letter in which he had used some really terrible language. But apart from this, to whom could he have told the story of the money order? Seeking no longer vengeance, but a sincere reconciliation, now was the time for him to keep silence. But already he had repeated the story everywhere, while still on the best of terms with his aunt. He had told it without any malice, as a joke, and because he was the soul of indiscretion. He had repeated the story, but without Madame de Villeparisis' knowledge, with the result that, having learned from his letter that he intended to disgrace her by making public a transaction in which he had told her with his own lips that she had acted rightly, she concluded that he had been deceiving her from the first, and had lied when he had pretended to be fond of her. This storm had now died down, but neither of them knew what opinion exactly the other had of her or him. This sort of intermittent quarrel is, of course, somewhat exceptional. Of a different order were the quarrels of Bloch and his friends. Of a different order again were those of Monsieur de Charlus, as we shall presently see, with people wholly unlike Madame de Villeparisis. In spite of which, we must bear in mind that the opinions which we hold of one another, our relations with friends and kinsfolk, are in no sense permanent, save in appearance, but are as eternally fluid as the sea itself. Whence all the rumours of divorce between couples who have always seemed so perfectly united, and will soon afterwards speak of one another with affection. Hence all the terrible things said by one friend of another, from whom we supposed him to be inseparable, and with whom we shall find him once more reconciled before we have had time to recover from our surprise. All the ruptures of alliances, after so short a time, between nations. "I say, my uncle and Madame Swann are getting warm over there," remarked Saint Loup, "and look at Mamma in the innocence of her heart going across to disturb them. To the pure, all things are pure, I suppose." I studied Monsieur de Charlus. The tuft of his grey hair, his eye, the brow of which was raised by his monocle to emit a smile, the red flowers in his buttonhole, formed, so to speak, the three mobile apices of a convulsive and striking triangle. I had not ventured to bow to him, for he had given me no sign of recognition, and yet, albeit he had not turned his head in my direction, I was convinced that he had seen me. While he repeated some story to Madame Swann, whose sumptuous pansy-coloured cloak floated actually over the Baron's knees, his roving eye, like that of a street hawker who is watching all the time for the checks to appear, had certainly explored every corner of the room and taken note of all the people who were in it. Monsieur de Châtellerault came up to bid him good day, without any indication on Monsieur de Charlus's face that he had seen the young Duke, until he was actually standing in front of him. In this way, in fairly numerous gatherings such as this, Monsieur de Charlus kept almost continuously on show a smile without any definite direction or particular object, which, pre-existing before the greetings of new arrivals, found itself, when these entered its zone, devoid of any indication of friendliness towards them. Nevertheless, it was obviously my duty to go across and speak to Madame Swann. But as she was not certain whether I already knew Madame de Marsantes and Monsieur de Charlus, she was distinctly cold, fearing, no doubt, that I might ask her to introduce me to them. I then made my way to Monsieur de Charlus, and at once regretted it, for though he could not have helped seeing me, he showed no sign whatsoever. As I stood before him and bowed, I found standing out from his body, which it prevented me from approaching by the full length of his outstretched arms, a finger, widowed, one would have said, of an episcopal ring, of which he appeared to be offering, for the kiss of the faithful, the consecrated site, and I was made to appear to have penetrated, without leave from the Baron, and by an act of trespass for which he would hold me permanently responsible, the anonymous and vacant dispersion of his smile. This coldness was hardly of a kind to encourage Madame Swann to melt from hers. "How tired and worried you look," said Madame de Marsantes to her son, who had come up to greet Monsieur de Charlus. And indeed the expression in Robert's eyes seemed every minute to reach a depth from which it rose at once like a diver who has touched bottom. This bottom which hurt Robert so when he touched it that he left it at once, to return to it a moment later, was the thought that he had quarrelled with his mistress. "Never mind," his mother went on, stroking his cheek. "Never mind. It's good to see my little boy again." But this show of affection seemed to irritate Robert. Madame de Marsantes led her son away to the other end of the room, where, in an alcove hung with yellow silk, a group of Beauvais armchairs massed their violet-hued tapestries like purple irises in a field of buttercups. Madame Swann, finding herself alone, and having realized that I was a friend of Saint-Loup, beckoned me to come and sit beside her. Not having seen her for so long, I did not know what to talk to her about. I was keeping an eye on my hat, among the crowd of hats that littered the carpet, and I asked myself, with a vague curiosity, to whom one of them could belong, which was not that of the Duc de Guermantes, and yet in the lining of which a capital G was surmounted by a ducal coronet. I knew who everyone in the room was, and could not think of anyone else whose hat this could possibly be. "What a pleasant man Monsieur de Norpois is," I said to Madame Swann, looking at the ambassador. "It's true, Robert de Saint-Loup says he's a pest, but—" "He is quite right," she replied. Seeing from her face that she was thinking of something which she was keeping from me, I plied her with questions. For the satisfaction of appearing to be greatly taken up by someone in this room where she hardly knew anyone, she took me into a corner. "I'm sure this is what Monsieur de Saint-Loup meant," she began, "but you must never tell him I said so, for he would think me indiscreet, and I value his esteem very highly. I am an honest Injun, don't you know. The other day, Charlus was dining at the Princess de Guermantes. I don't know how it was, but your name was mentioned. Monsieur de Norpois seems to have told them. It's all too silly for words. Don't go and worry yourself to death about it. Nobody paid any attention. They all knew only too well, the mischievous tongue that said it, that you were a hypocritical little flatterer." I have recorded a long way back my stupefaction at the discovery that a friend of my father, such as Monsieur de Norpois was, could have expressed himself thus in speaking of me. I was even more astonished to learn that my emotion on that evening long ago, when I had asked him about Madame Swann and Gilberte, was known to the Princess de Guermantes, whom I imagined never to have heard of my existence. Each of our actions, our words, our attitudes, is cut off from the world, from the people who have not directly perceived it, by a medium the permeability of which is of infinite variation and remains unknown to ourselves. Having learned by experience that some important utterance which we eagerly hoped would be disseminated, such as those so enthusiastic speeches which I used at one time to make to all comers and on every occasion on the subject of Madame Swann, has found itself, often simply on account of our anxiety, immediately hidden under a bushel. How immeasurably less do we suppose that some tiny word which we ourselves have forgotten, or else the word never uttered by us, but formed on its course by the imperfect refraction of a different word, can be transported without ever halting for any obstacle to infinite distances, in the present instance to the Princess de Guermantes, and succeed in diverting at our expense the banquet of the gods. What we actually recall of our conduct remains unknown to our nearest neighbour. What we have forgotten that we ever said, or indeed what we never did say, flies to provoke hilarity even in another planet, and the image that other people form of our actions and behaviour is no more like that which we form of them ourselves than is like an original drawing, a spoiled copy in which at one point for a black line we find an empty gap, and for a blank space an unaccountable contour. It may be, all the same, that what has not been transcribed is some non-existent feature which we behold merely in our purblind self-esteem, and that what seems to us added is indeed a part of ourselves, but so essential a part as to have escaped our notice. So that this strange print, which seems to us to have so little resemblance to ourselves, bears sometimes the same stamp of truth, scarcely flattering indeed, but profound and useful as a photograph taken by X-rays. Not that that is any reason why we should recognize ourselves in it. A man who is in the habit of smiling in the glass at his handsome face and stalwart figure, if you show him their radiograph, will have, face to face with that rosary of bones labelled as being the image of himself, the same suspicion of error as the visitor to an art gallery who, on coming to the portrait of a girl, reads in his catalogue, "Dromedary resting." Later on, this discrepancy between our portraits, according as it was our own hand that drew them or another, I was to register in the case of others than myself, living placidly in the midst of a collection of photographs which they themselves had taken, while round about them grinned frightful faces, invisible to them as a rule, but plunging them in stupor if an accident were to reveal them with the warning, "This is you." A few years earlier, I should have been only too glad to tell Madame Swann in what connection I had fawned upon Monsieur de Norpois, since the connection had been my desire to know her. But I no longer felt this desire. I was no longer in love with Gilberte. On the other hand, I had not succeeded in identifying Madame Swann with the lady in pink of my childhood. Accordingly, I spoke of the woman who was on my mind at the moment. "Did you see the Duchess de Guermantes just now?" I asked Madame Swann. But since the Duchess did not bow to Madame Swann when they met, the latter chose to appear to regard her as a person of no importance, whose presence in a room one did not even remark. "I don't know. I didn't realize her," she replied sourly, using an expression borrowed from England. I was anxious, nevertheless, for information with regard not only to Madame de Guermantes, but to all the people who came in contact with her, and, for all the world like Bloch, with the tactlessness of people who seek in their conversation not to give pleasure to others, but to elucidate, from sheer egoism, facts that are interesting to themselves. In my effort to form an exact life of Madame de Guermantes, I questioned Madame de Villeparisis about Madame Leroy. "Oh, yes, I know who you mean," she replied, with an affectation of contempt. "The daughter of those rich timber people. I've heard that she's begun to go about quite a lot lately, but I must explain to you that I'm rather old now to make new acquaintances. I've known such interesting, such delightful people in my time that I really do not believe Madame Leroy would be any addition to what I already have." Madame de Marsantes, who was playing lady-in-waiting to the Marquise, presented me to the prince, and, while she was still doing so, Monsieur de Norpois also presented me in the most glowing terms. Perhaps he found it convenient to do me a courtesy which could in no way damage his credit, since I had just been presented. Perhaps it was because he thought that a foreigner, even so distinguished a foreigner, was unfamiliar with French society, and might think that he was having introduced to him a young man of fashion. Perhaps to exercise one of his prerogatives, that of adding the weight of his personal recommendation as an ambassador, or in his taste for the archaic, to revive in the prince's honour the old custom, flattering to his rank, that two sponsors were necessary if one wished to be presented. Madame de Villeparisis appealed to Monsieur de Norpois, feeling it imperative that I should have his assurance that she had nothing to regret in not knowing Madame Leroy. "Am I not right, Monsieur l'Ambassadeur? Madame Leroy is quite uninteresting, isn't she? Quite out of keeping with the people who come here. I was quite right not to make friends with her, wasn't I?" Whether from independence, or because he was tired, Monsieur de Norpois replied merely in a bow, full of respect, but devoid of meaning. "Sir," went on Madame de Villeparisis with a laugh, "there are some absurd people in the world. Would you believe that I had a visit this afternoon from a gentleman who tried to persuade me that he found more pleasure in kissing my hand than a young woman's?" I guessed at once that this was Le Grandin. Monsieur de Norpois smiled with a slight quiver of the eyelid, as though such a remark had been prompted by a concupiscence so natural that one could not find fault with the person who had uttered it, almost as though it were the beginning of a romance which he was prepared to forgive, if not to encourage, with the perverse indulgence of a Oisnon or the younger Crébillon. "Many young women's hands would be incapable of doing what I see over there," said the prince, pointing to Madame de Villeparisis' unfinished watercolours. And he asked her whether she had seen the flower paintings by Fontaine-Latour, which had recently been exhibited. "They are of the first order, and indicate, as people say nowadays, a fine painter, one of the masters of the palette," declared Monsieur de Norpois. "I consider, all the same, that they stand no comparison with these, in which I find it easier to recognize the colouring of the flower." Even supposing that the partiality of an old lover, the habit of flattering people, the critical standard admissible in a small circle, had dictated this speech to the ex-ambassador, it proved upon what an absolute vacuum of true taste the judgment of people in society is based, so arbitrary that the smallest trifle can make it rush to the wildest absurdities, on the way to which it is stopped, held up by no genuinely felt impression. "I claim no credit for knowing about flowers. I have lived all my life among the fields," replied Madame de Villeparisis modestly. "But," she added graciously, turning to the prince, "if I did, when I was quite a girl, form a rather more serious idea of them than children generally do in the country, I owe that to a distinguished fellow countryman of yours, Herr von Schlegel. I met him at Broglie, when I was staying there once with my Aunt Cordelia, Marshal de Castellan's wife, don't you know. I remember so well Monsieur Lebrun, Monsieur de Solvandy, Monsieur Dudon, getting him to talk about flowers. I was only a little girl. I wasn't able to follow all he said, but he liked playing with me, and when he went back to your country, he sent me a beautiful botany book to remind me of a drive we took together in a phaeton in the Val Richer, when I fell asleep on his knee. I've got the book still, and it taught me to observe many things about flowers which I should not have noticed otherwise. When Madame de Barante published some of Madame de Broglie's letters, charming and affected like herself, I hoped to find among them some record of those conversations with Herr von Schlegel, but she was a woman who looked for nothing from nature but arguments in support of religion. Robert called me away to the far end of the room, where he and his mother were. "You have been good to me," I said. "How can I thank you? Can we dine together tomorrow?" "Tomorrow, yes, if you like, but it will have to be with Bloch. I met him just now on the doorstep. He was rather stiff with me at first, because I had quite forgotten to answer his last 2 letters. At least, he didn't tell me that was what annoyed him, but I guessed it. But after that, he was so friendly to me that I simply can't disappoint him. Between ourselves, on his side at least, I can feel it's a life-and-death friendship." Nor do I consider that Robert was altogether mistaken. Furious detraction was often, with Bloch, the effect of a keen affection, which he had supposed to be unreturned. And as he had little power of imagining the lives of other people, and never dreamed that one might have been ill, or away from home, or otherwise occupied, a week's silence was at once interpreted by him as meaning a deliberate coldness. And so I have never believed that his most violent outbursts as a friend, or in later years as a writer, went very deep. They rose to a paroxysm if one replied to them with an icy dignity, or by a platitude which encouraged him to redouble his onslaught, but yielded often to a warmly sympathetic attitude. "As for being good," went on Saint-Loup, "you say I've been to you, but I haven't been any good at all. My aunt tells me it's you who avoid her, that you never said a word to her. She wondered whether you had anything against her." Fortunately for myself, if I had been taken in by this speech, our departure, which I believed to be imminent, for Balbec would have prevented my making any attempt to see Madame Guermantes again, to assure her that I had nothing against her, and so to put her under the necessity of proving that it was she who had something against me. But I had only to remind myself that she had not even offered to let me see her Elsters. Besides, this was not a disappointment. I had never expected her to begin talking to me about them. I knew that I did not appeal to her, that I need have no hope of ever making her like me. The most that I had been able to look forward to was that, thanks to her kindness, I might there and then receive, since I should not be seeing her again before I left Paris, an entirely pleasing impression, which I could take with me to Balbec, indefinitely prolonged, intact, instead of a memory broken by anxiety and sorrow. Madame de Marsantes kept on interrupting her conversation with Robert to tell me how often he had spoken to her about me, how fond he was of me. She treated me with a deference which almost hurt me, because I felt it to be prompted by her fear of being embroiled on my account with this son whom she had not seen all day, with whom she was eager to be alone, and over whom she must accordingly have supposed that the influence which she wielded was not equal to, and must conciliate, mine. Having heard me earlier in the afternoon make some reference to Bloch's uncle, Monsieur Nissim Bernard, Madame de Marsantes inquired whether it was he who had at one time lived at Nice. In that case, he knew Monsieur de Marsantes there before our marriage, she told me. My husband used often to speak of him as an excellent man, with such a delicate, generous nature. To think that for once in his life he wasn't lying, it's incredible, would have been Bloch's comment. All this time, I should have liked to explain to Madame de Marsantes that Robert felt infinitely more affection for her than for myself, and that, had she shown any hostility towards me, it was not in my nature to attempt to set him against her, to detach him from her. But now that Madame de Guermantes had left the room, I had more leisure to observe Robert, and I noticed then for the first time that, once again, a sort of flood of anger seemed to be coursing through him, rising to the surface of his stern and sombre features. I was afraid lest, remembering the scene in the theatre that afternoon, he might be feeling humiliated in my presence at having allowed himself to be treated so harshly by his mistress without making any rejoinder. Suddenly he broke away from his mother, who had put her arm around his neck, and, coming towards me, led me behind the little flower-strewn counter at which Madame de Villeparisis had resumed her seat, making a sign to me to follow him into the smaller room. I was hurrying after him when Monsieur de Charlus, who must have supposed that I was leaving the house, turned abruptly from Prince von Pfaffenheim, to whom he had been talking, and made a rapid circuit which brought him face to face with me. I saw with alarm that he had taken the hat, in the lining of which were a capital G and a ducal coronet. In the doorway into the little room he said, without looking at me, "As I see that you have taken to going into society, you must do me the pleasure of coming to see me. But it's a little complicated," he went on with a distracted, calculating air, as if the pleasure had been one that he was afraid of not securing again once he had let slip the opportunity of arranging with me the means by which it might be realized. "I'm very seldom at home. You will have to write to me. But I should prefer to explain things to you more quietly. I'm just going. Will you walk a short way with me? I shall only keep you a moment." "You'd better take care, sir," I warned him. "You've picked up the wrong hat by mistake." "Do you want to stop me taking my own hat?" I assumed, a similar mishap having recently occurred to myself, that someone else, having taken his hat, he had seized upon one at random, so as not to go home bareheaded, and that I had placed him in a difficulty by exposing his stratagem. I told him that I must say a few words to Saint-Loup. "He is still talking to that idiot, the Duc de Guermantes," I added. "That really is charming. I shall tell my brother." "Oh, do you think that would interest Monsieur de Charlus?" I imagined that if he had a brother, that brother must be called Charlus also. Saint-Loup had indeed explained his family tree to me at Baalbec, but I had forgotten the details. "Who has been talking to you about Monsieur de Charlus?" replied the Baron in an arrogant tone. "Go to Robert." "I hear," he went on, "that you took part this morning in one of those orgies that he has with a woman who is disgracing him. You would do well to use your influence with him to make him realize the pain he is causing his poor mother and all of us by dragging our name in the dirt." I should have liked to reply that at this degrading luncheon the conversation had been entirely about Emerson, Ibsen, and Tolstoy, and that the young woman had lectured Robert to make him drink nothing but water. In the hope of bringing some balm to Robert, whose pride had, I felt, been wounded, I sought to find an excuse for his mistress. I did not know that at that moment, in spite of his anger with her, it was on himself that he was heaping reproaches. But it always happens, even in quarrels between a good man and a worthless woman, and when the right is all on one side, that some trifle crops up, which enables the woman to appear not to have been in the wrong on one point. And as she ignores all the other points, the moment the man begins to feel the need of her company, or is demoralized by separation from her, his weakness will make his conscience more exacting. He will remember the absurd approaches that have been flung at him, and will ask himself whether they have not some foundation in fact. "I've come to the conclusion I was wrong about that matter of the necklace," Robert said to me. "Of course, I never meant for a moment to do anything wrong, but I know very well other people don't look at things in the same way as oneself. She had a very hard time when she was young. In her eyes, I was bound to appear just the rich man who thinks he can get anything he wants with his money, and with whom a poor person cannot compete, whether in trying to influence Boucheron or in a lawsuit. Of course, she has been horribly cruel to me, when I've never thought of anything but her good. But I do see clearly she believes that I wanted to make her feel that one could keep a hold on her with money, and that's not true. She's so fond of me. What must she be thinking of me? Poor darling, if you only knew, she has such charming ways. I simply can't tell you. She's often done the most adorable things for me. How wretched she must be feeling now. In any case, whatever happens in the long run, I don't want to let her think me a cad. I shall dash off to Boucheron's and get the necklace. You never know. Very likely, when she sees me with it, she'll admit that she's been in the wrong. Don't you see, it's the idea that she is suffering at the moment that I can't bear. What one suffers oneself, one knows. That's nothing. But with her, to say to oneself that she's suffering and not to be able to form any idea of what she feels, I think I shall go mad in a minute. I'd much rather never see her again than let her suffer. She can be happy without me if she must. That's all I ask. Listen, you know, to me everything that concerns her is enormously important. It becomes something cosmic. I shall run to the jeweller's and then go and ask her to forgive me. But until I get down there, what will she be thinking of me? If she could only know that I was on my way. What about your going down there and telling her? For all we know, that might settle the whole business. Perhaps, he went on with a smile, as though he hardly ventured to believe in so idyllic a possibility, we can all three dine together in the country. But we can't tell yet. I never know how to handle her. Poor child, I shall perhaps only hurt her more than ever. Besides, her decision may be irrevocable. Robert swept me back to his mother. Goodbye, he said to her. I've got to go now. I don't know when I shall get leave again. Probably not for a month. I shall write as soon as I know myself. Certainly, Robert was not in the least the type of son who, when he goes out with his mother, feels that an attitude of exasperation towards her ought to balance the smiles and bows which he bestows on strangers. Nothing is more common than this odious form of vengeance on the part of those who appear to believe that rudeness to one's own family is the natural complement to one's ceremonial behaviour. Whatever the wretched mother may say, her son, as though he had been taken to the house against his will and wished to make her pay dearly for his presence, refutes immediately, with an ironical, precise, cruel contradiction, the timidly ventured assertion. The mother at once conforms, though without thereby disarming him, to the opinion of this superior being, of whom she will continue to boast to everyone when he is not present, as having a charming nature, and who, all the same, spares her none of his keenest thrusts. St. Loup was not at all like this, but the anguish which Rachel's absence provoked in him brought it about that, for different reasons, he was no less harsh with his mother than the sons I have been describing are with theirs. And as she listened to him, I saw the same throb, like that of a mighty wing, which Madame de Marsantes had been unable to repress when her son first entered the room, convulse her whole body once again. But this time it was an anxious face, eyes wide with grief, that she fastened on him. "What, Robert? You're going away? Seriously? My little son, the one day I've seen anything of you." And then, quite softly, in the most natural tone, in a voice from which she strove to banish all sadness, so as not to inspire her son with a pity which would perhaps have been painful to him, or else useless, and might serve only to irritate him, like an argument prompted by plain common sense, "You know, it's not at all nice of you." But to this simplicity she added so much timidity, to show him that she was not trespassing on his freedom, so much affection, so that he should not reproach her with spoiling his pleasures, that St. Loup could not fail to observe in himself, as it were, the possibility of a similar wave of affection, that was to say, an obstacle to his spending the evening with his lady, and so he grew angry. "It's unfortunate, but nice or not, that's how it is." And he heaped on his mother the reproaches which no doubt he felt that he himself perhaps deserved. Thus it is that egoists have always the last word. Having laid down at the start that their determination is unshakable, the more the sentiment in them to which one appeals to make them abandon it is touched, the more fault they find, not with themselves who resist the appeal, but with those persons who put them under the necessity of resisting it, with the result that their own firmness may be carried to the utmost degree of cruelty, which only aggravates all the more in their eyes the culpability of the person who is so indelicate as to be hurt, to be in the right, and to cause them thus treacherously the pain of acting against their natural instinct of pity. But of her own accord, Madame de Marsantes ceased to insist, for she felt that she would not be able to keep him. "I shall leave you here," he said to me, "but you're not to keep him long, mamma, because he's got to go somewhere else in a minute." I was fully aware that my company could not afford any pleasure to Madame de Marsantes, but I preferred, by not going with Robert, not to let her suppose that I was involved in these pleasures which deprived her of him. I should have liked to find some excuse for her son's conduct, less from affection for him than from pity for her, but it was she who spoke first. "Poor boy," she began, "I'm sure I must have hurt him dreadfully. You see, sir, mothers are such selfish creatures. After all, he hasn't many pleasures. He comes so little to Paris. Oh dear, if he hadn't gone already, I should have liked to stop him, not to keep him, of course, but just to tell him that I'm not vexed with him, that I think he was quite right. Will you excuse me if I go and look over the staircase?" I accompanied her there. "Robert! Robert!" she called. "No, he's gone. We're too late." At that moment, I would as gladly have undertaken a mission to make Robert break with his mistress as, a few hours earlier, to make him go and live with her altogether. In one case, Saint-Loup would have regarded me as a false friend. In the other, his family would have called me his evil genius. Yet I was the same man at an interval of a few hours. End of section 14. Section 15 of The Guermantes Way, Le Côté de Guermantes by Marcel Proust, translated by Charles Kenneth Scott Moncrief. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Michael O'Kelly. Madame de Villeparisis at home. We returned to the drawing-room. Seeing that Saint-Loup was not with us, Madame de Villeparisis exchanged with Monsieur de Norpois that dubious, derisive, and not too pitying glance with which people point out to one another an over-jealous wife or an over-loving mother, spectacles which to outsiders are amusing, as much as to say, "There now, there's been trouble." Robert went to his mistress, taking with him the splendid ornament which, after what had been said on both sides, he ought not to have given her. But it came to the same thing, for she would not look at it, and even after their reconciliation he could never persuade her to accept it. Certain of Robert's friends thought that these proofs of disinterestedness which she furnished were deliberately planned to draw him closer to her, and yet she was not greedy about money, except perhaps to be able to spend it without thought. I have seen her bestow recklessly on people whom she believed to be in need the most insensate charity. At this moment, Robert's friends would say to him, seeking to balance by their malicious words a disinterested action on Rachel's part, "At this moment she will be in the promenade at the Folies Bergère. She's an enigma, that girl is, a regular sphinx." After all, how many women who are not disinterested, since they are kept by men, have we not seen, with a delicacy that flowers from their sordid existence, set with their own hands 1,000 little limits to the generosity of their lovers? Robert knew of scarcely any of the infidelities of his mistress, and tortured his mind over what were mere nothings compared with the real life of Rachel, a life which began every day only after he had left her. He knew of scarcely any of these fidelities. One could have told him of them without shaking his confidence in Rachel. For it is a charming law of nature, which manifests itself in the heart of the most complex social organisms, that we live in perfect ignorance of those we love. On one side of the mirror, the lover says to himself, "She's an angel. She will never yield herself to me. I may as well die. And yet she does care for me. She cares so much that perhaps... but no, it can never possibly happen." And in the exaltation of his desire, in the anguish of waiting, what jewels he flings at the feet of this woman, how he runs to borrow money to save her from inconvenience. Meanwhile, on the other side of the screen, through which their conversation will no more carry than that which visitors exchange outside the glass wall of an aquarium, the public are saying, "You don't know her? I congratulate you. She has robbed, in fact ruined, I don't know how many men. There isn't a worse girl in Paris. She's a common swindler, and cunning isn't the word." And perhaps the public are not entirely wrong in their use of the last epithet, for indeed the sceptical man who is not really in love with the woman, and whom she merely attracts, says to his friends, "No, no, my dear fellow, she's not in the least a prostitute. I don't say she hasn't had an adventure or two in her time, but she's not a woman one pays. She'd be damned sight too expensive if she was. With her, it's 50,000 francs or nothing." Well, he has spent 50,000 francs on her, and he has had her once, but she, finding moreover a willing accomplice in the man himself, has managed to persuade him that he is one of those who have had her for nothing. Such is society, in which every one of us has two aspects, in which the most obvious, the most notorious faults will never be known by a certain other person, save embedded in, under the protection of, a shell, a smooth cocoon, a delicious curiosity of nature. There were in Paris two thoroughly respectable men to whom Saint-Loup no longer bowed, and could not refer without a tremor in his voice, calling them exploiters of women. This was because they had both been ruined by Rachel. "I blame myself for one thing only," Madame de Marsan murmured in my ear, "and that was my telling him that he wasn't nice to me. He, such an adorable, unique son. There's no one else like him in the world. The only time I see him, to have told him he wasn't nice to me. I would far rather he'd beaten me, because I'm sure that whatever pleasure he may be having this evening, and he hasn't many, will be spoiled for him by that unfair word. But, sir, I mustn't keep you, since you're in a hurry." Anxiously, Madame de Marsan bade me goodbye. These sentiments bore on Robert. She was sincere. But she ceased to become a great lady once more. "I have been so interested, so glad to have had this little talk with you. Thank you, thank you." And with a humble air she fastened on me a look of gratitude, of exhilaration, as though my conversation were one of the keenest pleasures that she had experienced in her life. These charming glances went very well with the black flowers on her white skirt. They were those of a great lady who knew her business. "But I'm in no hurry," I replied. "Besides, I must wait for Monsieur de Charlus. I'm going with him." Madame de Villeparisis overheard these last words. They appeared to vex her. Had the matter in question not been one which could not possibly give rise to such a sentiment, it might have struck me that what seemed to be at that moment alarmed in Madame de Villeparisis was her modesty. But this hypothesis never even entered my mind. I was delighted with Madame de Guermantes, with Saint-Loup, with Madame de Marsan, with Monsieur de Charlus, with Madame de Villeparisis. I did not stop to reflect, and I spoke light-heartedly and at random. "You're going from here with my nephew Palamede?" she asked me. Thinking that it might produce a highly favourable impression on Madame de Villeparisis if she learned that I was on intimate terms with a nephew whom she esteemed so greatly. "He's asked me to go home with him," I answered blithely. "I'm so glad. Besides, we're greater friends than you think, and I've quite made up my mind that we're going to be better friends still." From being vexed, Madame de Villeparisis seemed to have grown anxious. "Don't wait for him," she said to me with a preoccupied air. "He is talking to Monsieur de Pfaffenheim. He's certain to have forgotten what he said to you. You'd much better go now, quickly, while his back is turned." The first emotion shown by Madame de Villeparisis would have suggested, but for the circumstances, offended modesty. Her insistence, her opposition, might well, if one studied her face alone, have appeared to be dictated by virtue. I was not myself in any hurry to join Robert and his mistress, but Madame de Villeparisis seemed to make such a point of my going that, thinking perhaps that she had some important business to discuss with her nephew, I bade her good-bye. Next to her, Monsieur de Guermantes, superb and Olympian, was ponderously seated. One would have said that the notion omnipresent in all his members of his vast riches gave him a particularly high density, as though they had been melted in a crucible into a single human ingot to form this man whose value was so immense. At the moment of my saying goodbye to him, he rose politely from his seat, and I could see the dead weight of 30 millions, which his old-fashioned French breeding set in motion, raised until it stood before me. I seemed to be looking at that statue of Olympian Zeus, which Phidias is said to have cast in solid gold. Such was the power that good breeding had over Monsieur de Guermantes, over the body of Monsieur de Guermantes at least, for it had not an equal mastery over the ducal mind. Monsieur de Guermantes laughed at his own jokes, but did not unbend to other people's. As I went downstairs, I heard behind me a voice calling out to me. "So this is how you wait for me, is it?" It was Monsieur de Charlus. "You don't mind if we go a little way on foot?" he asked dryly when we were in the courtyard. "We can walk until I find a cab that suits me." "You wished to speak to me about something, sir?" "Oh, yes. As a matter of fact, there were some things I wished to say to you, but I'm not sure now whether I shall. As far as you are concerned, I'm sure that they might be the starting point which would lead you to inestimable benefits. But I can see also that they would bring into my existence, at an age when one begins to value tranquillity, a great loss of time, great inconvenience. I ask myself whether you are worth all the pains that I should have to take with you, and have not the pleasure of knowing you well enough to be able to say. Perhaps also to you yourself, what I could do for you does not appear sufficiently attractive for me to give myself so much trouble, for I repeat quite frankly that for me it can only be trouble." I protested that in that case he must not dream of it. This summary end to the discussion did not seem to be to his liking. "That sort of politeness means nothing," he rebuked me coldly. "There is nothing so pleasant as to give oneself trouble for a person who is worth one's while. For the best of us, the study of the arts, a taste for old things, collections, gardens, are all mere ersatz, succedanea, alibis. In the heart of our tub, like Diogenes, we cry out for a man. We cultivate begonias, we trim yews as a last resort, because yews and begonias submit to treatment. But we should like to give our time to a plant of human growth. If we were sure that he was worth the trouble, that is the whole question. You must know something about yourself. Are you worth my trouble or not?" "I would not for anything in the world, sir, be a cause of anxiety to you," I said to him. "But so far as I am concerned, you may be sure that everything which comes to me from you will be a very great pleasure to me. I am deeply touched that you should be so kind as to take notice of me in this way, and to try to help me." Greatly to my surprise, it was almost with effusion that he thanked me for this speech, slipping his arm through mine with that intermittent familiarity which had already struck me at Baalbec, and was in such contrast to the coldness of his tone. "With the want of consideration common at your age," he told me, "you are liable to say things at times which would open an unbridgeable gulf between us. What you have said just now, on the other hand, is exactly the sort of thing that touches me, and makes me want to do a great deal for you." As he walked arm in arm with me, and uttered these words, which, albeit tinged with contempt, were so affectionate, Monsieur de Charlus now fastened his gaze on me with that intense fixity which had struck me the first morning when I saw him outside the casino at Baalbec, and indeed many years before that, through the pink hawthorns, standing beside Madame Swann, whom I supposed then to be his mistress, in the park at Tansonville. Now let it stray around him, and examine the cabs, which at this time of the day were passing in considerable numbers on the way to their stables, looking so determinedly at them that several stopped, the drivers supposing that he wished to engage them. But Monsieur de Charlus immediately dismissed them. "They're not what I want," he explained to me. "It's all a question of the colour of their lamps and the direction they're going in. I hope, sir," he went on, "that you will not in any way misinterpret the purely disinterested and charitable nature of the proposal which I am going to make to you." I was struck by the similarity of his diction to Swann's, closer now than at Baalbec. "You have enough intelligence, I suppose, not to imagine that it is from want of society, from any fear of solitude and boredom, that I have recourse to you. I do not, as a rule, care to talk about myself, but you may possibly have heard, it was alluded to in a leading article in the Times, which made a considerable impression, that the Emperor of Austria, who has always honoured me with his friendship and is good enough to insist on keeping up terms of cousinship with me, declared the other day in an interview, which was made public, that if the Comte de Chambord had by his side a man as thoroughly conversant with the undercurrents of European politics as myself, he would be King of France today. I have often thought, sir, that there was in me, thanks not to my own humble talents, but to circumstances which you may one day have occasion to learn, a sort of secret record of incalculable value, of which I have not felt myself at liberty to make use personally, but which would be a priceless acquisition to a young man to whom I would hand over in a few months what it has taken me more than 30 years to collect, what I am perhaps alone in possessing. I do not speak of the intellectual enjoyment which you would find in learning certain secrets which a Michelet of our day would give years of his life to know, and in the light of which certain events would assume for him an entirely different aspect. And I do not speak only of events that have already occurred, but of the chain of circumstances. This was a favourite expression of M. de Charlus, and often, when he used it, he joined his hands as if in prayer, but with his fingers stiffened, as though to illustrate by their complexity the said circumstances, which he did not specify, and the chain that linked them. I could give you an explanation that no one has dreamed of, not only of the past, but of the future. M. de Charlus broke off to question me about Bloch, whom he had heard discussed, though without appearing to be listening, in his aunt's drawing-room. And with that ironical accent, he so skilfully detached what he was saying that he seemed to be thinking of something else altogether, and to be speaking mechanically, simply out of politeness. He asked if my friend was young, good-looking, and so forth. Bloch, if he had heard him, would have been more puzzled even than with M. de Norpois, but for very different reasons, to know whether M. de Charlus was for or against Dreyfus. "It is not a bad idea, if you wish to learn about life," went on M. de Charlus, when he had finished questioning me, "to include among your friends an occasional foreigner." I replied that Bloch was French. "Indeed," said M. de Charlus, "I took him to be a Jew." His assertion of this incompatibility made me suppose that M. de Charlus was more anti-Dreyfusard than anyone I had met. He protested, however, against the charge of treason levelled against Dreyfus. But his protest took this form: "I understand the newspapers to say that Dreyfus has committed a crime against his country. So I understand. I pay no attention to the newspapers. I read them as I wash my hands without finding it was worth my while to take any interest in what I am doing. In any case, the crime is non-existent. Your friend's compatriot would have committed a crime if he had betrayed Judea, but what has he to do with France?" I pointed out that if there should be a war, the Jews would be mobilized just as much as anyone else. "Perhaps so, and I'm not sure that it would not be an imprudence. If we bring over Senegalese and Malagasys, I hardly suppose that their hearts will be in the task of defending France, which is only natural. Your Dreyfus might rather be convicted of a breach of the laws of hospitality. But we need not discuss that. Perhaps you could ask your friend to allow me to be present at some great festival in the temple, at a circumcision with Jewish chants. He might perhaps take a hall and give me some biblical entertainment, as the young ladies of Saint-Cyr performed scenes taken from the Psalms by Racine to amuse Louis XIV. You might even arrange parties to give us a good laugh. For instance, a battle between your friend and his father, in which he would smite him as David smote Goliath. That would make quite an amusing farce. He might even, while he was about it, deal some stout blows at his hag, or as my old nurse would say, his haggart of a mother. That would be an excellent show, and would not be unpleasing to us, my young friend, since we like exotic spectacles, and to thrash that non-European creature would be giving a well-earned punishment to an old camel." As he poured out this terrible, almost insane language, M. de Charlus squeezed my arm until it ached. I reminded myself of all that his family had told me about his wonderful kindness to this old nurse, whose Molière-esque vocabulary he had just quoted, and I thought to myself that the connections hitherto I felt little studied between goodness and wickedness in the same heart, various as they may be, would make an interesting subject for research. I warned him, anyhow, that Madame Bloch no longer existed, while as for Monsieur Bloch, I questioned to what extent he would enjoy a sport which might easily result in him being blinded. Monsieur de Charlus seemed annoyed. "That," he said, "is a woman who made a great mistake in dying. As for blinding him, surely the synagogue is blind. It does not perceive the truth of the gospel. In any case, think at this moment, when all these unhappy Jews are trembling before the stupid fury of the Christians, what an honour it would be for him to see a man like myself condescend to be amused by their sports." At this point I caught sight of Monsieur Bloch Senior, who was coming towards us, probably on his way to meet his son. He did not see us, but I offered to introduce him to Monsieur de Charlus. I had no conception of the torrent of rage which my words were to let loose. "Introduce him to me? But you must have singularly little idea of social values. People do not get to know me as easily as that. In the present instance, the awkwardness would be twofold, on account of the youth of the introducer and the unworthiness of the person introduced. At the most, if I am ever permitted to enjoy the Asiatic spectacle which I suggested to you, I might address to the horrible creature a few words indicative of generous feeling. But on condition that he allows himself to be thoroughly thrashed by his son, I might go so far as to express my satisfaction." As it happened, Monsieur Bloch paid no attention to us. He was occupied in greeting Madame Sazarin with a series of sweeping bows, which were very favourably received. I was surprised at this, for in the old days at Combray she had been indignant at my parents for having young Bloch in the house, so anti-Semitic was she then. But Dreyfusism, like a strong gust of wind, had a few days before this wafted Monsieur Bloch to her feet. My father's friend had found Madame Sazarin charming, and was particularly gratified by the anti-Semitism of the lady, which he regarded as a proof of the sincerity of her faith and the soundness of her Dreyfusard opinions, and also as enhancing the value of the call which she had authorized him to pay her. He had not even been offended when she had said to him stolidly, "Monsieur Drumont has the impudence to put the revisionists in the same bag as the Protestants and the Jews. A delightful promiscuity." "Bernard," he had said with pride on reaching home to Monsieur Nissim Bernard, "you know, she has that prejudice." But Monsieur Nissim Bernard had said nothing, only raising his eyes to heaven in an angelic gaze. Saddened by the misfortunes of the Jews, remembering his old friendships with Christians, grown mannered and precious with increasing years, for reasons which the reader will learn in due course, he had now the air of a pre-Raphaelite ghost, onto which hair had been incongruously grafted, like threads in the heart of an opal. "All this Dreyfus business," went on the Baron, still clasping me by the arm, "has only one drawback. It destroys society. I do not say polite society. Society has long ceased to deserve that laudatory epithet, by the influx of Mr. and Mrs. Camels and Camelries and Camelyards, astonishing creatures whom I find even in the houses of my own cousins, because they belong to the Patrie Française or the anti-Jewish or some such league, as if a political opinion entitled one to any social qualification." This frivolity in Monsieur de Charlus brought out his family likeness to the Duchess de Guermantes. I remarked to him on the resemblance. As he appeared to think that I did not know her, I reminded him of the evening at the opera, when he had seemed to be trying to avoid me. He assured me with such insistence that he had never even seen me there, that I should have begun to believe him, if presently a trifling incident had not led me to think that M. de Charlus, in his excessive pride perhaps, did not care to be seen with me. "Let us return to yourself," he said, "and my plans for you. There exists among certain men, sir, a Freemasonry, of which I cannot now say more than that it numbers in its ranks 4 of the reigning sovereigns of Europe. Now, the courtiers of one of these are trying to cure him of his fancy. That is a very serious matter, and may bring us to war. Yes, sir, that is a fact. You remember the story of the man who believed that he had the Princess of China shut up in a bottle. It was a form of insanity. He was cured of it, but as soon as he ceased to be mad, he became merely stupid. There are maladies which we must not seek to cure, because they alone protect us from others that are more serious. A cousin of mine had trouble with his stomach. He could not digest anything. The most learned specialists on the stomach treated him with no effect. I took him to a certain doctor, another highly interesting man, by the way, of whom I could tell you a great deal. He guessed at once that the trouble was nervousness. He persuaded his patient, ordered him to eat whatever he liked quite boldly, and assured him that his digestion would stand it. But my cousin had nephritis also. What the stomach can digest perfectly well, the kidneys cease after a time to eliminate, and my cousin, instead of living to a good old age with an imaginary disease of the stomach, which obliged him to keep to a diet, died at the age of 40 with his stomach cured, but his kidneys ruined. Given a very considerable advantage over people of your age, for all one knows, you will perhaps become what some eminent man of the past might have been, if a good angel had revealed to him, in the midst of a humanity that knew nothing of them, the secrets of steam and electricity. Do not be foolish. Do not refuse from discretion. Understand that, if I do you a great service, I expect my reward from you to be no less great. It is many years now since people in society ceased to interest me. I have but one passion left, to seek to redeem the mistakes of my life by conferring the benefit of my knowledge on a soul that is still virgin and capable of being inflamed by virtue. I have had great sorrows, sir, of which I may tell you perhaps some day. I have lost my wife, who is the loveliest, the noblest, the most perfect creature that one could dream of seeing. I have young relatives who are not, I do not say worthy, but who are not capable of accepting the moral heritage of which I have been speaking. For all I know, you may be he into whose hands it is to pass, he whose life I shall be able to direct and to raise to so lofty a plane. My own would perhaps gain in return. Perhaps in teaching you the great secrets of diplomacy, I might recover a taste for them myself, and begin at last to do things of real interest in which you would have an equal share. But before I can tell, I must see you often, very often, every day. I was thinking of taking advantage of this unexpected kindness on M. de Charlus's part to ask him whether he could not arrange for me to meet his sister-in-law, when suddenly I felt my arm violently jerked, as though by an electric shock. It was M. de Charlus, who had hurriedly withdrawn his arm from mine. Although, as he talked, he had allowed his eyes to wander in all directions, he had only just caught sight of M. d'Argencourt, who was coming towards us from a side street. On seeing us, M. d'Argencourt appeared worried, cast at me a look of distrust, almost that look intended for a creature of another race than one's own with which Madame de Guermantes had quizzed Bloch, and tried to avoid us. But one would have said that M. de Charlus was determined to show him that he was not at all anxious not to be seen by him, for he called to him, simply to tell him something that was of no importance. And fearing perhaps that M. d'Argencourt had not recognized me. Monsieur de Charlus informed him that I was a great friend of Madame de Villeparisis, of the Duchess de Guermantes, of Robert de Saint-Loup, and that he himself, Charlus, was an old friend of my grandmother, and glad to be able to show her grandson a little of the affection that he felt for her. Nevertheless, I observed that Monsieur d'Argencourt, albeit I had been barely introduced to him at Madame de Villeparisis', and Monsieur de Charlus had now spoken to him at length about my family, was distinctly colder to me than he had been in the afternoon, and for a long time he showed the same aloofness whenever we met. He watched me now with a curiosity in which there was no sign of friendliness, and seemed even to have overcome an instinctive repulsion when, on leaving us, after a moment's hesitation, he held out a hand to me, which he at once withdrew. "I'm sorry about that," said Monsieur de Charlus. "That fellow Argencourt, well-born but ill-bred, more than feeble as a diplomat, an impossible husband, always running after women like a person in a play, is one of those men who are incapable of understanding but perfectly capable of destroying the things in life that are really great. I hope that our friendship will be one of them, if it is ever to be formed, and I hope also that you will honour me by keeping it, as I shall, well clear of the heels of any of those donkeys who, from idleness or clumsiness or deliberate wickedness, trample upon what would seem to have been made to endure. Unfortunately, that is the mould in which most of the men one meets have been cast." "The Duchess de Guermantes seems to be very clever. We were talking this afternoon about the possibility of war. It appears that she is specially well informed on that subject." "She is nothing of the sort," replied Monsieur de Charlus tartly. "Women, and most men for that matter, understand nothing of what I was going to tell you. My sister-in-law is a charming woman who imagines that we are still living in the days of Balzac's novels, when women had an influence on politics. Going to her house could at present only have a bad effect on you. As for that matter, going anywhere, that was one of the very things I was just going to tell you when that fool interrupted me. The first sacrifice that you must make for me, I shall claim them from you in proportion to the gifts I bestow on you, is to give up going into society. It distressed me this afternoon to see you at that idiotic tea party. You may remind me that I was there myself, but for me it was not a social gathering, it was simply a family visit. Later on, when you have established your position, if it amuses you to step down for a little into that sort of thing, it may perhaps do no harm. And then I need not point out how invaluable I can be to you. The open sesame to the Guermantes house, and any others that it is worthwhile throwing open the doors of to you, rests with me. I shall be the judge, and intend to remain master of the situation." I thought I would take advantage of what Monsieur de Charlus had said about my call on Madame de Villeparisis to try to find out what position exactly she occupied in society, but the question took another form on my lips than I had intended, and I asked him instead what the Villeparisis family was. "That is absolutely as though you had asked me what the Nobody family was," replied Monsieur de Charlus. "My aunt married for love a Monsieur Thirion, who was extremely rich for that matter, and whose sisters had married surprisingly well, and from that day onwards he called himself Marquis de Villeparisis. It did no harm to anyone, at the most a little to himself, and very little. What was his reason I cannot tell. I suppose he was actually a Monsieur de Villeparisis, a gentleman born at Villeparisis, which, as you know, is the name of a little place outside Paris. My aunt tried to make out that there was such a marquisate in the family. She wanted to put things on a proper footing. I can't tell you why. When one takes a name to which one has no right, it is better not to copy the regular forms. Madame de Villeparisis, being merely Madame Thirion, completed the fall which had begun in my estimation of her when I had seen the composite nature of her party. I felt it to be unfair that a woman whose title and name were of quite recent origin should be able thus to impose upon her contemporaries, with the prospect of similarly imposing upon posterity by virtue of her friendships with royal personages. Now that she had become once again what I had supposed her to be in my childhood, a person who had nothing aristocratic about her, these distinguished kinsfolk who gathered round her seemed to remain alien to her. She did not cease to be charming to us all. I went occasionally to see her, and she sent me little presents from time to time, but I had never any impression that she belonged to the Faubourg Saint-Germain, and if I had wanted any information about it, she would have been one of the last people to whom I should have applied. "At present," went on Monsieur de Charlus, "by going into society, you will only damage your position, warp your intellect and character. Also, you must be particularly careful in choosing your friends. Keep mistresses if your family has no objection. That doesn't concern me. Indeed, I can only advise it. You young rascal who will soon have to start shaving," he rallied me, passing his fingers over my chin. "But the choice of your men friends is more important. 8 out of 10 young men are little scoundrels, little wretches, capable of doing you an injury which you would never be able to repair. Wait now, my nephew Saint-Loup is quite a suitable companion for you, at a pinch. As far as your future is concerned, he can be of no possible use to you, but for that I am sufficient. And really, when all is said and done, as a person to go out with, at times when you've had enough of me, he does not seem to present any serious drawback that I know of. At any rate, he's a man, not one of those effeminate creatures one sees so many of nowadays, who look like little renters, and at any moment may bring their innocent victims to the gallows." I did not know the meaning of this slang word, renter. Anyone who had known it would have been as greatly surprised by his use of it as myself. People in society like talking slang. People against whom certain things may be hinted like to show that they are not afraid to mention them, a proof of innocence in their eyes. But they have lost their sense of proportion. They are no longer capable of realizing the point at which a certain pleasantry will become too technical, too shocking, will be a proof rather of corruption than of simplicity. "He's not like the rest of them. He has nice manners. He's really serious." I could not help smiling at this epithet, serious, to which the intonation that Monsieur de Charlus gave to it seemed to impart the sense of virtuous, of steady, as one says of a little shop girl that she is serious. At this moment a cab passed, zigzagging along the street. A young cabman, who had deserted his box, was driving it from inside, where he lay sprawling upon the cushions, apparently half drunk. Monsieur de Charlus instantly stopped him. The driver began to argue. "Which way are you going?" "Yours!" This surprised me, for Monsieur de Charlus had already refused several cabs with similarly coloured lamps. "Well, I don't want to get up on the box. Do you mind if I stay down here?" "No, but you must put down the hood." "Well, think over my proposal," said Monsieur de Charlus, preparing to leave me. "I give you a few days to consider my offer. Write to me. I repeat, I shall need to see you every day, and to receive from you guarantees of loyalty, of discretion, which, for that matter, you do appear, I must say, to furnish. But in the course of my life I have been so often taken in by appearances that I never wish to trust them again. Damn it, it's the least you can expect that before giving up a treasure I should know into what hands it is going to pass. Very well, bear in mind what I'm offering you. You are like Hercules, though unfortunately for yourself you do not appear to me to have quite his muscular development. At the parting of the ways, try not to have to regret all your life not having chosen the way that leads to virtue. Hello, he turned to the cabman. Haven't you put the hood down? I'll do it myself. I think, too, I'd better drive, seeing the state you appear to be in. He jumped in beside the cabman, took the reins, and the horse trotted off. End of section 15. Section 16 of the Guermantes Way, Le Côté de Guermantes, by Marcel Proust. Translated by Charles Kenneth Scott Moncrief. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Michael O'Kelly. My grandmother's illness. As for myself, no sooner had I turned in at our gate than I found the pendant to the conversation which I had heard exchanged that afternoon between Bloch and M. de Norpois, but in another form, brief, inverted, and cruel. This was a dispute between our butler, who believed in Dreyfus, and the Guermantes, who was an anti-Dreyfusard. The truths and counter-truths which came in conflict above ground among the intellectuals of the rival leagues, the Patrie Française and the Droits de l'Homme, were fast spreading downwards into the subsoil of popular opinion. M. Reinach was manipulating, by appeals to sentiment, people whom he had never seen, while for himself the Dreyfus case simply presented itself to his reason as an incontrovertible theory, which he proved in the sequel by the most astonishing victory for rational policy, a victory against France, according to some, that the world has ever seen. In 2 years he replaced a Billot by a Clemenceau ministry, revolutionized public opinion from top to bottom, took Picard from his prison to install him, ungrateful, in the Ministry of War. Perhaps this rationalist manipulator of crowds was himself the puppet of his ancestry. When we find that the systems of philosophy which contain the most truths were dictated to their authors in the last analysis by reasons of sentiment, how are we to suppose that in a simple affair of politics like the Dreyfus case, reasons of this order may not, unknown to the reasoner, have controlled his reason? Bloch believed himself to have been led by a logical sequence to choose Dreyfusism, yet he knew that his nose, skin, and hair had been imposed on him by his race. Doubtless the reason enjoys more freedom, yet it obeys certain laws which it has not prescribed for itself. The case of the Guermantes butler and our own was peculiar. The waves of the two currents of Dreyfusism and anti-Dreyfusism, which now divided France from end to end, were on the whole silent, but the occasional echoes which they emitted were sincere. When you heard anyone in the middle of a conversation which was being deliberately kept off the case announce furtively some piece of political news, generally false, but always with a hopefulness of its truth, you could induce from the nature of his predictions where his heart lay. Thus there came into conflict on certain points, on one side a timid apostolate, on the other a righteous indignation. The two butlers whom I heard arguing as I came in furnished an exception to the rule. Ours let it be understood that Dreyfus was guilty, the Guermantes butler that he was innocent. This was done not to conceal their personal convictions, but from cunning, and in the keenness of their rivalry. Our butler, being uncertain whether the fresh trial would be ordered, wished beforehand, in the event of failure, to deprive the Duke's butler of the joy of seeing a just cause vanquished. The Duke's butler thought that, in the event of a refusal, ours would be more indignant at the detention on the Devil's Isle of an innocent man. The porter looked on. I had the impression that it was not he who was the cause of dissension in the Guermantes household. I went upstairs and found my grandmother not so well. For some time past, without knowing exactly what was wrong, she had been complaining of her health. It is in moments of illness that we are compelled to recognize that we live not alone, but chained to a creature of a different kingdom, whole worlds apart, who has no knowledge of us, and by whom it is impossible to make ourselves understood. Our body. Say that we met a brigand by the way. We might yet convince him by an appeal to his personal interest, if not to our own plight. But to ask pity of our body is like discoursing before an octopus, for which our words can have no more meaning than the sound of the tides, and with which we should be appalled to find ourselves condemned to live. My grandmother's attacks passed, often enough unnoticed by the attention which she kept always diverted to ourselves. When the pain was severe, in the hope of curing it, she would try in vain to understand what the trouble was. If the morbid phenomena of which her body was the theatre remained obscure and beyond the reach of her mind, they were clear and intelligible to certain creatures belonging to the same natural kingdom as themselves, creatures to which the human mind has learned gradually to have recourse in order to understand what the body is saying to it. As when a foreigner accosts us, we try to find someone belonging to his country who will act as interpreter. These can talk to our body and tell us if its anger is serious or will soon be appeased. Cottard, whom we had called in to see my grandmother, and who had infuriated us by asking with a dry smile the moment we told him that she was ill, "Ill? You sure it's not what they call a diplomatic illness?" He tried to soothe his patient's restlessness by a milk diet, but incessant bowls of milk soup gave her no relief, because my grandmother sprinkled them liberally with salt, the toxic effects of which were as yet, Vidal not having made his discoveries, unknown. For, medicine being a compendium of the successive and contradictory mistakes of medical practitioners, when we summon the wisest of them to our aid, the chances are that we may be relying on a scientific truth, the error of which will be recognized in a few years' time. So that to believe in medicine would be the height of folly, if not to believe in it were not a greater folly still, for from this mass of errors there have emerged, in the course of time, many truths. Cottard had told us to take her temperature. A thermometer was fetched. Throughout almost all its length it was clear of mercury. Scarcely could one make out, crouching at the foot of the tube, in its little cell, the silver salamander. It seemed dead. The glass reed was slipped into my grandmother's mouth. We had no need to leave it there for long. The little sorceress had not been slow in casting her horoscope. We found her motionless, perched halfway up in her tower, and declining to move, showing us with precision the figure that we had asked of her, a figure with which all the most careful examination that my grandmother's mind could have devoted to herself would have been incapable of furnishing her. 101 degrees. For the first time we felt some anxiety. We shook the thermometer well to erase the ominous line, as though we were able thus to reduce the patient's fever simultaneously with the figure shown on the scale. Alas, it was only too clear that the little Sibyl, unreasoning as she was, had not pronounced judgment arbitrarily, for the next day scarcely had the thermometer been inserted between my grandmother's lips, when almost at once, as though with a single bound, exulting in her certainty and in her intuition of a fact that to us was imperceptible, the little prophetess had come to a halt at the same point, with an implacable immobility, and pointed once again to that figure, 101, with the tip of her gleaming wand. Nothing more did she tell us. In vain might we long, seek, pray, She was deaf to our entreaties. It seemed as though this were her final utterance, a warning and a menace. Then, in an attempt to constrain her to modify her response, we had recourse to another creature of the same kingdom, but more potent, which is not content with questioning the body, but can command it, a febrifuge of the same order as modern aspirin, which had not then come into use. We had not shaken the thermometer down below 99.5, and hoped that it would not have to rise from there. We made my grandmother swallow this drug, then replaced the thermometer in her mouth. Like an implacable warder to whom one presents a permit signed by a higher authority whose protecting influence one has sought, and who, finding it in order, replies, "Very well, I've nothing to say. If it's like that, you may pass." This time the watcher in the tower did not move. But sullenly she seemed to be saying, "What use will that be to you? Since you are friends with quinine, she may give me the order not to go up once, 10 times, 20 times, and then she will grow tired of telling me. I know her. Get along with you. This won't last forever, and then you'll be a lot better off." Thereupon my grandmother felt the presence within her of a creature which knew the human body better than herself, the presence of a contemporary of the races that have vanished from the earth, the presence of the earth's first inhabitant, long anterior to the creation of thinking man. She felt that aeonial ally who was sounding her, a little roughly even, in the head, the heart, the elbow. He found out the weak places, organized everything for the prehistoric combat which began at once to be fought. In a moment, a trampled python, the fever, was vanquished by the potent chemical substance to which my grandmother, across the series of kingdoms, reaching out beyond all animal and vegetable life, would fain have been able to give thanks. And she remained moved by this glimpse which she had caught, through the mists of so many centuries, of a climate anterior to the creation even of plants. Meanwhile, the thermometer, like a weird sister momentarily vanquished by some more ancient god, held motionless her silver spindle. Alas, other inferior creatures, which man has trained to the chase of the mysterious quarry which he cannot pursue within the pathless forest of himself, reported cruelly to us every day a certain quantity of albumen, not large, but constant enough for it also to appear to bear relation to some persistent malady which we could not detect. Bergotte had shocked that scrupulous instinct in me which made me subordinate my intellect when he spoke to me of Dr. de Boulbon as of a physician who would not bore me, who would discover methods of treatment which, however strange they might appear, would adapt themselves to the singularity of my mind. But ideas transform themselves in us. They overcome the resistance with which we at first meet them, and feed upon rich intellectual reserves which we did not know to have been prepared for them. So, as happens whenever anything we have heard said about someone whom we do not know has had the faculty of awakening in us the idea of great talent, of a sort of genius, in my inmost mind I gave Dr. de Boulbon the benefit of that unlimited confidence which he inspires in us who, with an eye more penetrating than other men's, perceives the truth. I knew indeed that he was more of a specialist in nervous diseases, the man to whom Charcot, before his death, had predicted that he would reign supreme in neurology and psychiatry. "I don't know about that. It's quite possible," put in Françoise, who was in the room and heard Charcot's name as she heard de Boulbon's for the first time. But this in no way prevented her from saying, "It's possible." Her possibles, her perhapses, her I don't knows, were peculiarly irritating at such a moment. One wanted to say to her, "Naturally you don't know, since you haven't the faintest idea of what we're talking about. And how can you even say whether it's possible or not? You know nothing about it." Anyway, you can't say now that you don't know what Charcot said to de Bourbon. You do know, because we have just told you, and your perhapses and possibles don't come in, because it's a fact. In spite of this more special competence in cerebral and nervous matters, as I knew that de Bourbon was a great physician, a superior man, of a profound and inventive intellect, I begged my mother to send for him, and the hope that, by a clear perception of the malady, he might perhaps cure it, carried the day finally over the fear that we had of, if we called in a specialist, alarming my grandmother. What decided my mother was the fact that, encouraged unconsciously by Cottard, my grandmother no longer went out of doors, and scarcely rose from her bed. In vain might she answer us in the words of Madame de Sévigné's letter on Madame de Lafayette. Everyone said she was mad not to wish to go out. I said to these persons, so headstrong in their judgment, "Madame de Lafayette is not mad," and I stuck to that. It has taken her death to prove that she was quite right not to go out. De Bourbon, when he came, decided against, if not Madame de Sévigné, whom he did not quote to him, my grandmother at any rate. Instead of sounding her chest, fixing on her steadily his wonderful eyes, in which there was perhaps the illusion that he was making a profound scrutiny of his patient, or the desire to give her that illusion, which seemed spontaneous but must be mechanically produced, or else not to let her see that he was thinking of something quite different, or simply to obtain the mastery over her, he began talking about Bergotte. "I should think so indeed. He's magnificent. You are quite right to admire him. But which of his books do you prefer?" "Indeed, well, perhaps that is the best after all. In any case, it is the best composed of his novels. Claire is quite charming in it. Of his male characters, which appeals to you most?" I supposed at first that he was making her talk like this about literature because he himself found medicine boring, perhaps also to display his breadth of mind, and even, with a more therapeutic aim, to restore confidence in his patient, to show her that he was not alarmed, to take her mind from her state of health. But afterwards I realized that, being distinguished particularly as an alienist, and by his work on the brain, he had been seeking to ascertain by these questions whether my grandmother's memory was in good order. As though reluctantly, he began to inquire about her past life, fixing a stern and sombre eye on her. Then suddenly, as though catching sight of the truth, and determined to reach it at all costs, with a preliminary rubbing of his hands, which he seemed to have some difficulty in wiping dry of the final hesitations which he himself might feel, and of all the objections which we might have raised, looking down at my grandmother with a lucid eye, boldly, and though he were at last upon solid ground, punctuating his words in a quiet, impressive tone, every inflection of which bore the mark of intellect, he began. His voice, for that matter, throughout this visit, remained what it naturally was, caressing, and under his bushy brows, his ironical eyes were full of kindness. "You will be quite well, madam, on the day when it comes, and it rests entirely with you whether it comes today, on which you realize that there is nothing wrong with you, and resume your ordinary life. You tell me that you have not been taking food, not going out?" "But, sir, I have a temperature." He laid a finger on her wrist. "Not just now, at any rate. Besides, what an excuse! Don't you know that we keep out in the open air and overfeed tuberculous patients with temperatures of 102? But I have a little albumen as well." "You ought not to know anything about that. You have what I have had occasion to call mental albumen. We have all of us had, when we have not been very well, little albuminous phases, which our doctor has done his best to make permanent by calling our attention to them. For one disorder the doctors cure with drugs, as I am told that they do occasionally succeed in doing, they produce a dozen others in healthy subjects by inoculating them with that pathogenic agent 1,000 times more virulent than all the microbes in the world, the idea that one is ill. A belief of that sort, which has a disturbing effect on any temperament, acts with special force on neurotic people. Tell them that a shut window is open behind their back, and they will begin to sneeze. Make them believe that you have put magnesia in their soup, they will be seized with colic, that their coffee is stronger than usual, and they will not sleep a wink all night. Do you imagine, madam, that I needed to do any more than look into your eyes, listen to the way in which you express yourself, look, if I may say so, at this lady, your daughter, and at your grandson, who takes so much after you, to learn what was the matter with you? Your grandmother might perhaps go and sit, if the doctor allows it, in some quiet path in the Champs-Élysées, near that laurel shrubbery where you used to play when you were little, said my mother to me, thus indirectly consulting Dr. de Bourbon, her voice for that reason assuming a tone of timid deference, which it would not have had if she had been addressing me alone. The doctor turned to my grandmother, and, being apparently as well read in literature as in science, adjured her as follows: "Go to the Champs-Élysées, madame, to the laurel shrubbery which your grandson loves. The laurel, you will find, health-giving. It purifies." After he had exterminated the serpent Python, it was with a bough of laurel in his hand that Apollo made his entry into Delphi. He sought thus to guard himself from the most deadly germs of the venomous monster. So you see that the laurel is the most ancient, the most venerable, and, I will add, what is of therapeutic as well as of prophylactic value, the most beautiful of antiseptics. Inasmuch as a great part of what doctors know is taught them by the sick, they are easily led to believe that this knowledge which patients exhibit is common to them all, and they pride themselves on taking the patient of the moment by surprise with some remark picked up at a previous bedside. Thus it was with the superior smile of a Parisian who, in conversation with a peasant, might hope to surprise him by using suddenly a word of the local dialect, that Dr. de Bourbon said to my grandmother, "Probably a windy night will make you sleep when the strongest soporifics would have no effect." "On the contrary, sir, when the wind blows I can never sleep at all." But doctors are touchy people. "Ach," muttered de Bourbon, knitting his brows, as if someone had trodden on his toe, or as if my grandmother's sleeplessness on stormy nights were a personal insult to himself. He had not, however, an undue opinion of himself, and since, in his character as a superior person, he felt himself bound not to put any faith in medicine, he quickly recovered his philosophic serenity. My mother, in her passionate longing for reassurance from Bergotte's friend, added in support of his verdict that a first cousin of my grandmother, who suffered from a nervous complaint, had lain for 7 years cloistered in her bedroom at Combray without leaving her bed more than once or twice a week. "You see, madam, I didn't know that, and yet I could have told you." "But, sir, I'm not in the least like her. On the contrary, my doctor complains that he cannot get me to stay in bed," said my grandmother, whether because she was a little annoyed by the doctor's theories, or was anxious to submit to him any objections that might be raised to them, in the hope that he would refute these, and that, after he had gone, she would no longer find any doubt lurking in her own mind as to the accuracy of his encouraging diagnosis. "Why, naturally, madam, you cannot have all the forms of, if you'll excuse me saying so, mania at once. You have others, but not that particular one. Yesterday I visited a home for neurasthenics. In the garden I saw a man standing on a seat, motionless as a fakir, his neck bent in a position which must have been highly uncomfortable. On my asking him what he was doing there, he replied, without turning his head or moving a muscle, You see, Doctor, I'm extremely rheumatic and catch cold very easily. I've just been taking a lot of exercise, and while I was getting hot, like a fool, my neck was touching my flannels. If I move it away from my flannels now, before letting myself cool down, I'm certain to get a stiff neck and possibly bronchitis, which he would in fact have done. You're a fine specimen of neurasthenia, that's what you are, I told him. And you know what argument he advanced to prove that I was mistaken? It was this, that while all the other patients in the place had a mania for testing their weight, so much so that the weighing machine had to be padlocked so that they should not spend the whole day on it, he had to be lifted onto it bodily, so little did he care to be weighed. He prided himself on not sharing the mania of the others, without thinking that he had also one of his own, and that it was this which saved him from the other. You must not be offended by the comparison, madam, for the man who dared not turn his neck for fear of catching a chill is the greatest poet of our day. That poor maniac is the most lofty intellect that I know. Submit to being called a neurotic. You belong to that splendid and pitiable family which is the salt of the earth. All the greatest things we know have come to us from neurotics. It is they, and they only, who have founded religions and created great works of art. Never will the world be conscious of how much it owes to them, nor above all of what they have suffered in order to bestow their gifts on it. We enjoy fine music, beautiful pictures, 1,000 exquisite things, but we do not know what they cost those who wrought them in sleeplessness, tears, spasmodic laughter, rashes, asthma, epilepsy, a terror of death which is worse than any of these, and which you perhaps have felt, madam, he added with a smile at my grandmother. For confess now, when I came into the room, you were not feeling very confident. You thought that you were ill, dangerously ill perhaps. Heaven only knows what the disease was of which you thought you had detected the symptoms. And you are not mistaken, they are there. Neurosis has an absolute genius for malingering. There is no illness which it cannot counterfeit perfectly. It will produce lifelike imitations of the dilatations of dyspepsia, the sicknesses of pregnancy, the broken rhythm of the cardiac, the feverishness of the consumptive. If it is capable of deceiving the doctor, how should it fail to deceive the patient? No, you mustn't think I'm making fun of your sufferings. I should not undertake to heal them unless I understood them thoroughly. And, well, they say there's no good confession unless it's mutual. I've told you that without nervous trouble there can be no great artist. What is more, he added, raising a solemn forefinger, there can be no great scientist either. I would go further and say that unless he himself is subject to nervous trouble, he is not, I won't say a good doctor, but I do say the right doctor to treat nervous troubles. In nervous pathology, a doctor who doesn't say too many foolish things is a patient half cured, just as a critic is a poet who has stopped writing verse, and a policeman a burglar who has retired from practice. I, madam, I do not, like you, fancy myself to be suffering from albuminuria. I've not your nervous fear of food nor of fresh air, but I can never go to sleep without getting out of bed at least 20 times to see if my door is shut. And in that home where I found the poet yesterday, who would not move his neck, I had gone to secure a room, for, this is between ourselves, I spend my holidays there looking after myself when I have increased my own trouble by wearing myself out in the attempt to cure other people. But do you want me to take a cure like that, sir? Came in a frightened voice from my grandmother. It is not necessary, madam. The symptoms which you describe will vanish at my bidding. Besides, you have with you a very efficient person whom I appoint as your doctor from now onwards. That is, your trouble itself, the superactivity of your nerves. Even if I knew how to cure you of that, I should take good care not to. All I need do is to control it. I see on your table there one of Bergot's books. Cured of your neurosis, you would no longer care for it. Well, I might feel it my duty to substitute for the joys that it procures for you a nervous stability, which would be quite incapable of giving you those joys. But those joys themselves or a strong remedy, the strongest of all, perhaps. No, I have nothing to say against your nervous energy. All I ask is that it should listen to me. I leave you in its charge. It must reverse its engines. The force which it is now using to prevent you from getting up, from taking sufficient food, let it employ in making you eat, in making you read, in making you go out, and in distracting you in every possible way. You needn't tell me that you are fatigued. Fatigue is the organic realization of a preconceived idea. Begin by not thinking it. And if ever you have a slight indisposition, which is a thing that may happen to anyone, it will be just as if you hadn't it, for your nervous energy will have endowed you with what M. de Talleyrand, in an expression full of meaning, called imaginary health. See, it has begun to cure you already. You have been sitting up in bed, listening to me, without once leaning back on your pillows. Your eye is bright, your complexion is good. I have been talking to you for half an hour by the clock, and you have never noticed the time. Well, madam, I shall now bid you good day. When, after seeing Dr. du Boulbon to the door, I returned to the room in which my mother was by herself, the oppression that had been weighing on me for the last few weeks lifted. I felt that my mother was going to break out with a cry of joy and would see my joy. I felt that inability to endure the suspense of the coming moment at which a person is going to be overcome with emotion in our presence, which, in another category, is a little like the thrill of fear that goes through one when one knows that somebody is going to come in and startle one by a door that is still closed. I tried to speak to Mamma, but my voice broke, and bursting into tears, I stayed for a long time, my head on her shoulder, crying, tasting, accepting, relishing my grief, now that I knew that it had departed from my life. As we like to exalt ourselves by forming virtuous plans which circumstances do not permit us to put into execution. Françoise annoyed me by her refusal to share in our joy. She was quite overcome because there had just been a terrible scene between the lovesick footman and the tale-bearing porter. It had required the Duchess herself, in her unfailing benevolence, to intervene, restore an apparent calm to the household, and forgive the footman. For she was a good mistress, and that would have been an ideal place if only she didn't listen to stories. During the last few days, people had begun to hear of my grandmother's illness and to inquire for news of her. Saint-Loup had written to me, "I do not wish to take advantage of a time when your dear grandmother is unwell to convey to you what is far more than mere reproaches on a matter with which she has no concern, but I should not be speaking the truth were I to say to you, even out of politeness, that I shall ever forget the perfidy of your conduct, or that there can ever be any forgiveness for so scoundrelly a betrayal. But some other friends, supposing that my grandmother was not seriously ill, they may not even have known that she was ill at all, had asked me to meet them next day in the Champs-Élysées, to go with them from there to pay a call together, ending up with a dinner in the country, the thought of which appealed to me. I had no longer any reason to forego these two pleasures. When my grandmother had been told that it was now imperative, if she was to obey Dr. du Boulbon's orders, that she should go out as much as possible, she had herself at once suggested the Champs-Élysées. It would be easy for me to escort her there, and, while she sat reading, to arrange with my friends where I should meet them later. And I should still be in time, if I made haste, to take the train with them to Vidavray. When the time came, my grandmother did not want to go out. She felt tired. But my mother, acting on du Boulbon's orders, had the strength of mind to be firm and to insist on obedience. She was almost in tears at the thought that my grandmother was going to relapse again into her nervous weakness, which she might never be able to shake off. Never again would there be such a fine, warm day for an outing. The sun, as it moved through the sky, interspersed here and there in the broken solidity of the balcony its unsubstantial muslins, and gave to the freestone ledge a warm epidermis, an indefinite halo of gold. As Françoise had not had time to send a tube to her daughter, she left us immediately after luncheon. She very kindly consented, however, to call first at Joupien's to get a stitch put in the cloak which my grandmother was going to wear. Returning at that moment from my morning walk, I accompanied her into the shop. "Is it your young master brings you here?" Joupien asked Françoise. "Is it you who are bringing him to see me, or is it some good wind and fortune that bring you both?" For all his want of education, Joupien respected the laws of grammar as instinctively as M. de Guermantes, in spite of every effort, broke them. With Françoise gone and the cloak mended, it was time for my grandmother to get ready. Having obstinately refused to let Mamma stay in the room with her, she took, left to herself, an endless time over her dressing. And now that I knew her to be quite well, with that strange indifference which we feel towards our relatives so long as they are alive, which makes us put everyone else before them, I felt it to be very selfish of her to take so long, to risk making me late when she knew that I had an appointment with my friends and was dining at the Ville d'Avray. In my impatience, I finally went downstairs without waiting for her, after I had twice been told that she was just ready. At last she joined me, without apologizing to me as she generally did for having kept me waiting, flushed and bothered, like a person who has come to a place in a hurry and has forgotten half her belongings, just as I was reaching the half-opened glass door which, without warming them with it in the least, let in the liquid, throbbing, tepid air from the street, as though the sluices of a reservoir had been opened between the frigid walls of the passage. "Oh dear, if you're going to meet your friends, I ought to have put on another cloak. I look rather poverty-stricken in this one." I was startled to see her so flushed, and supposed that, having begun by making herself late, she had had to hurry over her dressing. When we left the cab at the end of the Avenue Gabriel in the Champs-Élysées, I saw my grandmother, without a word to me, turn aside and make her way to the little old pavilion with its green trellis, at the door of which I had once waited for Françoise. The same park-keeper who had been standing there then was still talking to Françoise's marquise when, following my grandmother, who, doubtless because she was feeling sick, had her hand in front of her mouth, I climbed the steps of that little rustic theatre erected there among the gardens. At the entrance, as in those circus booths, where the clown, dressed for the ring and smothered in flour, stands at the door and takes the money himself for the seats, the marquise, at the receipt of custom, was still there in her place with her huge, uneven face smeared with coarse plaster and her little bonnet of red flowers and black lace surmounting her auburn wig. But I do not suppose that she recognized me. The park-keeper, abandoning his watch over the greenery, with the colour of which his uniform had been designed to harmonize, was talking to her on a chair by her side. "So you're still here," he was saying. "You don't think of retiring?" "And what have I to retire for, sir? Will you kindly tell me where I should be better off than here, where I should live more at my ease, and with every comfort? And then there's all the coming and going, plenty of distraction. My little Paris, I call it. My customers keep me in touch with everything that's going on. Just to give you an example, there's one of them who went out not more than 5 minutes ago. He's a magistrate, in the very highest position there is." "Very well, sir," she cried with ardour, as though prepared to maintain the truth of this assertion by violence, should the agent of civic authority show any sign of challenging its accuracy. For the last 8 years, do you follow me? Every day God has made, regularly on the stroke of 3, he's been here, always polite, never saying one word louder than another, never making any mess, and he stays half an hour and more to read his papers and do his little jobs. There was one day he didn't come. I never noticed it at the time, but that evening, all of a sudden, I said to myself, why, that gentleman never came today. Perhaps he's dead. And that gave me a regular turn, you know, because, of course, I get quite fond of people when they behave nicely. And so I was very glad when I saw him come in again next day, and I said to him, I hope there was nothing wrong yesterday, sir. Then he told me that it was his wife that had died, and he'd been so put out, poor gentleman. What with one thing and another, he hadn't been able to come. And he had that really sad look, you know, people have when they've been married 25 years, and then the parting. But he seemed pleased all the same to be back here. You could see that all his little habits had been quite upset. I did what I could to make him feel at home. I said to him, you mustn't let go of things, sir. Just come here the same as before. It will be a little distraction for you in your sorrow. The Marquise resumed a gentler tone, for she had observed that the guardian of groves and lawns was listening to her complacently and with no thought of contradiction, keeping harmlessly in its scabbard a sword which looked more like a horticultural implement or some symbol of a garden god. And besides, I choose my customers. I don't let everyone into my little parlours, as I call them. And doesn't the place look just like a parlour with all my flowers? Such friendly customers I have. There's always someone or other brings me a spray of nice lilac or jessamine or roses. My favourite flowers, roses are. The thought that we were perhaps despised by this lady because we never brought any sprays of lilac or fine roses to her bower made me redden, and in the hope of making a bodily escape, or of being condemned only by default from an adverse judgment, I moved towards the exit. But it is not always in this world the people who bring us fine roses to whom we are most friendly, for the Marquise, thinking that I was bored, turned to me. You wouldn't like me to open a little place for you? And on my declining, no, you're sure you won't? She persisted, smiling. Well, just as you please. You're welcome to it, but I know quite well not having to pay for a thing won't make you want to do it if you don't want to. At this moment, a shabbily dressed woman hurried into the place, who seemed to be feeling precisely the want in question, but she did not belong to the Marquise's world, for the latter, with the ferocity of a snob, flung at her, I've nothing disengaged, ma'am. Will they be long? Asked the poor lady, reddening beneath the yellow flowers in her hat. Well, ma'am, if you'll take my advice, you'll try somewhere else. You see, there are still these 2 gentlemen waiting, and I've only 1 closet. The others are out of order. Not much money there, she explained when the other had gone. It's not the sort we want here either. They're not clean. They don't treat the place with respect. It would be your humble here that would have to spend the next hour cleaning up after her ladyship. I'm not sorry to lose her penny. Finally, my grandmother emerged, and feeling that she would probably not seek to atone by a lavish gratuity for the indiscretion that she had shown by remaining so long inside, I beat a retreat, so as not to have to share in the scorn which the Marquise would no doubt heap on her, and began strolling along the path, but slowly, so that my grandmother should not have to hurry to overtake me, as presently she did. I expected her to begin, I'm afraid I've kept you waiting. I hope you'll still be in time for your friends. But she did not utter a single word, so much so that, feeling a little hurt, I was disinclined to speak first, until, looking up at her, I noticed that as she walked beside me, she kept her face turned the other way. I was afraid that her heart might be troubling her again. I studied her more carefully, and was struck by the disjointedness of her gait. Her hat was crooked, her cloak stained. She had the confused and worried look, the flushed, slightly dazed face of a person who has just been knocked down by a carriage or pulled out of a ditch. I was afraid you were feeling sick, Grandmamma. Are you feeling better now? I asked her. Probably she thought that it would be impossible for her, without alarming me, not to make some answer. I heard the whole of her conversation with the keeper, she told me. Could anything have been more typical of the Guermantes or the Verdurins and their little circle? Heavens, what fine language she put it all in! And she quoted, with deliberate application, this sentence from our own special marquise, Madame de Sévigné. As I listened to them, I thought that they were preparing for me the pleasures of a farewell. Such was the speech that she made me, a speech into which she had put all her critical delicacy, her love of quotations, her memory of the classics, more thoroughly even than she would naturally have done, and as though to prove that she retained possession of all these faculties. But I guessed, rather than heard, what she said, so inaudible was the voice in which she muttered her sentences, clenching her teeth more than could be accounted for by the fear of being sick again. Come, I said lightly, so as not to seem to be taking her illness too seriously. Since your heart is bothering you, shall we go home now? I don't want to trundle a grandmother with indigestion about the Champs-Élysées. I didn't like to suggest it because of your friends, she replied. Poor boy. But if you don't mind, I think it would be wiser. I was afraid of her noticing the strange way in which she uttered these words. Come, I said to her sharply, you mustn't tire yourself talking. If your heart is bad, it's silly. Wait till we get home. She smiled at me sorrowfully and gripped my hand. She had realized that there was no need to hide from me what I had at once guessed, that she had had a slight stroke. End of section 16.